Steamed Secrets, Killer Coffee Mysteries, Book 16. Written by Tanya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Chapter 1. The warm, nutty aroma of freshly roasted coffee beans filled the air, wrapping around me like a hug on a chilly morning. The roastery, tucked behind the Bean Hive's bustling kitchen, was my sanctuary. This was where the magic happened, the place where I turned tiny green beans into liquid joy, one roast at a time. I wiped my hands on my apron, already stained with a kaleidoscope of coffee-hued smudges, and leaned over the roaster, inhaling the toasty, caramelized scent wafting up from the drum. Heaven! "All right, beauties, let's see what you've got," I muttered, twisting a knob to release a test scoop of the beans. They rattled against the metal like tiny marbles as they spilled into the cooling tray. My eyes scanned their color, which was a rich medium brown, with just a hint of an oily sheen starting to surface. Perfect. At least, I hoped. I jotted down the time and temperature in my coffee journal, the leather-bound notebook that rarely left my side. The page was already filled with scribbles, arrows pointing to crossed-out roast levels, and notes like, "Too sharp, reduce heat in second crack," and "nuttier than expected, so shorten development time." Coffee roasting was as much science as art, and sometimes I felt like a mad scientist chasing the perfect brew. Not really much different than my past career as a lawyer, only I enjoyed this so much more. The hum of the roaster vibrated through the room, steady and soothing, a rhythm I'd come to love. I turned the cooling tray and watched the beans dance as the fan blew over them, their earthy scent mingling with the warm, toasty air. The aroma made me want to close my eyes and just breathe. I grabbed a small silver scoop and measured out just enough beans for a pour-over. Testing a roast was the final and most rewarding step in the process. I filled the kettle with water and turned it on, the faint hiss and burble adding to the symphony of the roastery. While the water heated, I ground the beans, listening for that soft, familiar crackle as they fell into the ceramic filter. "Ooh, you're gonna be good," I whispered, smiling at the fragrant, chocolatey smell that rose from the grinder. I can feel it. The water came to just the right temperature, not too hot or it'd scald the grounds, too cool and it wouldn't extract the full flavor. I poured in a slow, steady stream, watching the coffee bloom. Little bubbles danced on the surface, releasing the essence of the roast. The first notes hit my nose. A deep caramel, a hint of citrus, and something I could only describe as cozy. That was the thing about coffee. It wasn't just a drink. It was a feeling, a memory, a moment. It was the sound of laughter over a steaming cup, the comfort of quiet mornings, and the start of a conversation you didn't know you needed to have. I took a sip, letting the liquid roll over my tongue. Bright, but not too sharp. Sweet, with just the right amount of nuttiness to balance it out. A soft, chocolatey finish lingered, warm and inviting. Yes, this was the one. Now for the hard part, naming it. I sat back in my chair, pen tapping against my notebook, and stared at the list of potential names I'd been jotting down for the past week. Caramel Dream was too obvious. Morning Bliss sounded like a shampoo. Boardwalk Roast felt right, but it lacked the spark I wanted. I chewed the end of my pen, the taste of plastic faintly bitter against my lips. What was it about this roast that made it special? Something with love, I murmured, flipping the page in my notebook. Love was at the heart of everything I did here at the Bean Hive. From the way we greeted customers to the way we baked every muffin, we poured love into everything. That was why people came here, not just for the coffee, but for the warmth, the connection, the way it brought people together. A latte love, I said aloud, testing the words on my tongue. A grin spread across my face. The name was simple, sweet, and just a little cheeky, just like the Bean Hive itself. I scribbled the name at the top of the page and underlined it 3 times for good measure. That's it, I declared, raising my mug in a small toast. To a latte love. The roaster gave a loud beep, reminding me that I wasn't done yet. There were batches to finish, bags to seal, and orders to prep. But for now, I let myself savor the moment. The warmth of the mug in my hands, the scent of freshly roasted beans in the air, and the quiet hum of the roastery all reminded me why I'd left behind my old life for this one. This wasn't just a job. I poured my heart and soul into every cup, every roast. I cherished the smiles of every person who walked through the Bean Hive's door. And if I could share even a little of that with the world, then it was worth every early morning and every late night. Just as I was about to make an even bigger batch so I could start offering it in the coffee shop, I heard Bunny Bowowski, my 80-something-year-old employee, fussing with someone. Her voice carried through the swinging door that separated the roastery from the main kitchen, sharp and full of indignation. "I said you can't go in there. It's against the health department code." Bunny's words were punctuated by the solid thump of her orthopedic shoes against the tiled floor, a sound I'd come to recognize as her personal stomp of disapproval. "I'm not a customer. I'm here to see someone," a woman replied, her voice tinged with annoyance, but unmistakably familiar. My hand froze mid-scoop, coffee beans spilling across the counter. That voice. I knew I'd heard it before, but I couldn't place it. "I don't care if you're the Queen of England," Bunny huffed. "You're not going past this door without permission." I sighed, setting the scoop down and brushing the spilled beans into my hand. Bunny was always in fine form when she decided someone needed a good scolding. With her ever-present shawl draped over her shoulders, her slow, deliberate movements, and her chin-length steel-gray hair framing a face that had seen decades of determination, she was a formidable opponent to anyone who crossed her path. Even now, her sharp voice carried the weight of her no-nonsense demeanor. "Bunny," I called, pushing through the swinging door into the main kitchen. "What's going on out here?" Bunny stood her ground, her arms crossed over her floral apron, her shawl slipping slightly down one shoulder. Her eyes darted to me with that same exaggerated look she gave when she thought I was about to side with the enemy. "This woman," she said, pointing a slightly crooked finger at the intruder, "thinks she can just waltz back here like she owns the place." I turned my gaze to the woman in question and froze. She stood tall and poised, her honey blonde hair swept into a sleek ponytail, her emerald green eyes locking onto mine. She wore a designer trench coat, the kind you didn't find in Honey Springs unless someone got lucky at a boutique sale in Lexington. Her heels gleamed with the kind of polish that practically screamed big city. "Roxy?" she said, her voice softening and a smile spreading across her face. "It's me, Vanessa." "Vanessa?" I stepped forward, my own wild curls falling in front of my face. Pushing the dark, springy strands back, I blinked, trying to match the polished woman in front of me with the memory of my college roommate. "What on earth are you doing here?" Bunny, who hadn't moved an inch, muttered under her breath,
"I told her she couldn't come back here. Rules are rules, Roxy."
I placed a hand on Bunny's shoulder, feeling the comforting texture of her shawl under my palm. "Thanks, Bunny. I'll take it from here." I couldn't stop the smile or the excitement from deep inside of me bubbling up. With an exasperated sigh, Bunny finally stepped aside, but not without shooting one last disapproving glance at Vanessa.
"Fine,"
she said, her slow shuffle signaling her retreat.
"But don't say I didn't warn you if she brings trouble."
Vanessa's heels clicked against the tiled floor as she stepped into the kitchen, her radiant smile softening as she wrapped her arms around me. The faint scent of something floral and expensive clung to her, as polished as the rest of her. "It's so good to see you. It's been, what, 10 years?" she asked. "Closer to 15, I said, pulling back to get a better look at her. Her face hadn't changed much, except for maybe a bit more confidence etched into her features, because you left right after our sophomore year to pursue this modeling gig." I was pretty sure the morning humidity had already caused my curls to rebel, framing my face in a way that felt anything but polished. "What are you doing in Honey Springs? I thought you were living the high life in New York," I said, letting her know I did follow my famous roommate on social media. "I was, but life has a funny way of throwing you curveballs." She gave a laugh, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of unease, quickly masked by her usual charm. "I'm here for work. My modeling agency booked me as the face of Celeste Essence's new spring campaign, and they're shooting the perfume ad right here in Honey Springs." "Here? In Honey Springs?" I raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the humble kitchen around us. I didn't know our little town was on the radar for something so big. "Oh, it is now." Vanessa's laugh was light, but her hand fidgeted with the strap of her designer purse. "Actually, it was my idea. I showed the creative director your social media pages and the photos of the Bean Hive, the boardwalk, the marina. They thought it was the perfect backdrop for the campaign." Bunny, still lurking just within earshot, snorted.
"Can't imagine why anyone'd pick this place for perfume," she muttered. "Smells like fish half the time."
Vanessa ignored her, turning her full attention back to me. "I was hoping we could catch up, Roxy. It's been too long, and, well, I could use a friend right now." She smiled and tilted her head. Something in her voice tugged at me, a vulnerability I didn't associate with the confident, larger-than-life Vanessa I'd known in college. "Of course," I said, motioning toward a stool by the counter. "Sit down. I'll make us some coffee." "Oh, no need," Vanessa said quickly, glancing at her watch. "I can't stay long. I want to walk around and scout out some good locations to suggest when the photographers and magazine come into town tomorrow. But maybe tonight? Dinner? I don't drink due to the photo shoot and all the things it can do to your eyes after a night of drinking." She winked. "But I want you to tell me all about this adorable coffee shop of yours, and I can fill you in on my very dramatic life." "Sure," I said, still trying to wrap my head around the fact that she was here at all. "You're staying at the Cocoon Hotel?" Vanessa shook her head. "No, the agency rented me an Airbnb near the park. Something about needing space for all my luggage," she said with a wry smile. "But honestly, I'm in town a day early, which means it's not ready today. So staying with you sounds perfect. One night. Is that okay?" "Of course it is," I said, already imagining how Patrick and I would rearrange the cabin to make her comfortable. "I'll meet you after work and we will catch up." Vanessa's smile softened, and for a moment she looked almost relieved. "Thank you, Roxy. I knew I could count on you." She hugged and squeezed me hard before she turned and headed out the swinging door, her heels tapping out a farewell. Bunny turned to me with a skeptical look.
"You sure about this?" she asked. "She seems fancy."
"She's just Vanessa," I said, though even I wasn't entirely sure if that was true anymore. "It'll be fine." Chapter 2. I was giddy all day long. Nothing could get me down, not even when Louise Carleton strolled into the Bean Hive with the pet carrier in one hand and a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Pet Palace was Honey Springs' version of a no-kill shelter, and it held a special place in my heart. I'd found Pepper there, my beloved schnauzer and constant shadow. When I first moved here, I hadn't realized how much I needed him in my life, but Pepper had filled an emptiness I hadn't even acknowledged. Long story short, after I adopted him, I wanted to give back to Pet Palace in a meaningful way. That was when I had the idea to showcase a monthly spotlight animal here at the Bean Hive. The goal was simple: give the animals a chance to show off their personalities in a friendly, bustling environment instead of a shelter. The idea had kind of taken off, and to this day, I'm proud of our 100% success rate at pairing pets with their forever homes. Still, when I saw Louise come in with Clyde, a bird that had been at Pet Palace for 5 long and squawking years, I groaned under my breath. Louise, oblivious or perhaps intentionally ignoring my reaction, marched toward the counter with her signature flair. Her sleek silver bob swung with every step, her bangs perfectly trimmed to frame her twinkling brown eyes. She was draped in her usual ensemble of bright jewels that included chunky rings on nearly every finger, a stack of gold bangles that jingled like wind chimes, and a necklace with a pendant so big I was sure Clyde could perch on it if he wanted to. "Well, well, well, good morning, sunshine," Louise called out, her voice as bubbly as the shimmer of her accessories. "I've got someone who's ready to wow your customers." "That someone had better not be Clyde," I said, narrowing my eyes at the covered pet carrier in her hand. Louise let out a dramatic gasp and placed her free hand over her heart, the jewels on her bracelets catching the sunlight pouring in from the window. "Roxy Bloom, how dare you? Clyde is a sweet, misunderstood soul who deserves his time in the spotlight." "Sweet?" I raised an eyebrow and crossed my arms. I distinctly remember Clyde calling Bunny how do I put this nicely? A mean old bat the last time you tried to bring him in here. "Well," Louise said, her lips twitching into a grin, "he's not wrong." As if on cue, Bunny popped her head out from the kitchen.
"Did someone say my name?"
Her sharp eyes darted toward Louise, then the carrier.
"Oh, no, you're not leaving that feathered demon here."
"Don't listen to her, Clyde," Louise cooed, setting the carrier down on the counter. "She's just bitter because you have better hair than she does." Bunny huffed and disappeared back into the kitchen, muttering something about putting Louise and Clyde on her prayer list. I sighed and leaned against the counter, watching as Louise carefully removed the cover from the carrier. Clyde, a bright green parrot with a personality as colorful as his feathers, tilted his head and stared at me with an almost smug expression.
"Hello, Roxy,"
Clyde squawked, his voice a perfect mimic of Bunny's slightly nasal tone.
"Get me some coffee, would you?"
Louise burst out laughing, her bangles jangling as she clapped her hands. "Oh, come on, Roxy. How can you not love him?" she asked. "I'd love him more if he didn't insult my customers," I said, though I couldn't help but crack a smile. "Fine, he can stay, but if he calls anyone a bat, you're coming back to deal with the fallout." "Deal." Louise winked, adjusting the carrier so Clyde could sit comfortably on his perch. She slipped a file of adoption paperwork onto the counter, its edges neatly labeled and organized, her own brand of chaos, tamed by years of running Pet Palace. The Bean Hive was starting to buzz with customers, and I could already see a few curious glances directed at Clyde. Louise leaned against the counter, tapping her rings absently as she watched the birds settle in. "Anything new going on with you, Roxy?" she asked, her tone casual, but her gaze sharp with curiosity. "You look different, brighter." I bit my lip and stifled a grin. "Oh, it's nothing. Just an old friend coming into town. Vanessa Hartman. You remember me talking about her, right? My college roommate?" I asked. "I remember when you brought her here to visit your Aunt Maxie when y'all were in school." Louise's eyebrows shot up, her bangles jingling as she adjusted the adoption paperwork. "Now a model? The one that looks like she stepped out of a magazine?" "That's her," I said, feeling my grin stretch wider. "Well, bless it, you better have a camera ready. This is Honey Springs, Roxy. We don't get visitors who've been to Paris or Milan unless they've been to the Paris Road exit off I-75. I laughed, shaking my head. Before I could respond, the bell above the Bean Hive's front door jingled, and in walked Loretta Beebe, or Loretta, as she pronounced it in her syrupy southern drawl. Her short jet-black hair was freshly styled, not a strand out of place, and her skin had that unmistakable orange-brown glow that came from a few too many visits to Lisa Stahl's tanning bed in her garage. She was dressed to the nines in a bright yellow dress that clung to her petite frame, paired with a chunky pearl necklace and matching earrings that practically screamed, "I'm the president of the Southern Women's Club, and don't you forget it." "Well, good morning, ladies," she drawled, her voice carrying like a church bell as she sauntered to the counter, her low heels clicking against the floor. "And what's all this chatter I hear about someone fancy coming to town?" "Good morning, Loretta," I said, trying not to laugh at the way her eyebrows arched in curiosity. "Just catching Louise up on my old college roommate, Vanessa Hartman." Loretta placed one manicured hand on her hip and leaned forward slightly, the pearls catching the morning sunlight streaming through the window. "The Vanessa Hartman? The one from all of them perfume ads? With that flawless skin and that, oh, what do you call it? That international flair." She waved flamboyantly. "That's the one," Louise chimed in, her grin mischievous as she watched Loretta's reaction unfold. "Well, I'll be—" Loretta clapped her hands together, a wide smile lighting up her heavily bronzed face. "Honey Springs isn't ready for this, but lucky for you, I am. I'll need to get the Southern Women's Club on this immediately. Why, I'll organize a welcome committee so grand they'll be talking about it all the way to Hollywood. Plus, she can come to the Honey Springs Spring Festival." "Loretta," I said, holding up a hand to stop her before she got too carried away. "Vanessa's not here for a long stay. She's just in town for a perfume campaign shoot." "Oh, hush now," Loretta said, waving me off like I'd just told her the sky was blue. "It doesn't matter why she's here.
We can't have someone that famous coming into town without showing her our southern hospitality. I'll make sure Bertie gets the coffee shop looking extra fancy tomorrow." I groaned inwardly. Bertie, Loretta's granddaughter and my manager, was already meticulous about the Bean Hive, but if Loretta got her way, we'd be covered in magnolia wreaths and pink bunting by morning. "Loretta," I said again, trying to keep my voice calm, "Vanessa doesn't need a parade. She's just coming to work. This isn't a social visit." "That's nonsense," Loretta declared, straightening her pearls. "Everything in Honey Springs is social, Roxy. You ought to know that by now." "You gonna have her riding in on the back of a float, Loretta? Maybe throw some perfume samples instead of candy?" Louise smirked behind her stack of adoption paperwork, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "That's not a bad idea," Loretta said, completely serious. "And I'll bet I can get James down at the In-N-Out Diner to donate some of those little burger sliders for the crew." I pressed my fingers to my temple, feeling the start of a headache. "Loretta, please. Vanessa doesn't need anything like that. She's staying with Patrick and me tonight, and she's got work lined up all weekend. Let's just keep things simple, okay?" I gave her a solid stare. "Fine." Loretta frowned, clearly disappointed, but then her face lit up again. "But I insist on at least a small gathering to welcome her and the crew. Something tasteful. I'll call the ladies from the club, and we'll whip something up in no time. You'll thank me later, Roxy Bloom." With that, she spun on her heel, her heels rapping loudly as she marched toward the door. She stopped just short of the exit and turned back to wag a finger at us. "And don't forget, you've got Southern Women's Club's dues due next week," she told Louise. I'd yet to be invited to join. The bell jingled as she swept out the door, leaving a trail of floral perfume in her wake. "You're in trouble now," Louise said, her voice dripping with amusement. "Don't I know it?" I muttered, already dreading the hurricane of activity Loretta would unleash. Clyde squawked from his perch by the counter, startling me. "Loretta," he mimicked in her exact drawl. "Loretta, baby." Louise doubled over with laughter, slapping her knee. "See? Clyde's already got her number. At least someone does." I couldn't help but laugh too, shaking my head. Chapter 3. The boardwalk was busier than I'd expected for this time of year. Even though we weren't fully into tourist season, there was a low hum of chatter and the rhythmic creak of footsteps on the wooden planks. The shops lining the boardwalk, each with their brightly colored awnings, added a cheerful charm to the scene. A soft breeze drifted in from Lake Honey Springs, carrying with it the faint scent of water and blossoming spring flowers. The lake itself sparkled under the early afternoon sun, a kaleidoscope of blues and silvers that danced with every ripple. A few fishing boats bobbed in the no-wake zone near the pier, and the fishermen casted their lines lazily into the water. A group of children giggled as they ran past me, chasing each other with ice cream cones dripping onto their hands. The scene was postcard perfect, and it reminded me of why I'd fallen in love with Honey Springs when I was a kid and decided to move here when life out in the big world got tough. I made my way down the boardwalk, my heels click-clacking softly against the weathered wood. The Crooked Cat bookstore was a few shops down from the Bean Hive, its signature red awning shading the whimsical lettering of its sign. The sight of it stirred a pang of nostalgia in my chest. This bookstore
held some of my fondest childhood memories. As a girl, I'd spent countless afternoons curled up in the beanbag chairs by the display window, devouring book after book while the sunlight poured in around me. Back then, it had been owned by Alexis Rourke, Leslie's mother. Leslie took over and ran the shop to this day. Leslie had been through a lot since Alexis's tragic passing a few years ago, but somehow she managed to keep the store alive, filling it with the same warmth and charm it had always had. Her bright copper hair, now streaked with silver, was as wild as ever, and her personality was just as vibrant. The bell over the door gave a cheerful ding as I stepped inside, and I was immediately greeted by the cozy scent of old books mixed with the faintest hint of lavender. The checkout counter stood at the center of the shop, a hub of activity surrounded by freestanding bookshelves arranged like a maze. To the right, the banned bookshelf stood proudly, its selection of controversial titles stamped with Alexis's trademark banned seal and a cheeky smiley face. "Roxy Bloom." Leslie's voice rang out from behind the counter. She stepped out from where she'd been unpacking a box of books, her signature copper curls bouncing as she moved. "I was wondering when you'd stop by. Haven't seen you in a few weeks." I smiled, the warmth in her tone instantly making me feel at home. "Hey, Leslie, I'm picking up a little something for a guest staying with me tonight. Thought a book about the history of Honey Springs might be the perfect addition to a welcome gift," I said, running my hand along one of the shelves on my way to the counter. "Well, you've come to the right place," Leslie said with a grin, brushing her hands on the bright, patterned scarf she always seemed to wear, no matter the season. "I've got a new shipment of local history books that just came in. Let me show you." She led me to a small display near the center of the shop, where a collection of books with glossy covers featured titles like Honey Springs, A Look Back, and Legends of the Lake. I picked up one with a black and white photo of the boardwalk on the cover and flipped through it, smiling at the images of familiar places frozen in time. "This one looks perfect," I said, tucking it under my arm. "Good choice." Leslie nodded approvingly. "That's one of our best sellers, especially with all the tourists we've been getting lately. Who's your guest?" "An old college roommate," I said, unable to hide my excitement. "She's in town for a work project and staying with me tonight." "Well, isn't that wonderful?" Leslie said, her eyes twinkling. "If she's staying with you, I know she's in for a treat. You've always had the best taste in coffee and company. But from what I hear, it's not just any guest, it's a celebrity." I groaned, already knowing where this was going. "Loretta?" "Bingo!" Leslie grinned, snapping her fingers and pointing at me like I'd just guessed the winning lottery numbers. "She came in here not 5 minutes ago, all wild-eyed and dramatic, saying, 'Y'all, Vanessa Hartman is in town. Can you believe it? Staying with Roxy Bloom, of all people. We need to make this a proper Honey Springs welcome.'" I laughed, shaking my head. She heard it at the Bean Hive, and when she left, I bet she hit every shop on the boardwalk like it was her personal press circuit, I said. "Oh, honey, Loretta doesn't just spread gossip, she orchestrates it," Leslie said, waving a hand. "By the time you're back at the coffee shop, half the town will think Vanessa Hartman's staying for a month, looking to open a modeling agency and signing autographs at the Bean Hive tomorrow morning." "Sounds about right," I muttered, though I couldn't help but laugh. If Loretta ever gets bored of the Southern Women's Club, she could give TMZ a run for their money. Leslie smirked and leaned over the counter. "And don't be surprised if you find the town banner committee out there on the boardwalk tonight, making sure everything looks picture perfect for your guest." She paused. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but she called an emergency meeting. Oh, geesh, I groaned and rolled my eyes, knowing the meeting was for the Southern Women's Club. Are you going? I would miss it for the world. Besides, she's having James create a slider in Vanessa's name. Her brows shot up. Apparently, when Vanessa came in here with you that one time in college, she loved eating there. My eyes narrowed as I tried to recall us eating there, but I didn't remember that. In fact, Vanessa was a health nut back in those days and barely ate a thing. Let's just hope Vanessa finds Honey Springs as charming this time as she did back then, I said, already picturing Loretta handing out embroidered napkins that said, "Welcome, Vanessa Hartman." Honey Springs may be small, but we sure know how to make a big fuss. Leslie chuckled, sliding the bag with my book across the counter. If there's any big revelations about the meeting, I'll call you. You do that. I picked up the bag from the counter with a smile. Thanks again. Leslie waved as I stepped back out onto the boardwalk. The bell above the door chimed behind me, its cheerful ding mingling with the chatter and the occasional creak of the wooden planks beneath my feet. The sun was warm on my skin, and the breeze from Lake Honey Springs carried the faint tang of water mixed with the sweet, earthy scent of blooming flowers. It was one of those early spring days where I could easily find myself lying on the beach in front of the Cocoon Hotel with a good mystery book in my hand and Pepper snoozing beside me. I sure did hope Vanessa was finding the day enjoyable, but I didn't have time to lie around. I still had to get to the farmer's market, where I knew Jean Hill from Hill's Dairy Farm would have a beautiful display of fresh flowers from her spring garden. Those would make the perfect bouquet for Vanessa's room. Plus, the fresh air from a good bike ride downtown, where the farmer's market was set up in Central Park, was exactly what I needed so I could forget about Loretta Beebe. I found Bertie behind the counter, wiping down the espresso machine with practiced efficiency, while Bunny bustled around the cafe, straightening chairs and refilling napkin dispensers. Everything okay here? I asked, setting my bag down on the counter. Smooth as butter, Bertie said with a smile, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she moved. You heading out again? I'm taking Pepper with me. I grabbed his leash off the coat rack next to the counter. We're going up to the farmer's market to pick up some fresh flowers from Jean Hill. Do we need anything else? Not that I can think of, Bertie said, glancing around the shop. But don't let Jean talk you into one of those giant hanging baskets. We just don't have the space inside right now. I laughed, looping Pepper's leash over my wrist. Noted. Pepper danced around my ankles, his little schnauzer tail wagging furiously. As soon as I clipped the leash onto his collar, he let out an excited bark, practically dragging me out the door. My bike was parked in the rack outside of the coffee shop. There was a nice little basket that hooked on the handlebars that was perfect for Pepper. He loved it in there, and now that the weather was somewhat bearable at 4:30 in the morning, I tried to ride my bike as much as possible. Plus, I only needed 5 minutes or so to ride from my little cabin to the boardwalk, and even less to ride to downtown Honey Springs. With Pepper tucked inside of his basket, I hopped on and took in the crisp and clean air for the perfect ride downtown. Honey Springs was the kind of place where most folks preferred bikes or even walking. The town was small enough that everything was just a hop, skip, and a pedal away. Downtown was mostly the hub of things, like the historic courthouse, which loomed just past the park on Main Street, a reminder of Honey Springs' small-town roots. Beyond it, I could see the line of shops that made up the downtown area, that included the local pharmacy, a general store, and even the small medical building where you could find a dentist, an optometrist, and a good old-fashioned doctor, all under one roof. The Honey Springs Library and Honey Pot Veterinary Clinic were also down on Main Street. Even the real estate office belonging to my mom, Penny Bloom, was located across from Central Park. Central Park, which sat smack dab in the middle of town, was coming alive with the first whispers of spring. Beds of daffodils and crocuses dotted the edges of the sidewalks, their yellow and purple blooms like tiny bursts of sunshine and royalty against the emerald grass. The trees were still mostly bare, their spindly branches stretching toward the blue sky, but here and there, buds were beginning to swell, promising a canopy of green in the coming weeks. The farmers' market was in full swing today, and the sidewalks around the park bustled with activity. The faint sounds of laughter and conversation blended with the happy bark of a dog and the soft tune of a fiddle player stationed near the gazebo. The white structure stood proud and pristine in the center of the park, its paint fresh and bright against the budding trees. Vendors' tents, each with a colorful canopy, lined the winding paths. The breeze carried the enticing aroma of kettle corn, the earthy scent of freshly potted plants, and the sweet tang of honey from one of the stands. "I'm not parked yet," I told Pepper when he tried to stand up in the basket of my bike. "Lay down," I coaxed, giving him a gentle pat on his head. He let out a small huff of excitement, his tail wagging against the metal frame. Pepper wasn't just a good boy, he was a smart one. He knew exactly what was in store for him. Treats. Jean Hill always had a special treat for him, and I'd swear Pepper could smell her booth from a mile away. "Okay," I said, as I slowed my bike to a stop near the market's bike rack. I walked it into place, letting the bag from the crooked cat jostle slightly in the basket. "Let's go." I unclipped Pepper from the basket and set him down on the ground. His nose immediately hit the grass, sniffing wildly as his little tail wagged furiously. I haphazardly let the leash dangle from my wrist as I took my phone out of my pocket and dialed Patrick. Pepper trotted beside me, his head darting back and forth with excitement as he sniffed every single blade of grass. I let him explore while I strolled leisurely along the park's winding paths, taking in the sights and sounds around me. "How's your day?" I asked Patrick when he answered, his warm southern twang like a balm to my ears.
"It's been good. We've got a lot of bids coming in now that winter's over," he replied.
Patrick owned Kane Construction, and though he was a tough and skilled businessman, he was still the sweetest man I'd ever known. His big brown eyes always lit up when he smiled, and that chiseled jaw of his could still make me weak in the knees, even after all these years. "The Bean Hive is great," I said, pulling Pepper back gently when he got a little too interested in a fellow pup passing by. "But I've got even better news."
"Oh, yeah?"
he asked. "Do you remember Vanessa?" I said, grinning at the sight of a couple sitting on a wooden bench, soaking up the sunlight.
"Of course I do,"
Patrick said.
"She's like a big-time model now, right?"
"That's her. She's in town for a shoot for that fancy fragrance company, and she's going to spend the night with us tonight."
"That's great. I look forward to seeing her. Or do you want me to skedaddle?"
he teased. "No way," I protested. "She wants to see you, too. Besides, I want her to really get to know you." I didn't add that I wanted this visit to go smoother than her last one during our college days, a time when Patrick and I had been at odds and Vanessa had been caught in the middle. I shook the thought away and focused on the present. "I'm at the farmer's market picking up fresh flowers for the bedroom," I said, scanning the vibrant booths until I spotted Jean Hill's farm stand.
"Bedroom?"
Patrick chuckled.
"You mean couch?"
"No, I mean bedroom," I corrected him. "We'll sleep on the couch and she can have the bedroom. It's just one night."
"And this is why I suggested we stay in my house when we got married,"
he said, teasing me again. "We don't need all that space," I countered. Besides, it's cozy, and we always end up on the couch anyway. Pepper tugged on his leash, pulling me toward Jean's booth. The woman herself was standing behind her table, a riot of color around her. Buckets of tulips, daisies, and hyacinths lined the tabletops, their petals glistening with dew. Vibrant purple and yellow pansies caught my eye first, their cheerful faces turned toward the sun. "I'll bring home some food," Patrick offered. "Perfect," I said, but my phone beeped before I could say more. "That's Vanessa. I'll see you tonight." I clicked over to Vanessa's call. "Hi, I was just about to call you." "Oh, Roxy." Vanessa's voice was light and chipper. "You're such a gem. I just got a call from my agent, and they've arranged for me to check into the Airbnb tonight after all." I stopped just shy of Jean's booth, a wave of disappointment washing over me. "So you're not staying with me?" "Well, I can't. I have to get to bed early. No popcorn and chocolate candies for me tonight," she teased, though her voice carried a tinge of regret. I sighed but smiled. "It's okay. We'll make plans another time." I ended the call. Jean greeted me with a grin under her messy bun, her dirt-smudged hand resting proudly on her hips.
"Roxy, if I'd known you were coming, I'd have brought your honey."
She put her hand in her apron pocket and took out a dog treat. As though on cue, she put her hand out, and Pepper sat, waiting patiently for her to hand him the treat. I laughed and selected a bouquet of tulips and pansies. "I didn't know I was coming today. I'm here for your flowers." As she wrapped the bouquet, she leaned in conspiratorially.
"Loretta's already been by here. Flowers for her big meeting."
I rolled my eyes and grinned. "Of course she has. Let me guess. She swore you to secrecy?" Jean nodded, slipping me a wink. Honey Springs may have been small, but it sure did have a way of keeping life lively. I tucked the bouquet under my arm and gave Pepper's leash a little tug to keep him from exploring Jean's booth too thoroughly. "I'm heading over to meet Vanessa at the In-N-Out diner. I figure we can squeeze in some lunch before her strict no-sodium countdown starts." Jean chuckled, brushing her hands on her apron.
"Well, you tell her hi for me, and good luck with that sodium thing. These young folks and their crazy diets. I'd take a greasy burger over yogurt any day."
"Same," I said with a laugh. "That's why I'm not a model." Jean wagged a finger at me.
"Don't sell yourself short, Roxy. You're every bit as glamorous in your own way. But speaking of models and all that fancy business, you'll never guess who I saw this morning."
I tilted my head, curious. "Who?"
"Some of the magazine folks," she said, leaning in slightly as if she were sharing a secret. "You know, the ones here for Vanessa's shoot. A couple of them came by bright and early to pick out flowers. They didn't stay long, just grabbed a few bouquets for inspiration, I guess."
"Really?" I raised an eyebrow. "Did they mention where they were heading?"
Jean shook her head. "Not yet. They said they're still scouting locations. Something about wanting to match the essence of the perfume to the town. Fancy talk for we haven't decided, if you ask me."
That was Honey Springs for you, small enough that even the whiff of something glamorous drew interest. And knowing Jean, she was probably thrilled to have her flowers included in the campaign. "Let me guess, they bought some of your best blooms."
"You know it,"
Jean said, puffing up proudly.
"Hyacinths, tulips, and even a few of those roses I wasn't planning to sell until next week. They'll want more once they pick their spot for the shoot, and I'll deliver them myself. Might even get my picture in one of those magazines."
She winked, her smile broad and full of humor. "I wouldn't be surprised," I said. "Your flowers deserve the spotlight, Jean." She waved off the compliment, but was clearly pleased.
Well, you better head on now before Vanessa starts tapping her fancy watch and wondering where you are.
You're right, I said, giving her a quick hug. I'll see you later, and thanks for the flowers. Jean waved me off as I turned back toward the park, Pepper trotting happily at my side. The market was still bustling with life, the faint strains of fiddle music drifting through the air as I made my way back to my bike. I tucked the bouquet carefully into the basket, clipped Pepper back in, and set off toward the boardwalk. As I pedaled through town, the warmth of the sun on my back and the scent of flowers still clinging to my hands, I couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Lunch with Vanessa, the buzz of the farmer's market, and even the whispers of magazine crews exploring Honey Springs. It all felt like the start of something big. Just how big was something I wasn't really ready for. Chapter 4. The smell of fried food, with the faint, briny tang of Lake Honey Springs, told me it was lunchtime on the boardwalk, and the area was hopping with activity as the midday rush hit its stride. It took everything in me not just to pop into the Bean Hive to see what was going on down there as I approached the in-and-out diner. Pepper sniffed his way toward the door with his leash extended. Clearly, he was ready for some food. The chatter of the locals and the tourists alike rose and fell like a tide of the lake below us, and the bright afternoon sun glinted off the water, making the lake look like a shimmering patchwork quilt of blue and gold. Shops and cafes lining the boardwalk were alive with business, their doors propped open to let in the breeze. Yes, springtime in Kentucky felt like a turning point to much warmer days. Even though Pepper was tugging on me, I took a moment to look across Lake Honey Springs. The water shimmered like a sapphire under the clear Kentucky sky, its gentle ripples carrying reflections of the vibrant world around it. Across the lake, the small island stood cloaked in budding greenery, the trees just beginning to unfurl their leaves in shades of soft lime and tender green. Here and there, bursts of color from redbud trees and wild dogwoods painted the wooded slopes, the delicate blooms standing out against the earthy backdrop. The island's mountain-like peaks, still speckled with patches of winter's brown, hinted at the lush forest canopy that would soon take over. The Be Happy Spa Resort perched on its hillside like a secret retreat, its charming wooden structures blending seamlessly into the landscape. Soon we'd see the ferry cutting across the glassy water at a slow and steady pace as more tourists began to arrive. Spring was a season of promise here, something we looked forward to as a tourist town, since we saved all year so our small businesses could remain open during the cruel winter season. "All right," I said, when Pepper let out a little yip to get my attention. We made our way to the In-N-Out Diner, the iconic Southern eatery that sat proudly a few shops down from the Bean Hive, its bright red and white striped awning fluttering in the wind. The smell hit me before I even stepped through the door. The grease, the sizzling meat, and the faint sweetness of fresh pies cooling on the counter. The screen door creaked open as I stepped inside, and I couldn't help but smile at the familiar sight. The diner was a snapshot of small-town Southern charm, from the checkered black and white floors to the chrome-edged booths with red vinyl seats. A jukebox in the corner softly played Patsy Cline's Crazy, while waitresses bustled about with trays piled high with fried chicken, sweet tea, and enough French fries to feed an army. I could see James Farley, the owner, through the pass-through window between the kitchen staff and the restaurant, flipping his authentic burger patties and making my stomach growl even more. Vanessa was already seated at a booth near the window, her honey-blonde hair catching the sunlight streaming through the glass. She stood as soon as she saw me, a radiant smile spreading across her face. "Roxy!" she called and waved us over. We hugged, and I couldn't help but notice the faint floral scent clinging to her. Everything about Vanessa screamed high fashion and polish, which made her presence in this down-home diner all the more amusing. "You picked the perfect spot," I said with a grin. "This place has the best burgers in Kentucky." "I remember you saying that years ago," Vanessa said as we slid into the booth. "I figured it was time to see if you were right." This was a much different statement from what she'd said to me earlier, but maybe I'd heard her incorrectly. Either way, it didn't matter. Pepper was good as gold, lying near my feet under the table as Vanessa and I chatted about the morning. She said she'd been enjoying her walks around Honey Springs, and that the town was even prettier than she remembered. Well, it was a long time ago, and we were only here for a quick weekend. I recalled very few details about the weekend, but was really happy it had made such an impact on her. That was exactly why I had moved back here after my divorce. The comfort of the small community was exactly what I had needed. The screen door creaked open, and a gust of air carried in a fresh wave of fried deliciousness. I glanced toward the entrance and saw Big Bib making his way inside. Burly and broad-shouldered, with a thick beard and dark eyes, he wore his usual overalls and work boots, looking every bit the marina owner and quintessential Honey Springs man. No doubt he was busy de-winterizing all the boats that were stored by the owners at the marina. Plus, we were having good fishing weather, which kept him busy with boats passing by that needed a quick gas fill-up.
"Afternoon, ladies,"
he said, tipping his ball cap slightly in our direction as he walked past. But the moment his eyes landed on Vanessa, he froze. Vanessa looked up, her bright smile faltering. Her green eyes widened slightly, and I caught the barest flicker of recognition between them. The exchange wasn't the warm kind of recognition you'd expect between old friends. It was more like the shock of seeing someone you didn't expect to see, mixed with something unsaid. The moment passed quickly. Big Bib gave a curt nod, Vanessa blinked and turned back to me, and they both pretended not to notice each other. "Big Bib, you have to remember my friend Vanessa, who I brought here from college." I gestured across the table to her. His eyes narrowed as he clearly pretended to sweep them over her, and he shook his head.
"Nah, that was a long time ago. And heck, you bring so many people here,"
Big Bib said, lying. I knew he was because I had never brought anyone here but Vanessa. Still, there was something going on that neither one of them wanted me to know. "I do remember you." Vanessa put a nice but fake smile on her face. "It's good to see you."
"You too, ma'am."
He took the ball cap off his head and gave her a nod before he stuck it back on.
"You two enjoy your visit."
Big Bib headed to the counter to place his order. But I didn't miss the way her hands fidgeted with her napkin, nor the way his eyes lingered just a fraction too long before he moved on. Before I could ask about it, Vanessa launched into a spiel about the photo shoot. "The beach area near the Cocoon Hotel is perfect," she said, her enthusiasm bubbling back. "It has that huge lawn area with those beautiful trees before you even get to the sand. It's exactly what the campaign needs, classy and serene. I also heard about the Be Happy spa across the lake. Maybe we could check that out for the photographers." I nodded, though my mind was still back on the exchange between her and Big Bib. Whatever that was, she clearly didn't want to talk about it. There was no way I was going to tell her that Big Bib's ferry was the only way over there. If we did go over there, it would be another prime opportunity for me to see how they acted. As an educated lawyer, I was very good at reading people's body language. Their bodies were throwing up red flags left and right. The waitress came by then, a cheerful woman with a wide smile and an accent thick enough to spread toast on.
"What'll it be, ladies?"
she asked. 2 big cheeseburgers and fries, I said, before Vanessa could protest, with all the fixins. They'll be the best fried burgers this side of the Mississippi, the waitress quipped, jotting down the order. And that's not just bragging. Vanessa laughed. And can you bring me an extra side of Duke's mayonnaise and ketchup? She asked the waitress. Sure, honey. The waitress took the menus and stuck them under her arm as she headed around the counter, then ripped the order ticket off and stuck it in the twirly thing where James would grab it when he was ready to make our order. Before I could look away, he'd snatched the order, and I could see he was already piling the fries on top of plates. The door opened again, and this time a woman entered who could only be described as power personified. She was tall and striking, with sleek black hair pulled into a tight chignon, and a designer suit that looked completely out of place among the vinyl and chrome. Behind her trailed a nervous-looking woman with a clipboard. I'd never seen them before, so naturally they caught my eye. Vanessa's face paled. "That's Kimball Delacroix," she whispered, "the owner of the perfume company." Kimball spotted Vanessa almost instantly, her sharp eyes narrowing. With an imperious stride, she approached our booth. The other ladies, just as they reached us, the waitress returned, setting down 2 plates piled high with cheeseburgers and golden fries. "There you go, ladies. Enjoy!" She smiled and looked at the other 2 women. "Seat yourself. I'll be over directly with menus and waters." "Vanessa," Kimball said, her tone clipped. She ignored the waitress. Her gaze flicked to the plate in front of Vanessa, then to my friend again. "I thought I made it clear about no fried food. This is completely unacceptable. Lily?" She turned her attention to the woman with her. Vanessa looked like a deer caught in headlights, her mouth opening and closing as she glanced between Kimball and Lily, who looked mortified. "Actually," I interjected, grabbing Vanessa's plate, "this isn't hers. It's mine. I own the Bean Hive Coffee Shop a couple doors down on the right of the boardwalk, and I'm picking up lunch for one of my employees." I offered my brightest, most disarming smile. "I see." Kimball's sharp expression softened just slightly, and she straightened. "Vanessa, we'll see you this evening." Without waiting for a response, she turned and swept towards the counter, Lily scurrying after her. I set the plate back down in front of Vanessa, who gave me a look of pure gratitude. "Roxy," Vanessa said, her voice low, "you just saved my life." "That's what friends are for." I tossed enough cash on the table to cover the meal, grabbed the plates, and stood. "Come on, let's get out of here before she changes her mind." I clicked my tongue for Pepper to follow us. Vanessa didn't argue. She grabbed her purse, and together we exited the diner, leaving the lingering smell of fried food and the murmur of curious diners behind us. Whatever was going on with Vanessa, it was getting more complicated by the second. Again, by how she was acting, I knew not to question her about anything, but I hoped that, in time, she'd share it with me. After all, it had been a long time since we'd talked, much less been face to face, and well, time did change you. I had Vanessa sit at the front counter overlooking the boardwalk with our food, while I got Pepper settled and checked on Clyde and Bertie. Bunny had long gone home. Vanessa took another bite of her burger, her emerald green eyes flicking around the room as she chewed. "Roxy, this place is absolutely adorable," she said after swallowing. "I can see why people love it here. It's so you." I smiled. The front-facing counter was my favorite spot in the Bean Hive, offering a perfect view of Lake Honey Springs and the hustle and bustle of the boardwalk just outside. But Vanessa's words made me glance around the shop, seeing it as a newcomer might. The exposed brick walls, warm and rustic, added a timeless charm that I'd fallen in love with the moment I first stepped inside. The wooden ceiling beams, untouched and slightly weathered, gave the space a cozy, natural feel, like it had always been part of the town's story. Against one wall, I'd painstakingly created a shiplap feature using plywood, painted white to mimic the real thing. It made for a clean yet homey backdrop behind the counter and blended perfectly with the industrial and vintage touches scattered throughout the space. Hanging from the ceiling were the large chalkboard menus that I'd hand-lettered myself, one for each section of the L-shaped glass counter. Each chalkboard offered something different: pies and cookies with delicate frosting swirls, torts and quiches with flaky golden crusts, breakfast casseroles steaming fresh from the oven, and my specialty coffees with names like Honey Springs Hazelnut and Bourbon Barrel Brew. Even the lunch specials, like the creamy tomato basil soup and hearty chicken salad sandwiches, had their place. For these food items, I would come in on Sundays when the coffee shop was closed and make them in batches. The shop's menu was limited but very hearty. "It smells amazing in here, too," Vanessa added, leaning over slightly to take in the aroma wafting from the coffee bar. "Like vanilla and cinnamon?" "Vanilla, cinnamon, and probably a little hazelnut," I said with a grin, nodding toward the coffee bar, which was tucked neatly into one corner of the counter, its 6 industrial thermoses lined up like little soldiers, each labeled with a different blend. One was always filled with decaf, an option Aunt Maxie insisted on, even though I still didn't fully understand the concept. "That's the coffee bar. It's self-serve with an honor system. Some people just pop in, pour themselves a cup, and leave their payment without ever waiting in line." Vanessa laughed. "Trusting your customers in New York would get you run out of business," she said, and took a big bite of that forbidden burger. "This isn't New York," I teased, bumping her shoulder lightly. "People here have a lot more faith in each other." On the opposite side of the counter, the tea bar mirrored the setup, though it had its own unique charm. "And that's the tea bar," I said, nodding in its direction. "Hot tea, iced tea, loose-leaf teas, and even antique teapots I picked up from Wild and Whimsy. Customers can steep the tea their way, or I can do it for them." Vanessa's eyes lit up as she noticed one of the dainty floral-painted teapots perched on a shelf behind the tea bar. "I love that. It's so charming. And these tables?" She gestured to the cafe tables scattered throughout the shop. Each was a mix of vintage and modern, with reclaimed wood tops and wrought iron legs, paired with mismatched chairs that somehow all worked together. "It's like you took the best of Honey Springs and poured it into this shop." "That was the goal," I admitted, glancing toward the long window tables that flanked either side of the front door. "I wanted people to feel at home here, whether they're just grabbing a quick cup of coffee or sitting down to enjoy the view. As you can see, the couches in front of the fireplace are always taken." And what a view it was! From where we sat, we could see the gentle waves of Lake Honey Springs sparkling in the sunlight. The boardwalk, with its colorful shops and cheerful crowds, stretched out like a scene from a postcard. A group of kids raced by, their laughter muffled by the glass, while an older couple strolled hand in hand and paused to admire the water. Vanessa leaned back in her chair, her burger forgotten for a moment. "You've really created something special here, Roxy. It's not just a coffee shop. It's a little piece of magic." She sighed. Her words warmed me. I took a sip of my coffee, letting the rich, nutty flavor linger on my tongue. "Thanks, Vanessa. That means a lot. But it's not just me. This place wouldn't be what it is without the people who walk through that door every day." Vanessa nodded, her gaze drifting back toward the counter. "I think I get it now, why you love it so much here." I smiled, about to reply, when she said, "So, what do you think? Should we head to the Cocoon Hotel's beach to scope it out? Or try the Be Happy Spa?" "Let's head over to the spa first. I think you're going to see someone you've not encountered in a long time." I pinched a smile. Chapter 5. Vanessa was pretty tight-lipped, but there was something that was not right. I wasn't sure, but the more time I spent with her, the more I knew she'd open up. Possibly letting her know that Kirk, my ex-husband of all people, had actually moved to Honey Springs and was the head investor of the Be Happy Spa would remind her of our connection and how close we had been while we lived together. This Vanessa felt cold and not even in her body. So that was where we were headed, and if, by chance, she opened up about Big Bib, that would be a bonus. By how enthusiastic she was about taking the ferry, there was no way she knew his was the only ferry, and he the only driver on Lake Honey Springs. The boardwalk was livelier than ever as Vanessa and I made our way toward the marina. The gentle sounds of conversation mingled with the clinking of boat chains and the occasional squawk of seagulls circling overhead. The breeze off Lake Honey Springs carried a mix of scents, fresh water tinged with the aromas of fish and gasoline wafting from the marina's pumps. Vanessa adjusted the strap of her designer bag, her pace quickening to match mine. "It's busier than I expected," she said, her gaze darting to the docks ahead. "Spring always brings people out," I said, sidestepping a boy racing past with an ice cream cone dripping down his hand. "Everyone's getting ready for the tourist season. You'll see the marina's a whole other level of busy." The sounds of the boardwalk faded into the background once we reached the marina, replaced by the clatter of tools and the whirl of a pressure washer somewhere nearby. Boats were lifted high in the air, their undersides gleaming as workers scrubbed off winter's grime. Rows of dock slips stretched out over the lake, their moorings swaying gently in the water. The pungent smell of fish mingled with the metallic tang of oil and the unmistakable mustiness of old bait freezers. Vanessa wrinkled her nose as we passed one of those freezers, its door propped open to reveal an assortment of fishing gear and styrofoam cups of live bait. "Charming," she said with a wry smile. "It's all part of the experience," I teased, nudging her shoulder. "You can't have a marina without a little atmosphere." As we approached the ferry dock, I spotted Big Bib standing near the boat, his broad figure silhouetted against the lake's sparkling surface. He wore his usual overalls and ball cap, his dark eyes scanning the small group of passengers already gathered. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking the gruff yet steady presence he brought to the marina. Vanessa's steps faltered ever so slightly when she saw him. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her bag, and her gaze dropped to the ground for a moment before she quickly recovered. A subtle shift was just enough to set my intuition humming. This was what had made me a great lawyer. The body language they tried to cover up never got past me. Vanessa was no different. "Come on," I said, pretending not to notice her hesitation. "We don't want to miss the boat. Big Bib's is the only ferry to get us across." Big Bib turned toward us, his expression unreadable. His dark eyes locked on Vanessa for a long moment, and I felt the tension crackle between them like a summer storm about to break. Vanessa glanced up briefly, her face carefully composed, but I saw the flicker of unease in her green eyes.
"Afternoon, ladies,"
Bib said, his voice low and steady, as always. He gave me a small nod before his gaze flicked back to Vanessa.
"You joining the ferry today?"
Vanessa hesitated, her polished demeanor slipping just a fraction. "Yes," she said, her voice clipped but polite. "I hear it's the only way to the Be Happy Spa."
"That's right,"
Bib said, his tone neutral but his eyes lingering on her for just a moment too long. Then, just as quickly, he turned and gestured toward the boat.
"Better get on board. We're leaving in a few minutes."
Vanessa stepped past him without another word, her posture stiff as she climbed onto the ferry. I followed, giving Bib a quick smile as I passed. The ferry smelled of sun-warmed wood and the faint remnants of fuel from the boat's motor. We settled onto one of the benches near the side, the lake breeze ruffling my hair. As the last few passengers boarded, I leaned closer to Vanessa. "So," I began, keeping my tone light, "what's the deal with you and Big... You know what I was thinking about this morning after I left the coffee shop?" Her head had snapped toward me, her expression a mix of surprise and something I couldn't quite place as she cut me off. "What?" I asked, curious about the sudden shift in her tone. "Those nights back in college," she said, a genuine smile softening her features. "When I'd take those long baths in our tiny apartment and you'd leave those silly messages on the bathroom mirror." I grinned at the memory. "Oh, you mean my masterpieces? I'd write them with soap or my finger, and when the steam built up, voila, magic messages." I laughed, remembering just how fun and crafty I'd been back then. Vanessa chuckled, her shoulders relaxing slightly. It was like having a little piece of happiness waiting for me after a long day. I'd be soaking in the tub, and suddenly there'd be some ridiculous note or doodle telling me to smile or that we needed more popcorn. She laughed, and this time it reached her eyes, the eyes that I remembered being full of life. "Hey, those were words of wisdom," I teased. "And don't forget the time I drew that stick figure of you nailing your runway walk for your first ever gig. I think you need to credit me for all of your success." She laughed, her earlier tension melting away for a moment. "You're right. That one did make me laugh." She shook her head. "You mean credit you for all of my struggles?" The ferry's motor rumbled to life, and the boat began to pull away from the dock. I glanced over at Bib, who was securing the lines and avoiding any further looks in our direction. "Struggles?" I questioned, tilting my head as I studied her face. The laughter in her eyes had dimmed slightly, replaced by something softer, heavier. Vanessa sighed, leaning back against the bench as she stared out over the water. The lake sparkled under the mid-morning sun, but her gaze was far away, as though she was looking into her own thoughts rather than toward the horizon. "It's just this industry," she began, her voice quiet but steady. "Modeling isn't as glamorous as everyone thinks. Sure, the photos look beautiful, and you get to travel and wear incredible clothes, but it comes at a cost. A big one." I stayed quiet, sensing she needed to get this out. "There's so much pressure, constant pressure to look perfect, to fit into this mold of what people think a model should be. And if you don't, if you gain a few pounds or look a little older, you're out, just like that." She snapped her fingers, her lips pressing into a thin line. I nodded, encouraging her to continue. "It's not just about the weight, either," she said, her words picking up pace. "It's about how people look at you, how they talk about you, even your friends and colleagues. It's like they're always analyzing you, judging you, like you're a product instead of a person. I can't even eat a burger without someone questioning it, like it's a betrayal of my career." Her voice cracked slightly, and she looked down at her hands, twisting the strap of her bag. "And what if I wanted more? You know, someday? What if I wanted to have kids? Does that mean I have to give up my career? My whole identity? Because apparently you can't have both. Not in this industry." She frowned. I could see real pain in her face. I reached out and rested a hand on hers. "Vanessa, that's not fair. Not to you or anyone else. You shouldn't have to choose between being happy and being successful," I told her. She gave me a small, sad smile. "Fairness doesn't have much to do with it. That's just how it is. But being here with you in Honey Springs, it's reminding me that maybe I do want more. More than just photo shoots and magazine covers. More than just being a face for a product." I've been asking myself these questions for a while, but here Here it feels like I finally might find some answers. There was a tear in the corner of her eye. Her words hung in the air between us, carried by the breeze that rippled across the lake. For a moment, the only sounds were the steady rumble of the ferry's motor and the faint cries of birds swooping over the water. "Well," I said gently, giving her hand a squeeze, "you've got time, and you've got people who care about you, no matter what path you choose." "Thanks, Roxy. I guess I needed to say that out loud." Vanessa's smile widened slightly, a flicker of gratitude softening her features. "Any time," I said, leaning back and glancing toward the island ahead. The Be Happy Spa was coming into view, its cabins nestled among the trees like a peaceful retreat. And hey, if you ever need a backup plan, I hear the Bean Hive's hiring. That got a genuine laugh out of her, light and unguarded. "You're lucky you've got this, Roxy," she said after a moment. "Your shop, this town, you've built a life that's real. I envy that." "You say that now, but give it a few minutes," I said, knowing Kirk was going to be on the other end of this ferry ride. We sat in silence and let the afternoon sun wash over and warm us. Both of us closed our eyes, with our chins tilted toward the sunlight. It wasn't until Big Bib slowed the ferry down and the engine let out a low rumble that I opened my eyes and saw Kayla Noro, the owner of the bee farm, standing on the dock with her arms over her head, waving to the group on the ferry. "Welcome to the bee farm," she said, with a huge smile on her face as she caught the rope Big Bib had thrown out to her. He cut the engine and let her drag us. Just like Big Bib had done all the times I'd taken the ferry, he jumped off and expertly tied the ferry to the dock, the soft thud of the boat meeting the wooden platform reverberating beneath our feet. Just as he always did, he stepped off with practiced ease, his boots making a heavy clunk on the weathered boards. He steadied the ferry with one hand, using his other to help passengers disembark. His grip was firm but gentle, his steady presence making even the most timid travelers feel at ease. When it was Vanessa's turn, she hesitated for a split second before slipping her hand into his. The moment their hands touched, I saw it again, something unspoken passing between them. Her green eyes flicked up to meet his dark ones, and for just a fraction of a second, time seemed to stretch. His hand lingered on hers a beat too long, his thumb brushing lightly against her palm before she pulled away and stepped onto the dock. She smoothed the strap of her bag, her face composed, but her movements were just a little too deliberate.
"Here you go, Roxy,"
Bib said, his voice low as he turned to me with the same steady hand. I took it, though I hardly needed help, and stepped onto the dock. My eyes darted back to Vanessa, who was looking out at the island like nothing had happened. "Welcome to the bee farm." Kayla Noro's cheerful voice cut through the tension like a ray of sunshine. She waved enthusiastically, her arms raised high above her head as she walked towards us. Her wide-brimmed straw hat shielded her face from the sun, but her beaming smile was unmistakable. "Hey, Kayla," I called, waving back. Before she could reach us, a golden blur came bounding from the spa's main path. Biscuit, the Be Happy Spa's resident dog and former Pet Palace foster, charged toward us with unbridled enthusiasm, his tail wagging so furiously it looked like it might take off. "Biscuit!" I laughed, crouching slightly as he leapt up to greet me, his front paws landing squarely on my thighs. His soft fur smelled faintly of honey and lavender, likely from his frequent visits to the spa. "Biscuit, down!" Kayla called, though she was laughing too. The dog obeyed, but immediately turned his attention to Vanessa, who instinctively reached out to pet him. He nuzzled her hand, his tail wagging even harder. "This is Biscuit," I explained to Vanessa as she crouched to scratch behind his ears. He was one of the dogs we spotlighted at the Bean Hive for Pet Palace. Kayla adopted him, and now he's basically the unofficial spa mascot. Vanessa smiled, her earlier tension melting away as she lavished attention on the golden retriever. "He's adorable. You're so lucky to have such a sweet boy," she said, glancing up at Kayla.
"Oh, he's the best," Kayla said as she approached. "And it's all thanks to Roxy here. If she hadn't given him such a great spotlight, I might never have found him."
I waved off the compliment. "You gave him the best home. That's what counts."
"Well, now he thinks he owns the place,"
Kayla joked, giving Biscuit a quick scratch before standing upright.
"So, what brings you two to the bee farm today?"
"We're actually headed to the Be Happy Spa," I said, patting Biscuit's head. "And since he seems to be so excited to see me, I figured I'd take him along with us, if that's okay."
"More than okay,"
Kayla said with a grin.
"He loves showing guests around. Just don't let him sneak any honey out of the jars in the spa shop."
"I'll keep an eye on him," I promised. As we made our way down the dirt path heading from the dock to the spa, Biscuit trotted happily beside us, occasionally darting ahead to sniff at a patch of wildflowers or investigate a buzzing bee. Vanessa was quiet again, her hand brushing absently against Biscuit's fur as we walked. I glanced over at her, my curiosity piqued by her silence. Between Big Bib's lingering touch and her sudden retreat into her thoughts, there was clearly more going on than she was letting on. But for now, I let it go. The spa's tranquil beauty surrounded us, the air filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees. The serenity made it hard not to feel at peace, even with the unanswered questions hanging in the air.
"Biscuit, come here, boy."
A familiar voice called out, echoing through the wooded path. Vanessa and I both stopped in our tracks, glancing toward the sound of the voice. Biscuit perked up, his tail wagging wildly as he darted ahead, disappearing around the bend. "That voice," Vanessa started, her brow furrowing in recognition. We rounded the corner, and there he was. Kirk, my ex. He stood tall in the dappled sunlight, his sandy brown hair tousled in that effortlessly rugged way I used to adore. He wore a casual button-down shirt rolled up at the sleeves, the kind of look that always made him seem like he belonged both on a construction site and in a business meeting. "Kirk?" Vanessa's voice was filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. She turned to me, her eyes wide. "What?" Before I could answer, Kirk spotted us. His smile lit up his face as he strode toward us, extending his arms in a warm greeting.
"Vanessa Hartman. Well, I'll be. It's been forever."
He opened up his arms. "Kirk!" Vanessa practically squealed, throwing her arms around him in a hug. "What are you doing here?"
"I should probably let Roxy explain that."
He laughed, stepping back as his gaze shifted to me. Vanessa turned to me, her mouth slightly open in a silent demand for answers. I shrugged, a sheepish smile creeping on my face. "It's a long story, but basically, Kirk came to town with this great investment opportunity. Turns out it was this spa," I said, not telling her how much I was against it at first. "This spa?" Vanessa's jaw dropped as she looked back at Kirk. "Wait a second. You own the Be Happy Spa?"
"Well,"
Kirk said, scratching the back of his neck with a grin,
"technically, I co-own it with a couple of other investors. But yeah, I run the day-to-day operations."
Vanessa looked back and forth between us, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to form words. "How did I not know this? Roxy, why didn't you tell me?" "It never really came up," I said, laughing softly. "Besides, I figured you'd find out sooner or later." Kirk chuckled.
"It's been great, though. The spa's thriving, and honestly, it's the best decision I ever made. I get to work in a beautiful place, meet amazing people, and
Kirk, honey, there you are. A woman interrupted. We all turned to see a woman walking toward us, her smile radiant as she cradled a baby strapped to her chest in a soft, floral-patterned baby carrier. The baby let out a happy coo, their tiny hands waving in the air.
Jessica,
Kirk said, his voice softening as he reached for her hand.
Vanessa, this is my wife, Jessica, and our baby.
Vanessa's jaw dropped at the sight. I stepped forward, unable to resist the sight of the baby. Oh my goodness, look at this little cutie, I gushed, gently touching the baby's chubby little hand. The baby gripped my finger with surprising strength, and I couldn't help but laugh. I'd not seen them much over the winter. Jessica beamed, her hand resting on Kirk's arm. Thank you, our pride and joy. Vanessa, meanwhile, looked like someone had just told her the sky was green. You're married? She finally managed to say, her voice faltering slightly. Kirk nodded, his expression warm.
Yeah, a few years now. Jessica and I met through a mutual friend. Things just clicked, and here we are.
That's amazing, Vanessa said, her smile strained but sincere. Congratulations, really. Thank you, Jessica said, glancing at Vanessa curiously before turning back to me. How's the coffee shop? All good, I said.
Of course,
Kirk said with a chuckle.
Roxy hasn't changed. All things are always good in her mind.
Jessica gave a light laugh, then she turned to Vanessa and said, It's nice to finally meet you. You too, Vanessa said.
Well,
Kirk said, clapping his hands together.
I've got to finish up some things at the lodge, but if you two are heading up to the spa, let me know if you need anything. And Biscuit?
He whistled Biscuit over, the dog's tail wagging furiously.
Try to stay out of trouble, buddy.
Jessica gave us a polite wave as they turned and headed back down the path, leaving Vanessa and me standing there in stunned silence. Finally, Vanessa turned to me, her voice low. You seriously didn't think to tell me Kirk was running a spa? And married? With a baby? I didn't think it was relevant, I said, trying not to laugh at her expression. Besides, you're the one who introduced us. You should have kept better tabs. And I wanted it to be a surprise. Vanessa groaned, shaking her head. I need a moment to process this. I mean, Kirk of all people. Married. With a baby. In a baby carrier. I bit back a smile, looping my arm through hers. Come on, let's go see if you can find a good place for your magazine spread. I waved my hand as I pretended to fan myself in such greatness. Chapter 6. You should have seen her, I said, balancing on my tiptoes as I hung the spring wreath on the cabin's front door. The pale yellow flowers and green vines looked perfect against the weathered wood. Vanessa was practically glowing, but there was definitely something she wasn't telling me. Patrick didn't answer immediately. He was too busy rocking lazily in one of the rocking chairs, tossing a tennis ball for Pepper and our other dog, Sassy. The dogs darted after it like furry rockets, their paws skidding on the dirt path just beyond the porch. Patrick, I said, dropping the wreath hook into place with a satisfying clink. Are you even listening to me?
Mm-hmm,
he murmured, his eyes tracking the dogs as they barreled back toward him, both vying for the ball.
You were saying something about Vanessa?
I huffed and climbed down the small stool I'd brought outside. Yes, I was saying something about Vanessa. I'm telling you, there's a weird vibe between her and Big Bib. You don't remember anything unusual about them back when I brought her to Honey Springs that summer. Patrick finally looked up, his soft brown eyes meeting mine. His face was calm, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Roxanne, if you recall, you and I weren't exactly on speaking terms back then.
I stopped mid-motion, a decorative pillow in one hand and a plaid blanket in the other. Oh, come on, we were fine. He gave me a knowing look.
You were pretending everything was fine. Poker face of the century. But you and I both know there was some tension.
I wrinkled my nose and tossed the pillow onto one of the rocking chairs. I don't even remember what we were arguing about.
I do,
he said with a grin, grabbing the ball from Pepper's mouth and tossing it again.
But that's neither here nor there. All I know is I wasn't paying much attention to Vanessa or Big Bib. I was too focused on you.
I rolled my eyes, draping the blanket over the back of the other rocking chair. Well, that's not helpful.
Sorry, hon,
Patrick said, leaning back in the chair and eliciting a creak from the wooden slats.
But if you want my opinion, you might be reading too much into it. Big Bib's a quiet guy. Always has been. Doesn't mean there's a deep, dark secret lurking in his past.
I waved him off and stepped back to admire my handiwork. The porch looked perfect, cozy and inviting, with spring flowers in a weathered watering can by the door, soft throw pillows on the rocking chairs, and the scent of freshly potted lavender wafting from the planter box on the railing. Perfect, I declared, brushing my hands together. Now let's head inside before the dogs decide they need a second dinner. Patrick chuckled and stood. Then he grabbed the ball from Sassy and gave her a quick pat.
I'll grab the leftovers.
The two of us stepped into the cabin, the scent of roasted chicken and garlic lingering in the air. The small kitchen, with its pine cabinets and cozy breakfast nook, was bathed in the warm glow of the late afternoon sun streaming through the window. On the little cafe table near the window sat the leftover takeout Patrick had brought home earlier, a container of fried chicken, a small tub of mashed potatoes, and 2 golden rolls. I wandered into the open family room, where the pot-belly stove radiated just enough warmth to keep the chill of the spring evening at bay. The couch, covered in a soft floral throw, faced the coffee table cluttered with books, a half-burned candle, and Patrick's mug from earlier in the day. The space was cozy in the way only a small cabin could be, and I loved every square inch of it. Patrick followed me, setting the leftovers on the table.
You want to warm this up, or should we just dig in cold?
Cold is fine, I said distractedly, glancing at the stairs that led to the lofted bedroom. My mind was still on Vanessa, on the way she looked at Big Bib, and on the unease I couldn't quite shake. I think I'll take some of this to Vanessa, I said suddenly. We've got more than enough, and who knows if she's even eaten yet. Patrick gave me a curious look, but didn't argue.
Take her some rolls, too. Those are the best part.
I smiled, grabbing a container and filling it with chicken, potatoes, and rolls. If Vanessa didn't answer, I'd leave it on the porch. But something told me I needed to see her tonight. Something wasn't sitting right. As I packed up the food, Pepper and Sassy flopped down on the rug by the stove, their tails thumping lazily against the floor. Patrick pulled a beer from the refrigerator and leaned against the counter, watching me with quiet amusement.
You are not going to let this go, are you?
He asked. Not a chance, I said, closing the container with a snap. Call it intuition.
Go on, then. I'll be here with the dogs if you need backup.
Patrick just smiled and took a sip of his beer. Thanks, sweetheart, I said, grabbing the container and heading for the door. Whatever Vanessa was hiding, I was determined to find out, and tonight felt like the right time to start. I eased my little car out of the driveway, glancing in the rearview mirror one last time. Patrick was probably already settled on the couch, with Pepper and Sassy sprawled at his feet, their full bellies and the warmth of the stove lulling them into an evening nap. The thought made me smile. That little cabin might be small, but it was filled with more love and comfort than I ever imagined possible. I turned left toward town, and dusk was settling over Honey Springs like a soft blanket, casting the world in shades of lavender and gold. The towering trees hung over the curvy road, their branches arching overhead like a natural cathedral. Spring was in full bloom. and the tender green leaves glistened in the fading light, the occasional redbud tree adding a pop of pink to the scenery. Here and there, I caught glimpses of Lake Honey Springs through the trees, the water shimmering with the reflection of the evening sky. With my windows down, I caught a few whiffs of the breeze carrying the faint scent of blooming wildflowers and freshly turned earth, a reminder that winter had finally loosened its grip. As I reached the outskirts of town, the road straightened, and right before I got to the boardwalk, I turned left onto Main Street, my heart swelling at the sight of my beloved town. Honey Springs was everything a small southern town should be. Charming, welcoming, and impossibly picturesque. The street lights, each one topped with a quaint iron lantern, flickered on one by one. Hanging baskets, overflowing with colorful spring flowers, dangled from the light posts, their petals swaying in the gentle wind. A soft hum of activity filled the air as the last few shoppers and restaurant-goers lingered on the sidewalk in front of the park, their laughter and conversations reaching me inside my car. Each storefront along Main was unique, painted in cheerful pastel colors and with ornate window displays that hinted at the treasures inside. The real estate building, with its old-fashioned sign and twinkling fairy lights in the window, told me Mama had long gone home. Above the downtown shops, flower boxes on second-story windows brimmed with geraniums and petunias, their bright hues softened by the dimming light. In the town's centerpiece, Central Park, the white gazebo glowed softly under strings of twinkling lights draped through the budding trees. A small group of kids played tag on the lawn, their laughter ringing out like music, while an older couple strolled hand in hand along the park's winding paths. The scene could have been pulled straight from a Norman Rockwell painting. I slowed as I approached one of the side streets Vanessa had mentioned. The Airbnb was tucked into a quiet residential area just off Main. Turning down the street, I couldn't help but admire the cozy little houses lining the way. Each one had its own personality, some with wide porches adorned with rocking chairs, others with charming shutters painted in shades of blue and green. Wrought iron fences edged the sidewalks, and daffodils peeked out from the flower beds, their cheery yellow blooms catching the last rays of sunlight. I wouldn't mind living here one day if Patrick and I were lucky enough to start a family, but for now, I really loved my cozy cabin. Pulling into the driveway of the Airbnb, I turned off the engine and sat for a moment, taking in the side of the house. It was a sweet little place, with a wraparound porch and a porch swing that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The string lights wound around the railing gave it a welcoming feel. After gathering the container of leftovers, I stepped out of the car, my shoes crunching softly on the driveway. The house was quiet, the only sound the chirping of crickets and the faint rustle of leaves in the trees above. I made my way up the porch steps, hesitating for a moment before knocking lightly on the door. "Vanessa?" I called, leaning slightly to peer through the window. The curtains were drawn, and the porch light put a shadow across the interior. I knocked again, louder this time, but there was no answer. My brow furrowed as I reached for the doorknob, my heart skipping a beat when I found it slightly ajar. Vanessa had mentioned the Airbnb had a keypad lock, so the door being unlocked felt off. "Vanessa?" I called again, pushing the door open cautiously. The inside of the house was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from a small lamp on the entryway table. My gaze swept the room, taking in the neat, cozy decor, a plush couch with colorful throw pillows, a woven area rug, and a coffee table topped with magazines and a half-empty wine bottle. The wine bottle caught my attention immediately. Beside it sat a single wine glass. Vanessa had told me she wasn't drinking due to the photo shoot. So why was it here? My heart thudded in my chest, and I stepped further into the house. the container of food forgotten in my hand. Something wasn't right. When I noticed the faint sound of running water coming from the bathroom, I knew she was taking one of her famous baths. I hesitated for a moment, my breath catching in my throat. The sound of the water was steady, punctuated only by the occasional drip of condensation hitting the tile. Steam seeped from the slightly ajar bathroom door, curling into the hallway like ghostly tendrils. "Vanessa?" My voice wavered as I stepped closer, my pulse pounding in my ears. I knocked gently on the bathroom door, but it creaked open an inch, pushed by the force of the steam. "Vanessa, are you okay?" No response. The humid air hit me as I nudged the door open a little farther. That was when I saw it. A foot, motionless, peeking out from behind the door. "Vanessa!" I cried, my heart leaping into my throat. The container of food slipped from my grasp, hitting the floor with a dull thud as its lid popped off, scattering fried chicken and rolls across the tile. I shoved the door open, my scream echoing in the small bathroom as I took in the scene. Vanessa lay on the floor, her eyes open but unseeing, her golden hair damp and clinging to her face. The bathroom was a haze of steam, the shower still running at full blast, water pooling on the tiles. The mirror above the sink was completely fogged, save for one patch where a message had been written in the condensation. My knees buckled as I stared at her lifeless form, my chest tightening with a mix of grief and shock. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "No, no, no, no." Chapter 7. The room was suffocating, the thick steam in the air clinging to my skin like a wet blanket. I dropped to my knees beside Vanessa, my hands trembling as I reached for her wrist, desperate to find even the faintest sign of life. Her skin was warm from the steam, but it was the stillness that broke me. No breath, no fluttering pulse under my fingertips, just silence. A sob caught in my throat, and I pressed my palm against my mouth, forcing myself to stay calm. I knew she was gone, but the realization hit like a gut punch, sharp and unrelenting. I staggered to my feet, needing air, but unable to pull my eyes away from the mirror above the sink. The fog clung to the glass, but the message that had been smeared into it read, 7 months. 7 months? I murmured, my voice barely audible over the rushing water. My heart pounded as my mind raced. What did it mean? Was it a clue? A message meant for me? My thoughts tangled as I scanned the room for anything that would make sense of what I was seeing. That was when I spotted her phone on the bathroom counter. The screen was still on, the camera app open. It looked as if she'd been about to take a picture. Or had she already taken one? I grabbed the phone, staring at it as if it might give me answers, but my fingers froze. I realized I couldn't touch anything else. Not yet. This was bigger than me. My breaths came faster, panic clawing its way through me, and I fumbled for my own phone. I dialed 911, and my fingers were slick with sweat and trembling as I held it to my ear. "Honey Springs Sheriff's Department, this is Gloria Day," came the no-nonsense voice of the town's longtime dispatch operator. "Gloria?" I said, my voice cracking. "It's Roxy. I'm at Vanessa Hartman's rental on Golden Hive Road. She's dead." "What?" Gloria's tone shifted immediately, her professionalism taking over. "Roxy, I need you to take a deep breath and tell me exactly what happened." "I don't know," I said, trying to steady my voice. "I came to bring her some food, and the door was open. I found her in the bathroom. She's not breathing, Gloria. She's gone." "All right, stay calm, hon," Gloria said, her voice softening. "The sheriff's on his way. You stay put, you hear me? Don't touch anything else." "I won't," I promised, though I couldn't stop glancing at Vanessa.
Her golden hair spread across the tiles like a cruel halo. "Please, hurry." "We're coming," Gloria assured me. "Just sit tight." I lowered the phone, my hands shaking. Then I heard it, a sharp gasp from behind me. "Oh, my God, Roxanne Bloom, what have you done?" I whipped around to see Loretta Beebe standing in the doorway, her mouth agape and a massive bouquet of flowers in her hands. She was so perfectly Loretta, her short black hair impeccably styled, her tanned face framed by a string of pearls, and her wide eyes as dramatic as ever. "Loretta?" I stammered, still clutching my phone. "What are you doing here?" Her gaze darted from me to Vanessa's lifeless form on the floor, and she stepped back, her hand flying to her chest. "I was dropping off a welcome bouquet for that fancy perfume model. And now?" She looked at me, her voice dropping to a horrified whisper. "Now I walk in to find this? Roxy, what have you done?" The bouquet slipped from her hands, the flowers scattering across the floor, their petals mixing with the steam and pooling water. Her dramatic outburst was almost too much for my already fraying nerves. "Loretta, I didn't do anything," I said firmly, though my voice wavered. "I just got here, and she was already—" She raised a trembling hand to stop me, her head shaking furiously. "Don't say it! Don't you dare say it! Oh, this is gonna be the scandal of the century! Lord have mercy!" "Loretta," I snapped, louder this time, "you need to calm down. The sheriff's on his way, and I need you to—" "I am calm," she interrupted, though her wide eyes snapped and her flapping hands suggested otherwise. "But you better believe I'm going to tell him how I found you." I pinched the bridge of my nose, willing myself to stay patient. Loretta meant well, but her knack for stirring the pot was the last thing I needed right now. "Loretta, please," I said, lowering my voice. "I need you to stay out of the bathroom and just wait here. Sheriff Spencer will handle this." She gave me a look that was part horror, part suspicion, and part sheer curiosity. "Fine," she said with a huff, stepping back toward the living room. "But don't you think for a second I'm leaving. Not until I find out what happened." I glanced back at Vanessa, the message on the mirror still visible through the thinning steam. Though Gloria told me not to touch anything, I did bend over Vanessa and turn off the water. And did something else I knew I shouldn't have. Picked up Vanessa's cell phone. When I did, I noticed the photo she was going to take was in the form of a text message and the recipient. Me. That shower message was for me. But what was 7 months? "Roxanne, you better get in here," Loretta screamed from down the hall. "The sheriff just pulled in." With Vanessa's cell phone in my hand, I walked down the hall, trying to suck in a few deep breaths so I could at least gather some wits about me. The headlights from the sheriff's truck cut through the window, along with the night's growing darkness. "Roxy?" Sheriff Spencer Shepard's deep, commanding voice could silence a room with just a word. "She's in there," I said, my voice trembling despite my efforts to steady it, and pointed down the hall toward the bathroom. Loretta, still hovering, threw her hands dramatically. "Thank goodness you're here, Sheriff. I walked in on this whole mess, and—" "Loretta?" Spencer interrupted, his tone firm but calm as he stepped inside. He filled the doorway, his broad shoulders and sandy blonde hair catching the dim light. His deep green eyes swept the room before landing on me. "Let me handle this." Loretta pursed her lips but stepped back, muttering something about the scandal of the century under her breath as she picked at the pearls around her neck. Spencer's gaze softened slightly when he looked at me. "You all right?" he asked. I nodded, though my stomach churned. I didn't know what to do. I called Gloria as soon as I realized." My voice cracked, and I gestured toward the bathroom. Spencer's jaw tightened, and he moved past me, his boots echoing on the hardwood floor. He stopped at the bathroom door, taking in the scene with a practiced eye. His expression didn't waver, but I could see the muscles in his neck tense as he processed what he was looking at. He turned back to me. "You didn't touch anything, did you?" I hesitated, guilt twisting in my chest. "Just the water. I turned it off. And her phone. But I didn't... I held out the phone, taking a couple steps down the hall toward him. Spencer held up a hand to stop me. "It's okay. You just stay right there." Of course I didn't. I eased down the hall. He'd already stepped into the bathroom and was crouched down beside Vanessa's body. The sight made my stomach lurch, and I turned away, my hands shaking as I clutched the back of a chair for support. Loretta, ever the queen of dramatics, gasped loudly from her spot near the doorway. "Sheriff, you don't think Roxy—" "Loretta," Spencer said sharply, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Enough." She clamped her mouth shut, but her wide eyes and raised eyebrows made it clear she wasn't going anywhere. After a few long moments, Spencer stood and crossed back to me. He kept his voice low, calm. "Roxy, I'm going to need you to tell me everything, from the beginning. Start with why you came here tonight." He gestured me into the Airbnb's kitchen and pointed for me to sit at the table. I nodded, swallowing hard. "I brought her some food. Patrick brought too much home, and I thought she might not have eaten yet. When I got here, the door was ajar, and—" I trailed off, gesturing toward the bathroom. There was some rumbling out in the front room before a couple of the sheriff's deputies poked their heads into the kitchen to let Spencer know they were there before they headed down the hall to start processing the scene. "And the phone?" Spencer pressed, his eyes narrowing slightly. I hesitated again, the memory of that unsent text burning in my mind. It was on the counter, and the camera was open. I just picked it up to see if there was something she was trying to... I shook my head. "I don't know. I wasn't thinking." Spencer's gaze softened, but only slightly. "It's okay. Just don't touch anything else." I nodded, crossing my arms tightly over my chest. "Spencer, the message on the mirror. Did you see it?" He nodded, his expression unreadable. "I did." "I'm not sure what it means, but from the phone, she was taking a photo of it to send to me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you know why?" he asked. "When we lived together in college, she was notorious for taking these long baths, so tonight's nothing different than I've always known her to do." I couldn't help but offer a very weak smile as I recalled the mirror messages. It drove me crazy because I wanted to talk to her and hang out, but she wanted those long baths. So as a joke, I started to leave messages for her on the bathroom mirror. I knew she'd read them when it steamed up. I shrugged. It actually became fun to leave messages, to encourage her, and it just kind of became a game. I gulped, remembering an earlier conversation we had today. Just this afternoon, she reminded me of the steamed mirror messages, and now this. "Do you know what she meant by 7 months?" he asked. "No, but I intend to find out," I said in a matter-of-fact voice that confirmed I was not going to sit idly by and wait to find out what had happened to her. "No, you're not." He shook his head. "We don't even know what happened to her. Did she have a heart episode?
Did she fall? Hit her head?
He glanced back toward the bathroom. But I was with her earlier, and she was completely healthy, I protested.
Roxy, I need you to head home. I'll take it from here.
But I started to protest, but the look in his eyes stopped me.
I know this is hard,
he said, his voice softening just enough to let me know he understood.
But I need you to trust me. I'll call you if I need anything.
I nodded reluctantly, my mind swirling with questions as I got up from the chair and stepped toward the front room. Loretta, never one to miss an opportunity for theatrics, followed me out, muttering something about needing a stiff drink after all this. Both of us stopped abruptly, Loretta grabbing my arm when we had to step out of the way of Kevin Roberts, the county coroner, and his gurney. Without so much as a glance in our direction, he wheeled the thing right on past us, his expression grim and focused.
Well, I never! That boy's mama would be ashamed of him.
Loretta's mouth dropped open, and she let out an exaggerated huff.
Can you believe it, Roxy? Raised in a good Southern home, and he can't even muster a pardon me for two ladies standing in his way? Manners must have gotten buried with his Sunday shoes.
Despite the heaviness in my chest, a flicker of a smile tugged at my lips. Loretta, he's just doing his job, I sighed. She planted a hand on her hip, still staring after him.
Well, I reckon he could do it with a little more charm. A nod, a tip of the hat, something.
Kevin disappeared down the hall, oblivious to her commentary, and Loretta shook her head with a dramatic sigh.
Men like that make me wonder what this world's coming to, she tisked.
Loretta, I said, nudging her gently toward the door, let's just go. She grumbled all the way from the porch to her fancy red Cadillac, muttering something about Kevin's mama needing to bake him a pie and give him a lesson in courtesy. I let her rant, knowing it was her way of filling the silence, but my thoughts were elsewhere, on the mirror, the message, and the promise I'd just made to myself. I was going to find out what 7 months meant, no matter what it took. Chapter 8. Last night was the longest night I'd ever had. After getting home and telling Patrick everything, I sat on the couch, staring into space long after he'd gone to bed. 3 hours passed before I even considered trying to sleep. I checked my phone at least a dozen times, hoping, praying that Vanessa had sent me a text before she died. Maybe there was something I'd missed in all the chaos. But there was nothing. Just that cryptic message on the mirror. 7 months. The words circled endlessly in my mind, refusing to let me rest. What did she mean? 7 months to live? Had she been ill? Was she quitting her job? Or was it something entirely unrelated? The possibilities were endless, and each one felt more haunting than the last. What if it had nothing to do with her at all? 7 months of what? A warning? A countdown? The questions gnawed at me like a dog with a bone, and long before the first hints of dawn began to stretch across the sky, I gave up. Sleep wasn't going to happen, not with this weight on my chest. I grabbed my keys and slipped out the door, Pepper trotting eagerly beside me. The air was crisp and damp as I climbed into my car, the faint smell of dew and budding leaves wafting through the open window. The drive to the Bean Hive was a quiet one, the world still wrapped in a velvet darkness of early morning. My headlights cut through the mist as I turned into the small parking lot between the Cocoon Hotel and the boardwalk. As soon as I opened the car door, Pepper darted out, his little schnauzer legs moving faster than I could keep up. "Pepper!" I called, jogging after him. But he was already bounding up near the boardwalk, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. By the time I caught up, He'd made a beeline for the marina. A single dock light illuminated the rows of boats bobbing gently in the water, and there, standing in the glow, was Big Bib. His broad silhouette was unmistakable, even in the dim light. He was leaning against a piling, sipping from a steaming mug, his expression distant. Pepper ran straight to him, tail wagging like they were old friends. Bib looked down, startled at first, but then bent to give Pepper a rough pat on the head. "Pepper," he said, his deep voice echoing slightly across the water, "what are you doing out here this early? And where's your mama?" "That would be me," I called as I walked up, my breath puffing in the cool air. Bib straightened, the faintest glimmer of surprise flashing across his face. "Sorry, he got away from me." "What are you doing here at this hour, Roxy?" Bib asked, his dark eyes narrowing as he set his mug on a nearby crate. "It's not even 4:30 yet." He pulled his phone out to clearly see he was right. I hesitated for a moment before blurting out the truth. "Vanessa Hartman is dead." His reaction was subtle but unmistakable. His shoulders stiffened, and his hand hovered near the mug as though he didn't know what to do with it. "Dead?" he echoed, his voice low and gravelly. "She was found in the Airbnb last night, in the bathroom." I kept my eyes on him, searching for any flicker of recognition or guilt, but he didn't look at me. His gaze was fixed on the water, his jaw tight. "I don't know anything about that," he said finally, his tone curt. I frowned. "I didn't ask you if you did, but your reaction tells me you know more than you're letting on. Bib, if there's something you're not telling me..." I started to go down that path. "Roxy," he interrupted, his voice sharp enough to make me flinch. "I said I don't know anything, and that's the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do." He clearly wasn't going to say anything more, and as much as I hated to admit it, I wasn't going to get anything out of him tonight. "Come on, Pepper," I said, my voice tight. "Let's go." Pepper gave Bib one last wag of his tail before following me back toward the boardwalk. I didn't look back, but I could feel Bib's eyes on me until we disappeared into the shadows. By the time we reached the Bean Hive, the sky was starting to lighten, the faintest streaks of pink and gold creeping over the horizon. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, only to stop dead in my tracks. I felt like I'd walked into a flower shop. Every available surface, tables, counters, even the pie case, was covered in bouquets. Roses, tulips, lilies. The air was heavy with the sweet scent of blooms, and for a moment I thought I'd walked into the wrong place. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, but the flowers didn't disappear. Pepper barked softly, his nose twitching as he sniffed the nearest bouquet. "Am I losing it?" I muttered to myself, flipping on the lights as I stepped further into the shop. The full scope of the floral invasion came into view. There were vases, baskets, and even a few mason jars filled with blossoms, all neatly arranged like some sort of garden explosion. "What in the world?" I whispered, half expecting a note or explanation to magically appear. But there was nothing, just flowers, flowers, and more flowers. I had no idea what had taken place, but there was no way I could even try to figure it out before I had a cup of coffee. Most mornings I did my usual routine. I would take a look around to make sure the closing employees had restocked all the condiment items on the tables, the coffee bar, and the tea bar before I flipped on the industrial coffee pots behind the counter to get them brewing for the complimentary coffee bar the Cocoon Hotel offered in their hospitality room. Then I would head back to the kitchen, turn the ovens on, and retrieve the frozen and limited menu options I offered to customers to go along with their coffee or tea.
"Squawk! Bless your heart, Roxy, but this is a disaster."
Clyde the parrot screeched from his perch near the counter, his head tilting dramatically to the side, as if to emphasize his point. I groaned, my suspicions instantly confirmed. "Loretta," I muttered under my breath, shaking my head as I went to check on him. Of course, this has her name written all over it. "The Bean Hive needs to be spring-tastic," Clyde mimicked in a pitch-perfect version of Loretta's southern drawl. "A magazine's comin', and Honey Springs has to sparkle." I paused mid-step, narrowing my eyes at him. Did she actually say that, Clyde? "If you're not festive, you're forgotten," Clyde added, flapping his wings for emphasis before settling back down with a satisfied squawk. I sighed, leaning my elbows on the counter. Great. So now I'm competing with Loretta's imaginary decorating committee. Fantastic. "Vanessa Hartman could have gone anywhere, but she came here," he declared proudly, as if he were personally responsible for the decision. "Oh, Clyde," I sighed. "If you only knew." I picked up a little bit of the special treat Louise had left for him in his bag, and by the way he bobbed his head up and down, I could tell he knew exactly what I'd gotten out. "You nibble on that, while I try to figure out what I need to do here." I sighed, setting the treat down for Clyde, who immediately began pecking at it with enthusiastic approval. Pepper, sitting obediently next to his bowl by the counter, tilted his head at me as if to say, "What about me?" "I guess you want to eat early too," I said with a smile, filling his bowl before turning back to the mound of chores awaiting me. Between the unexpected flower explosion and trying to sort out my own thoughts about Vanessa, I had a long morning ahead of me. I was halfway through wiping down the chalkboard menus when the doorbell jangled and in swept Aunt Maxie, her presence as big and bold as ever. She paused in the doorway, taking one long, dramatic look around the flower-filled coffee shop. "Well, bless my soul," she said, her voice tinged with playful disbelief. "I feel like I just stepped inside an Easter bonnet." I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head as I set the rag down. "Good morning to you too, Aunt Maxie." She waved a gloved hand, her bangles jangling as she did so. "Good morning, my foot. This place looks like the Easter bunny had himself a tantrum. What on earth happened in here?" "Loretta," I said flatly, gesturing to the flowers with an exasperated sigh. She decided the Bean Hive needed to be spring-tastic because a magazine might mention us, thanks to Vanessa. Aunt Maxie said, her lips twitching as she surveyed the floral invasion. "I guess this is her way of outdoing herself after last year's pumpkin fiasco." I raised an eyebrow. "You mean when she spray-painted all the pumpkins gold and then blamed the squirrels for the mess?" "That's the one," Aunt Maxie winked, her bright red lipstick standing out against her pale complexion. Her wild curls, somewhere between gray and white, framed her face like a lion's mane, and she was wearing one of her signature pattern blouses, this one featuring brightly colored tulips. "So, you planning on opening a flower shop now, or do I still get my coffee?" I laughed despite myself. "Coffee's coming right up, but don't trip over a bouquet on your way to the counter." Aunt Maxie sauntered over, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She stood beside Pepper, giving him a quick scratch behind the ears, before leaning an elbow on the counter. "All right, Roxy, spill it. You look like you've been run over by a lawnmower, and I don't think it's because Loretta tried to turn your shop into a botanical garden." She eyeballed me. I hesitated. My hands were busy refilling the sugar dispensers as I debated how much to tell her. Aunt Maxie was more than just my aunt. She was my confidant, the reason I'd moved to Honey Springs in the first place. If anyone could help me make sense of things, she could. "It's Vanessa," I said finally, my voice quiet. "She's gone." Aunt Maxie froze, her hand halfway to the sugar jar. "Gone where?" she asked, her brows furrowing. "Vanessa Hartman? What do you mean?" I hesitated, realizing I hadn't even told Aunt Maxie that Vanessa was in town. "She came into town for a photo shoot," I began, setting the rag down on the counter. "You remember Vanessa, don't you? My college roommate." "Of course I do," Aunt Maxie said, still looking confused. "But I didn't know she was here. Why didn't you tell me? I'd have whipped up something nice for her, or at least slapped some lipstick on." I let out a shaky laugh despite myself. It all happened so fast. She showed up yesterday morning at the Bean Hive, and we barely had time to catch up before... I trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. I gestured around the coffee shop. "That's why Loretta made spring vomit in here?" She rolled her eyes and sighed. I pinched my lips together and nodded. Aunt Maxie's expression softened as understanding dawned. "Oh, honey," she said gently, reaching across the counter to pat my hand. "I'm so sorry. What happened?" "I found her last night," I said, the words sticking in my throat. "At the Airbnb where she was staying. She was in the bathroom. She was gone, Maxie. Just gone." Aunt Maxie's lips pressed into a thin line, and she leaned against the counter, her usual flamboyance dimmed by the weight of the news. "And you have no idea what happened? She wasn't sick, was she?" she asked, taking me into her arms, which felt so comforting. "No, not that I know of," I said, hugging her tighter. "But there was something strange. She left a message on the bathroom mirror. It said 7 months. "7 months?" Aunt Maxie repeated, her brows arching as we pulled away. "What in the world does that mean?" "I don't know," I admitted. "She didn't get a chance to explain. And then there's her phone. She was trying to take a picture of the message to send to me when..." My voice cracked, and I took a deep breath to steady myself. "I don't know what it means, Maxie, but I can't stop thinking about it." Aunt Maxie was quiet for a moment, her sharp eyes studying me carefully. "This town has a way of stirring up more questions than answers," she said finally, "which means you're going to be busier than a one-legged man in a kicking contest." "Isn't that the truth?" I murmured, glancing around the coffee shop as the morning sunlight began to filter through the windows, casting long beams across the wooden floors. One thing I'd learned quickly about Honey Springs was that nothing brought people together quite like a crime, or even the hint of one. The townsfolk's interest didn't seem like just natural curiosity either. It was something deeper, something about small towns and the way they hummed with a collective need to connect, to understand. And the Bean Hive? Well, it was the perfect place for all of that. People didn't come here just for the coffee, though I'd like to think my blends had something to do with it. They came because the coffee had a way of making people linger, of coaxing out stories and shared secrets. A warm cup in hand gave folks an excuse to sit down, to talk, to listen. Coffee was something comforting, familiar, like a good friend who didn't judge. And on mornings like this, when the air was heavy with whispers of what had happened to Vanessa, I knew the Bean Hive would be buzzing with more than just the grinding of beans. "Nothing better for business than a bit of mystery, huh?" Aunt Maxie said, as if reading my mind. Her sharp eyes scanned the floral overload with a knowing gleam. "And if I know this town, and I do, you'll have half of Honey Springs in here by noon, sipping coffee they don't even like, just so they can be part of the action." "That's fine with me," I said, a faint smile tugging at my lips. The more they talk, the more I listen. Maybe someone saw Vanessa yesterday, or saw something that could help me piece together what happened. People say things when they don't think anyone's paying attention. "Look at you!" Aunt Maxie raised a brow, clearly impressed.
channeling your inner Matlock. Just don't get too cozy, honey. Listening and gossiping are two different things, and this town loves to blur the line.
Don't worry, Aunt Maxie. I've mastered the art of nodding without actually saying a word. Let them talk. I'll keep my ears open. I laughed softly, wiping down the counter.
And your mouth shut, Aunt Maxie added with a wink. Smart girl. Now, where's my coffee? I'll need it if I'm going to sit here and watch the circus roll in.
I chuckled, heading to the coffee bar to pour her a cup. As I worked, the familiar rhythm of the shop started to soothe my nerves. The hiss of the steam wand, the earthy aroma of the fresh grounds, and the quiet hum of the refrigerator. The routine reminded me that even when everything else felt uncertain, some things never changed. By the time I set Aunt Maxie's coffee in front of her, I could hear the faint sound of footsteps outside. The first of many, I was sure.
We don't have much time before you open, and this place looks like a floral explosion waiting to swallow us whole.
Aunt Maxie glanced at the clock on the wall, then back at me. I grabbed a stray vase from the counter. Tell that to Loretta. She's probably already planning her next decoration blitz, I groaned. Aunt Maxie rolled her eyes and swatted a cluster of tulips off a chair.
That woman needs a hobby that doesn't involve terrorizing other people's businesses.
As I tried to clear some space on the pie case, a sharp knock on the door startled us both. Aunt Maxie stopped mid-swat and turned toward the sound, her hands on her hips.
"Hold your horses!"
she yelled, marching toward the door with her usual flair.
"Can't a woman have her coffee in peace before y'all start pounding on the glass?"
I smirked as I moved behind the counter, but my amusement was short-lived. When Aunt Maxie opened the door, her sharp, "What now?" turned into a softer,
"Oh, Sheriff. Well, good morning to you."
Sheriff Spencer Shepherd stepped inside, his broad frame and calm presence filling the room. His green eyes flicked toward me, his expression serious.
"Morning, Maxie. Roxy."
He took his sheriff's hat off. The weight in his voice sent a chill down my spine. "Morning, Sheriff," I said, wiping my hands on a towel. "You're here early." Aunt Maxie swatted a stray flower arrangement out of the way to clear his path.
Come in, come in. Don't mind the chaos. Roxy's been trapped in Loretta's idea of springtime gone wild," she told him.
Spencer offered a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"Thanks, Maxie."
She nodded toward the counter.
"You want a coffee, Sheriff? You look like you could use a cup."
"Appreciate it, but no,"
Spencer said, his gaze locking on mine.
"Roxy, I came by to talk to you about Vanessa."
"What about her?" My stomach sank. Spencer took a breath, his jaw tightening.
"Kevin finished the initial autopsy report late last night. The cause of death wasn't natural. Vanessa was poisoned."
His words stabbed me. The room was silent, except for the faint hum of the coffee grinder. Aunt Maxie stood frozen near the door, her face pale with shock. "Poisoned?" I repeated, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. Spencer nodded, his expression grim.
"It's preliminary, but Kevin found traces of a substance in her system consistent with poisoning. He's running more tests to determine exactly what it was."
I sank onto one of the stools by the counter, my mind racing. Poison. It was such a deliberate, cruel way to kill someone. How? I mean, when? She was fine when I saw her yesterday morning. I blinked a few times. Spencer's gaze softened slightly, but his voice remained steady.
"That's what we're trying to figure out. Do you remember what she ate or drank while she was here?"
I shook my head, trying to recall every detail. She said she was on a strict diet because of the photo shoot. We had burgers and fries from the In-N-Out, I recalled. Maxie, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke.
"You don't think someone poisoned her, do you?"
"It's too early to say for sure. We're looking into everything. where she went, who she saw. That's why I came here. I need to know if Vanessa mentioned anything unusual yesterday. Anything at all?" he asked.
I thought back to our conversation, the way she seemed so excited to be in Honey Springs, but also hesitant, like she was holding something back. "She talked about the shoot," I said slowly, "about how she wanted to go to the Be Happy spa and check out locations, but she didn't say anything that seemed off. Not really." Spencer studied me for a moment, then nodded.
"If you think of anything else, anything at all, let me know. This wasn't random, Roxy. Someone wanted her gone."
The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and ominous. I nodded, my resolve hardening. "I will."
"Sorry for interrupting your morning," he said.
"You're just doing your job, Sheriff. But I'll tell you this. Poison? In Honey Springs? This town's about to lose its mind,"
Aunt Maxie noted. And just as the door closed behind Spencer, Aunt Maxie hightailed it past me at the counter, turning her head as she pushed through the swinging door between the kitchen and the shop.
"It looks like we've got a murder to solve. I'll grab the board."
"I'm going to find out who did this. For Vanessa," I said, my voice steady despite the fear creeping into my chest. Chapter 9.
"What do we know?"
Aunt Maxie had cleared off the kitchen island and gotten it all set up like some sort of detective agency, with the whiteboard and dry erase markers at the ready. She'd written down Vanessa's name in the middle with what looked to me like octopus arms jutting out from her name. She'd even gone so far as to go into my office and not only print off Vanessa's profile photo from her social media, but also the profile photos of every single person who worked for the fragrance company.
"We know some of these people are here in Honey Springs, which makes me believe one of them did it."
Aunt Maxie sorted through all the photos.
"No one here in Honey Springs knew her but you and me, and we both know we didn't do it."
The slight, unusual movement I made as I put honey buns into the oven caught Aunt Maxie's keen eye.
"What was that?"
she blurted out.
"I saw you flinch ever so slightly."
I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and let go of a long sigh as I shut the oven door. "I'm not sure if I can even bring myself to say it," I said, and turned around, my eyebrows pinched together.
"You better spill it, Roxanne Bloom Kane,"
Aunt Maxie said, her voice sharp enough to cut through steel. I hesitated, leaning back against the counter as the honey-sweet aroma of the buns started to fill the room. "It's Big Bib," I admitted finally, the words tasting strange as they left my mouth.
"Big Bib?"
Aunt Maxie repeated, her brows shooting up so high they nearly disappeared into her curls.
"What's he got to do with Vanessa?"
I crossed my arms tightly over my chest, as if that could hold in the confusion swirling inside me. This morning, when I ran into him at the marina, he acted weird, like really weird. He didn't even ask me what happened or how I was holding up. He just shut me down the second I brought Vanessa up. Aunt Maxie's gaze sharpened, and she tilted her head slightly.
And
I took a deep breath. They were weird with each other yesterday, too. When Vanessa and I walked to the marina to catch the ferry, they acted like they'd seen a ghost, barely said 2 words to each other, and then just ignored each other completely. Aunt Maxie murmured, tapping the dry erase marker against her chin.
"And you didn't think to mention this until now?"
"I didn't think it mattered," I said defensively. "I mean, Vanessa barely knew him. They met once back when she came home with me from college. That was it." I watched as Aunt Maxie's posture shifted. She straightened up on the stool, her shoulders stiffening and her eyes narrowing slightly, like a hawk spotting prey.
"Is that what she told you?"
"What do you mean?" I asked, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. She let out a small, tight laugh, shaking her head. "Oh, Roxanne, you sweet, naive girl. You really think Vanessa Hartman, queen of drama and intrigue, just happened to stop seeing Big Bib after one little introduction?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice rising slightly. Aunt Maxie set the marker down and leaned forward, her expression suddenly serious. "Do you remember that night, back when she was here in college? You were fast asleep, and I got up to use the bathroom. When I looked outside, there was a light on near the end of the driveway. It was Bib's truck. And Vanessa, she was in it." "What?" I whispered, my mouth going dry. "They were kissing," Aunt Maxie said bluntly, folding her arms as if to brace herself for my reaction. "I didn't say anything at the time, but the next day I confronted Vanessa about it. She begged me not to tell you and said it was just a bit of fun and didn't mean anything. I figured it was harmless, so I let it go." "Harmless?" I stared at her, stunned. "Maxie, she was my college best friend. How could you not tell me?" "Because she was your best friend," Aunt Maxie shot back, "and because she swore it was over. But there's the thing, Roxy. She started coming to Honey Springs a lot after that, without you. And from what I could tell, she and Bib were hot and heavy for a while." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Vanessa and Bib? My mind raced as I tried to reconcile the image of my college roommate with the burly marina owner I thought I knew. So what? She just lied to me? Pretended we were friends while she was sneaking around with Bib? Aunt Maxie's face softened slightly. "Honey, I don't think it was about lying to you. Vanessa was complicated. She had secrets, always did. But I'll tell you this much. If Bib's acting strange now, maybe it's because those secrets caught up to him." She pretty much pointed to him as a suspect. I chewed on my lip, the pieces of the puzzle shifting uneasily in my mind. Vanessa's odd behavior, Bib's coldness, the message on the mirror. "What if Bib did it?" I whispered, the words barely audible. "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Aunt Maxie's eyes locked onto mine, and she nodded slowly. The realization hit me like a freight train. I couldn't ignore the way Bib had acted this morning, the tension in his voice, the way he'd refused to talk about Vanessa. If anyone had answers, Bib did. I straightened, determination hardening in my chest. "I have to go see him," I said firmly. "Roxanne," Aunt Maxie warned, her voice tinged with concern. "Be careful. If Bib's hiding something, he's not going to just hand it over." "I know," I said, grabbing my jacket, "but I can't sit here and do nothing. If Bib knows something about Vanessa, I need to find out what it is." Aunt Maxie watched me for a long moment, then sighed and reached for her coffee. "Just don't go poking the bear unless you're ready for it to poke back. And if you need backup, you know where to find me." I managed a small smile, grateful for her unwavering support. "I'll be careful," I promised, though the knot of uncertainty in my stomach told me this was only the beginning. Maybe I'll stop by the marina on my way back from seeing Kami. I pushed through the swinging kitchen door and grabbed the couple of carafes of coffee for the Cocoon Hotel. Chapter 10. I stepped out of the Bean Hive, the carafes of coffee balanced in one hand and Pepper's leash in the other. The morning sun glinted off the lake, the surface rippling gently in the breeze. The marina stretched out before me, the soft clinking of boats against their docks creating a soothing rhythm. It was quiet now, with only a few fishermen moving about, preparing for the day. Big Bib's boat was still moored, and though I felt a flicker of curiosity, I pushed it aside, one thing at a time. "Come on, Pepper," I said, tugging lightly on his leash. He gave a happy bark and trotted alongside me, his nose twitching as he took in the familiar smells of the boardwalk. The path along the lake was shaded by a canopy of budding trees, their branches swaying gently above us. The faint smell of spring flowers mixed with the earthy scent of the lake, and I couldn't help but take a deep breath, letting the freshness clear some of the lingering tension in my chest. The Cocoon Hotel came into view as I rounded the bend, its white brick exterior gleaming against the backdrop of trees and sky. The double porches stretched across both stories, their railings adorned with hanging ferns and bright spring flowers. The sight was like something out of a storybook, a perfect blend of history and charm. "Good morning, Roxy," Kami called as I stepped onto the wide porch, her crimson hair catching the sunlight. She stood by the open front door, a welcoming smile on her face. Today she wore a pair of slim white capris and a flowy lavender blouse that looked like it had been made just for her. Around her neck was a pearl necklace, classic and timeless, much like Kami herself. "Morning," I said, returning her smile, as Pepper sniffed eagerly at the base of the porch steps. I thought I'd drop off the coffee before things got too hectic. "You're a lifesaver," Kami said, holding the door open as I stepped inside. "This festival has everyone running around like bees in a hive. The hotel's completely booked, and I've already had 3 requests for more coffee this morning." "I'm happy to help," I said, heading toward the hospitality room. The space was cozy and inviting, with its big brick fireplace and overstuffed couches arranged in conversational clusters. A long table along the back wall held a variety of refreshments, and I replaced the morning's empty coffee thermos with the fresh carafes. As small businesses, we made sure we scratched each other's back. I offered the free hospitality coffee, while she promoted the Bean Hive to her customers. We all looked out for each other in Honey Springs, and I was planning to question one of our own. When I stepped back into the lobby, Kami was waiting with a knowing look on her face. "How are you holding up?" she asked gently. "Loretta swung by last night, and she told me about Vanessa. I'm so sorry, Roxy. I can't imagine what you're going through." "Thanks," I said, swallowing hard. "It's been a lot. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it." Kami nodded, her expression sympathetic. "Loretta said she was bringing flowers to Vanessa before that meeting she'd called for the Southern Women's Club. But when Vanessa died, well, she called it off. I think she thought she was helping, in her own Loretta way." Kami always tried to see the good in everyone. "Sounds about right," I said, managing a faint smile. "Leave it to Loretta to turn everything into an event." Kami's laugh was soft and comforting. "If there's one thing Loretta loves, it's a good spectacle. Speaking of which, are you ready for the festival? The hotel's sold out, and I'm sure the boardwalk's going to be packed. Have you decided on your special blend yet?" she asked. "Almost," I said, grateful for the lighter topic. "I've been working on a new roast, something spring-inspired. I'll probably finish it this afternoon." "Well, if it's anything like your last one, it'll be a hit," Kami said, reaching down to scratch Pepper behind the ears. "And if you need anything for the shop, just let me know." "I'll keep that in mind," I said. "Thanks, Kami. I'm going to grab a to-go cup of coffee." "Help yourself," she grinned. "After all, it's your coffee." I went back into the hospitality room, got a to-go cup, and filled it with coffee from one of the carafes. The gesture wasn't much, but it was a start. If Bib had answers, maybe a little caffeine would help loosen his tongue. Kami was talking with a guest when I walked back out, but we gave each other a little wave. As I walked back out onto the porch, I paused for a moment, taking in the view of the lake. The breeze ruffled the water's surface, and I decided to go into the marina's office. "Come on, Pepper," I said, heading back down the path toward the marina. The air was warming with the sun's ascent, and as we walked, I had questions. Questions I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't stopping until I got them. The marina office was a small, weathered building that sat near the docks, its wooden exterior faded by years of lakefront sun and wind. The scent of engine oil and fish hung in the air, mingling with the salty tang of the lake. Inside, the space was cramped but functional. An old metal desk covered in scattered receipts, a yellowed map of Lake Honey Springs pinned to the wall, and a shelf overflowing with greasy manuals and spare parts. A fan in the corner clicked rhythmically, barely moving the already warm air. Big Bib stood behind the counter, his burly frame clad in his signature overalls, which bore streaks of grease and faint patches of lake water. He didn't look up right away, his attention focused on the photograph in his hands. Even from where I stood, I could tell it was of Vanessa. Her face dominated the image, radiant and full of life, her unmistakable charisma captured in a single frame. "Bib," I said, my voice soft but firm. "Got a minute?" His shoulders tensed, and he carefully set the photo down on the counter before turning to face me. His dark eyes met mine, and for a moment I thought I saw a flicker of something. Pain, regret, maybe even guilt.
"Roxy,"
he said, his voice low and gravelly,
"what are you doing here?"
"I thought you could use this." I held up the to-go cup of coffee. He glanced at it, but didn't move to take it.
"Thanks,"
he said finally, his tone guarded. I set the cup on the counter and leaned against it, crossing my arms. "Bib, I need to talk to you about Vanessa," I said. He flinched at her name, his hand instinctively moving to the photo on the counter before he stopped himself.
"What about her?"
"You tell me," I said, studying his reaction. "You acted pretty strange yesterday when you saw her. And now she's gone." His jaw tightened, and he turned away, busying himself with rearranging some tools on a nearby shelf.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Come on, Bib," I pressed, my voice firm. "I know there was something between you two. I brought her here that summer, remember? I know you knew her back then, and you obviously have the photo." He sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping.
"Yeah,"
he admitted, his back still to me.
"We dated for about a year after that summer. Thought it might be something serious. But then she got that big modeling gig and disappeared. Didn't hear a word from her after that."
I frowned, watching him carefully. "And yesterday? At the Bean Hive and then at the ferry, you saw her again. What happened?" I asked. Bib turned to face me, his expression conflicted.
"When I saw her at the coffee shop, it was like seeing a ghost. I didn't know what to say. And at the ferry, I didn't want to cause a scene. It was clear she didn't want to talk to me."
There was a real sadness to his tone. His words rang true, but there was something in his body language, the way he avoided my eyes, the way his hands fidgeted with the tools, that told me he wasn't telling the whole story. "Bib," I said, my voice softer now. "Vanessa was murdered." His head snapped up, his dark eyes wide with shock.
"Murdered? What are you talking about?"
He shot back at me. "She didn't die of natural causes," I said, holding his gaze. "If you know anything at all, you need to tell me. Otherwise, people are going to start looking at you as a suspect. Heartbroken ex sees her, snaps, kills her. That's what they'll think." He paled, his hands gripping the edge of the counter.
"I didn't kill her, Roxy,"
he said, his voice trembling slightly.
"I swear, Roxy, I wouldn't hurt her."
"Then tell me what happened," I said. "All of it." Bib took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging as he finally gave in.
"She invited me to the Airbnb,"
he admitted.
"Said she needed to talk to me about something important. So I went."
"And?" I prompted.
"When I got there, she already had company,"
he said, his voice bitter.
Some other guy. She wouldn't even let me in. Acted like she didn't know me. Told me she didn't need a ferry ride, didn't need nothing from me. She said she was busy and to leave.
Do you know who the guy was? I asked, my heart pounding.
Didn't get a good look at him.
Bibb shook his head.
He stayed back in the house, but he was tall. Dark hair, I think. That's all I saw.
And then? I pressed.
I left,
he said firmly.
Came back here to the marina. Locked up and went home around 9. If you don't believe me, ask James down at the diner. I was sitting at the counter eating catfish till almost 9:30. He'll vouch for me.
I studied him for a long moment, trying to piece together the puzzle in my mind. Big Bibb looked genuine, heartbroken even, but something about his story didn't sit right. All right, I said finally. I'll talk to James. But if you remember anything else, anything at all, you call me. Bibb nodded, his shoulders slumping with relief.
I will, Roxy. I swear.
As I turned to leave, my eyes caught the photo of Vanessa on the counter again. Even in stillness, her presence was overwhelming. Whatever secrets she'd been hiding, they were coming to the surface. And I wasn't stopping until I uncovered every last one. Chapter 11. My phone buzzed as Pepper and I strolled back to the Bean Hive, the morning air crisp and carrying the faint tang of lake water. The sun was beginning its slow rise over the island, casting golden rays through the budding trees that lined the boardwalk. Birds chirped energetically, their songs weaving through the soft rustling leaves as the breeze carried hints of spring blossoms. Thinking it might be Patrick checking in, I smiled and pulled out my phone, only to frown when I saw the unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, I swiped to answer. "Hello?" I said, my tone brisk but polite, just in case it was someone from Vanessa's modeling gig. "Is this Roxanne Bloom?" A woman asked, her voice steady but laced with something fragile. Grief, perhaps. "Yes, this is Roxy," I replied, stopping briefly to let Pepper investigate one of the posts on the boardwalk. "Who's this?" "This is Charlotte," the woman said, her voice catching slightly. "Charlotte Hartman. I'm Vanessa's sister." The name hit me like a wave, stirring memories of late-night talks with Vanessa back in college. She had mentioned Charlotte often, her older sister, the one she'd looked up to. I'd never met her in person, but her name had been as much a part of our dorm conversations as study notes and takeout menus. "Oh!" I exclaimed, caught off guard. "Charlotte, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine what you're going through." "Thank you," she said softly, but there was a strength behind her words that hinted she wasn't the type to crumble under pressure. "I got a call from Gloria Day at the sheriff's department. She told me about Vanessa. I'm still trying to process it all." My grip tightened on Pepper's leash as he gave a soft bark, as if sensing my unease. "If there's anything I can do—" "That's actually why I'm calling," Charlotte interrupted, her voice gaining purpose. "Vanessa gave me your name and contact information. She said that if anything ever happened to her while she was in Honey Springs, I should reach out to you. She said you're a lawyer?" "Yes, that's right," I confirmed, my heart sinking at the thought of Vanessa preparing for something like this. Though I'm not practicing right now, I do still keep my license active. "Well, I need your help," Charlotte said, her tone firm. "I'm trying to get a flight out there, but the soonest I can land at Bluegrass Airport in Lexington isn't until this evening. That's still 2 hours away from Honey Springs, and I don't want to waste any time. I want to hire you to look into this, to find out what really happened to my sister." Her words hung in the air, heavy and insistent, as I glanced out across the lake. The sunlight danced on the rippling water, but the beauty of the scene felt at odds with the weight of the conversation. A heron stood motionless near the shore, its reflection shimmering as it waited for its moment to strike. "Charlotte," I began carefully, "you have to know, I'm not a detective, but I promise you I'll do everything I can to help. Vanessa was my friend. I want answers just as much as you do." "I don't trust the police to get to the bottom of this," she said bluntly. "They don't know her like you and I do. Vanessa had secrets, and I'm willing to bet those secrets got her killed. I need someone who will actually care about finding the truth." The passion in her voice was unmistakable, and I felt a surge of determination. "All right," I said. "I'll start looking into things, and when you get here, we'll sit down and go over everything together." "Thank you, Roxy," Charlotte said, her voice cracking slightly. "Thank you for being there for her." "I'll do my best," I promised. After we hung up, I tucked my phone back into my pocket and took a deep breath, my mind spinning with everything Charlotte had just told me. Pepper tugged at his leash, eager to keep moving, and I obliged, letting him lead the way as I tried to make sense of it all. The Bean Hive was just ahead, a welcome sight against the backdrop of the lake. But as I reached for the door handle, a new thought struck me, a reminder of the cryptic message on the mirror. 7 months. Whatever it meant, I was going to figure it out. For Vanessa. For Charlotte. And maybe, just maybe, for myself. I pushed open the door to the Bean Hive, and Pepper trotted in ahead of me. I stopped dead in my tracks as my eyes scanned the shop. Every single flower arrangement, the blooms that had turned the place into a springtime explosion, was gone. Not a single petal or vase remained. "Where are the flowers?" I muttered aloud, stepping further inside. "I'll tell you where the flowers are, Roxy Bloom." Loretta Beebe's voice rang out from the counter, dripping with indignation. "They're not where they're supposed to be. That's where." I turned to find her standing with her hands on her hips. Her cheeks flushed a deeper pink than usual. She looked like she was ready to stage a full-blown hissy fit. Behind her, Bunny Bowowski was leaning on the counter, a serene smile on her face, as if she had no idea why Loretta was throwing a fit. "Loretta, what's going on?" I asked cautiously, unhooking Pepper's leash so he could wander over to his water bowl. Loretta pointed an accusatory finger at Bunny. "Ask her! She's the one who decided it was a bright idea to remove all my hard work." She glared at Bunny. "I didn't remove 'em." Bunny straightened up and gave a nonchalant shrug. "I just moved 'em. There's a difference." "And where, pray tell, did you move them to?" Loretta snapped, her southern drawl stretching the words for maximum dramatic effect. "To the back," Bunny replied calmly, gesturing toward the swinging kitchen door. "Stacked neatly, I might add. This is a coffee shop, not a florist shop. Folks come here for caffeine, not to sneeze their way through a garden." Loretta let out a gasp that could have rivaled that of a soap opera star. "Bunny Bowowski, you are the very definition of uncultured. Those flowers were for ambiance. Ambiance! Do you know how important ambiance is when a magazine could potentially feature us? You might as well slap a closed sign on the door right now." Loretta dramatically flung a finger toward the front of the shop. "Loretta, I appreciate the effort," I said in a calm manner. "Really I do. But Bunny's not wrong. It was starting to feel more like a flower market in here." Loretta clutched her pearls, literally. They rattled as she grabbed them. "Roxanne, you cannot side with her. This is about making Honey Springs sparkle for the world to see," she said, pleading her case. "Loretta," I said, my tone gentle but firm, "the flowers are still here. They're just not front and center anymore. If a magazine comes in, they're going to want to feature the Bean Hive for what it is, a cozy coffee shop with character, not a greenhouse.
See? Even Roxy gets it.
Bunny smirked and gave me a small approving nod.
Fine, but don't come crying to me when the photographers say it's too plain, she huffed. I'll get someone over here immediately to remove the flowers and take them where they will be appreciated.
Noted, I said, moving toward the counter to start the morning coffee prep. And thank you for caring so much about the Bean Hive. It means a lot, but I'm not so sure the perfume or magazine people will be staying around after what happened to Vanessa.
Well, about that,
Loretta tossed her head dramatically.
You're lucky I care about Honey Springs and the time they've invested in our small community. After what I witnessed last night,
she cleared her throat.
I went over to the Cocoon Hotel and took some flowers into the room of Miranda Delacroix, Kimball's daughter-in-law. She might have thought I was the florist's delivery person, but I got in front of her. And let's just say Bertie was with me, and I kind of suggested they use a local girl for their perfume campaign.
I clapped my hands together again, unable to contain my excitement.
Loretta, you're a genius. This is perfect.
The excitement bubbled up in me as ideas came to my mind. If Miranda's already listening to you, that means I might have an inside track to talk to them. Not just about Vanessa, but about everything. Loretta arched an eyebrow, clearly pleased with herself, but still pretended to act modest.
Well, I wouldn't call myself a genius. Just someone with a little bit of Southern charm and a knack for getting things done.
She lifted her chin in the air, giving that air about her. Clyde, ever the Loretta supporter, chimed in from his perch.
Loretta! Loretta! See? Even Clyde gets it.
Loretta gave the bird an approving nod and flicked the edges of her short black hair dramatically with her long fingernails. Bunny, I started as I turned and saw she was busy wiping down the counter, unfazed by the spectacle. Can you handle things here this morning? Vanessa's sister called me and asked me to represent her family in Vanessa's murder investigation. I need to get to the sheriff's department to gather any information they've got so far. Bunny straightened up and waved a dismissive hand at me.
Of course, sugar. You go and do what you need to do. The Bean Hive's in good hands.
She winked. That knowing kind that said she was going to hang around no matter what for the gossip that was already being whispered in the coffee house.
And Pepper can stay with me.
Thank you, I said earnestly. And Loretta, I added, turning back to her. I think the flowers should go to the photo shoot after all. They'll add the perfect touch, and I'll bet the photographers will love them.
Good idea, Loretta said, patting her pearls. Bertie said they're setting up the gazebo today, but they're starting on the shoot tomorrow. Everything's in place, as it should be.
You've saved the day, Loretta. Again. I placed a quick kiss on Loretta's cheek, then grabbed my purse from behind the counter.
Don't I always?
She called after me with a satisfied smile. And I was totally going to let her think so. Chapter 12. The Honey Springs Funeral Home was a white columned building that sat solemnly at the edge of town, just a stone's throw from Central Park. Its wrought iron gates creaked slightly as I pushed them open, and the faint smell of lilacs hung in the air, likely from the endless arrangement of sympathy flowers lining the front porch. The inside was quiet, save for the soft murmur of voices coming from the far end of the building. I nodded politely to the receptionist as I made my way to the morgue entrance, a heavy wooden door marked Staff Only. I pushed it open without hesitation, and the chill of the room hit me instantly. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed faintly, reflecting off the gleaming stainless steel surfaces and the rows of cabinets lining the walls. Kevin Roberts, the county coroner, was bent over a table, scribbling on a clipboard. His round glasses were slightly askew, and his lab coat was just a touch wrinkled, as if he'd been out this for hours without a break. "Kevin?" I said, my voice echoing slightly in the sterile room. He looked up, his eyebrows rising slightly in surprise. "Roxy, to what do I owe the pleasure?" The tone of his voice told me he already knew. I stepped closer, pulling my jacket tighter around me against the cold. "I'm here about Vanessa Hartman," I said. His expression darkened slightly, and he set the clipboard down. "Roxy, you know I can't discuss that with you." "You can if I'm her legal representative," I countered, crossing my arms. "Her sister hired me to look into Vanessa's death." Kevin sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Roxy, being a lawyer doesn't give you carte blanche to walk into my morgue and demand information. There's a process, paperwork, approvals." I pulled out my phone and held it up. "Fine, let's settle this right now." Before he could protest, I opened the recent call log and redialed Vanessa's sister. The phone rang twice before a brisk professional voice answered. "Hello, this is Charlotte Hartman," she answered. "Charlotte, it's Roxy," I said, my voice steady. "I'm standing here with the coroner, Kevin Roberts, and he's hesitant to share the autopsy report. Can you confirm for him that you've hired me to represent your family?" There was a pause before Charlotte's voice came through, firm and clear. "Mr. Roberts, this is Charlotte Hartman. I've retained Roxy Bloom to act on behalf of our family. I expect her to be given access to all relevant information pertaining to my sister's death. I will be flying to Kentucky this afternoon, and will hopefully be there at some point today to see my sister." Charlotte had a no-holds-barred kind of spirit about her, from what I could tell over the phone, and that sure did sit well with me. Kevin blinked, clearly caught off guard. He glanced at me, then back at the phone. "Miss Hartman, are you aware that there's a formal process for this sort of thing?" he asked her. "I am," Charlotte said, her tone sharp, "and I'm authorizing Roxy to proceed. Do I need to contact your office directly, or will this suffice?" Kevin sighed, pulling his glasses off. "No, this will suffice. Thank you for the clarification," he said. "Thank you," Charlotte said curtly before hanging up. I slipped my phone back into my pocket, unable to suppress a small, triumphant smile. "So, Kevin, are we good now?" He muttered something under his breath before turning to a cabinet and pulling out a manila folder. "Fine, but I'm telling you right now, this stays between us. If anything leaks, I'll know exactly who to blame," he warned. "Understood," I said, taking the folder from him. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze softening slightly. "Roxy, I know you and the victim were friends. I'm sorry." He frowned. "So, what was she going to do with her life when the 7 months was up?" 7 months? Huh? I knew my reaction made it clear I was a little caught off guard. "What do you mean?" I asked. "After the baby," he said. Chapter 13. The scent of cinnamon rolls and coffee was so comforting as it floated through the Bean Hive's kitchen. These were always on the menu, our #1 seller to go with folks' coffee. The lunch crowd had already passed while I was at the funeral home, which meant I had to get more in the oven for the afternoon, after work, and after school crowds. Aunt Maxie had placed the whiteboard on the island. The murder board was slowly taking shape, though its current state didn't inspire much confidence. Aunt Maxie's red glasses perched on the tip of her nose as she viewed her handiwork. Vanessa's name was in the center in large looping letters. Tentacles of red and blue lines spread out from it, connecting to a few sparse names and locations: Big Bib, the Cocoon Hotel, Airbnb, and Perfume Company Crew, which was further connected to the names of Celeste Essence's employees.
"Well,"
Aunt Maxie said, stepping back with her hands on her hips,
"we've got about as much on this board as I have patience for Loretta."
I snorted. Then I settled onto a stool and sipped my coffee. To be fair, it's early. These things take time.
"And caffeine."
Aunt Maxie reached for her mug and took a long sip before plopping back onto the other stool.
"Now, start talking. What's this about you putting Big Bib on here?"
I hesitated, my fingers fiddling with the edge of a nearby dish towel. "I went to see him this morning after you told me about him and Vanessa back in college." I gnawed at the edge of my lip. Her eyes narrowed slightly.
"And?"
"And," I began, leaning forward, "he confirmed they dated secretly back then. He said it lasted about a year. And then she disappeared after landing her big modeling gig." I reached over to tap his name with my fingernail. "That's where it gets complicated." I recounted Bib's body language, the tension between him and Vanessa, and finally his confession about her inviting him to the Airbnb. He said she acted like she didn't know him when he got there. She had company, another man, and basically dismissed him. Aunt Maxie straightened, her lips thinning.
"Another man? Did he say who?"
"No," I said, shaking my head. "But he swore he left and came back to the marina to finish up his shift before he went to the In-N-Out diner for catfish. He seemed heartbroken, honestly." She murmured, leaning back and scribbling "Mystery Man" on the board next to Airbnb.
"This is starting to feel like one of those whodunits you hate watching."
I grinned despite myself. "Except this time, there's no guaranteed happy ending."
"And what about Vanessa's social media? Anything useful there?"
Aunt Maxie nodded toward my laptop sitting on the counter. I flipped open the laptop and navigated to Vanessa's page. Most of her posts were high fashion, glossy photos of her in stunning locations. But as I scrolled further back, one caught my eye. The shot was intimate, not her usual polished style. The photo only showed Vanessa's hand, manicured to perfection, resting on a knee. A hand rested on top of hers. The caption was just a single red heart emoji. "What do you think?" I asked, angling the screen toward Aunt Maxie. She leaned in, squinting. She pushed the glasses even higher on the bridge of her nose.
"Whoever he is, he's important enough for her to post something this personal. Any guesses?" she asked.
I scrolled down to the comments in the hope that someone had mentioned something that would lead me down a rabbit hole. But the comments had been turned off. Leave it to Vanessa to not want to garner any attention around it. But then, why would she post it? "Maybe the baby's father," I said, since I'd already told Aunt Maxie about Vanessa's pregnancy. "But look at the cufflink." I pointed to the edge of the photo where a glint of silver was visible. It wasn't just any cufflink. It was shaped like a fleur-de-lis, detailed and unmistakably unique. Aunt Maxie snapped her fingers.
"That's our lead to see if this is the baby's daddy. Someone's got to recognize it."
I nodded, taking a screenshot. This was just a few weeks ago, so if the photo was taken then, that means she was a couple of months pregnant, I said, and scrolled up to see the last photo shoots Vanessa had posted. I made notes to contact those companies. For a moment, we sat in silence, the hum of the coffee shop in the background. Finally, Aunt Maxie spoke, her voice quiet but firm.
"Roxy, we don't have much, but what we do have is a start. You think Big Bib's being honest?"
"I do," I admitted. "But he's hiding something. Whether it's about Vanessa or that night at the Airbnb, I don't know. What I do know is that I need to dig deeper."
"Just remember, Roxanne Bloom Kane, digging too deep can sometimes land you in a hole you can't climb out of."
Aunt Maxie gave me a knowing look. "Story of my life," I said with a grin. but the weight of her words settled onto my shoulders as I stared at the scattered clues on the board. Vanessa's life and death were proving to be far more complicated than I'd imagined. "What can I do to help?" Aunt Maxie asked. "Do you think you can dig around in Vanessa's medical records? I know I can get my hands on those when Charlotte gets here, if she's Vanessa's power of attorney." Aunt Maxie was good at digging, and that would be a start. "You got it, kiddo," she said, and popped off the stool. "I'll go get my errands run, and when she gets here tonight, I'll be ready." With a hug goodbye, Aunt Maxie left me there alone. I stared at the board, then turned my attention back to Vanessa's social media. I took the time to open a new tab on the browser and Google all the companies she'd tagged in photos the last few months, and sent a quick email to the legal departments listed on their websites. My fingers paused over the keyboard as I reread the company names, each evoking a distinct image of the glamorous life Vanessa had led. The first tag led me to Luster & Co., a luxury skincare and cosmetics brand. They were well known for their high-end, all-natural beauty products. Vanessa had been the face of their Radiance Reimagined campaign a few months back, glowing on billboards and magazine covers across the country. Their website featured ethereal images of models with flawless skin, and as I browsed through the collection, I could easily picture Vanessa's face among them, radiant and timeless. The next company, Elysian Threads, was a boutique fashion label that prided itself on sustainability and ethical practices. Their clothes were minimalist yet striking, the kind of pieces that turned heads without screaming for attention. I remembered Vanessa raving about their ethos back when we'd talked about the fashion industry. She'd even posted a behind-the-scenes photo from one of their shoots, in which she was perched on a rocky cliff in a flowy dress that seemed to dance with the wind. Then there was Lumina Scents, a high-end fragrance company that had practically built their reputation on drama and allure. Vanessa had been one of their recurring models, her face synonymous with their bold, evocative campaigns. I could almost smell the rich, musky tones of their perfumes just from looking at their website. Their spring collection photo shoot was the last she'd posted, just over a month ago. The images were striking, with her standing beneath a canopy of cherry blossoms, her expression equal parts mysterious and enchanting. The campaign was for their spring fragrance, Petals Noir, a blend of floral and spicy tones. I leaned back in my chair, tapping my pen against the countertop. Something about it tugged at my mind. 2 fragrance companies? That didn't seem right. I wasn't exactly a fashion expert, but even I knew the modeling world didn't look too kindly on doubling up with competing brands. My gaze drifted back to the photos. Vanessa's radiant smile seemed almost too perfect, her eyes holding a secret that now felt haunting. Why would she take 2 fragrance campaigns? I murmured aloud. The move wasn't just unusual, it was risky. Companies like Lumina Scents and Celeste Essences were known to have ironclad exclusivity clauses in their contracts. If she'd been modeling for both at the same time, there'd be consequences. Big ones. I quickly jotted down a note. Check exclusivity agreements. This wasn't just about Vanessa juggling work. It could be the kind of mistake that put her at odds with the wrong people. I clicked back to Select Essence's page, glancing at the promotional materials. They had just launched a major campaign featuring Vanessa, plastering her face all over their Timeless Bloom fragrance ads. The launch party was even scheduled to take place here in Honey Springs tomorrow. My stomach twisted as I pieced it together. If Lumina's campaign was just a month ago and was launching now, the timelines were overlapping. "Vanessa," I whispered, staring at her glowing smile on my screen. "What were you doing?" This wasn't just about exclusivity anymore. If someone at Celeste Essences or Lumina Scents had found out she'd been working for both companies, the fallout could have been brutal. enough to ruin her career, enough, maybe, to end her life. The only way to get some answers was to head over to the park and see if I could get in front of any of these Celeste Essences folks. Chapter 14. The afternoon staff had gotten to the Bean Hive, which made it perfect timing for me to go to the park. We had a few good hours of daylight left, and the park was only about a 10-minute walk. Not only was it a good time to walk Pepper, but it was also good for me to take in the fresh air and exercise, which got my blood pumping and, oddly enough, helped me clear my thoughts and organize them in a way that might give me a clue how to proceed. With Pepper on his leash, we headed toward the park. I could smell the fragrant flowers before I could see the park's path, but when I did see it, my breath caught in my throat. The transformation was nothing short of magical. The trees, which yesterday had been bare or barely budding with the first signs of spring, now appeared as though they'd leapt straight into full bloom. Cascades of lavender wisteria hung gracefully from makeshift trellises that had been woven into the trees, their delicate petals spilling onto the path below in a carpet of soft purples. Tiny lanterns hung from the branches, their golden light twinkling like captured stars, even in the daylight. The centerpiece was the gazebo, which now resembled something out of a dream. Its classic structure was draped in rich floral arrangements of deep magentas, soft blush pinks, and ivory roses, intermixed with trailing vines and sprays of wildflowers. The columns were wrapped in blooms, the flowers climbing as though they'd grown naturally overnight. Surrounding the gazebo, clusters of flowering bushes had been artfully arranged to create the illusion of a natural blooming grove. The rest of the park was just as breathtaking. Along the path leading to the gazebo, arches of flowers had been erected, their lush arrangements spilling over like a waterfall of petals. The archways were designed to mimic the natural curve of the trees above, creating a seamless tunnel of blossoms. Every now and then, small strategically placed mirrors reflected the scene, enhancing the already enchanting atmosphere with playful dashes of sunlight. Workers bustled about, adding final touches to the setup. A woman adjusted the lanterns on the wisteria trellises, while a man carefully placed small floral arrangements at the base of the gazebo steps. Photographers and assistants examined the angles of the archways, their cameras slung over their shoulders. A drone buzzed overhead, likely capturing the scene for tomorrow's shoot. I spotted a couple of large white vans parked near the path, their doors open to reveal boxes of additional flowers and equipment. Clearly, no expense had been spared to create this spectacle. "This is unbelievable," I murmured to myself. "Yep!" Pepper barked as if he knew what I was saying. If this was how they were setting the stage for the photo shoot, no wonder Vanessa had been eager to work with Celeste Essences. This wasn't just a shoot. It was an experience, a dream brought to life. I took another long look around the park before Pepper tugged me closer. Then I noticed the faces at the scene. As I approached the bustling gazebo, my stomach churned with a mixture of nervous energy and recognition. These weren't just strangers to me anymore. They were familiar, thanks to Aunt Maxie's thorough digging and the photos of Celeste Essence's employees she'd taped to the murder board. Lily Sterling, whom I recognized from the diner, stood near the edge of the scene, her perfectly tailored suit somehow managing to look both businesslike and completely out of place amidst the floral wonderland. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, and though her lips were painted into a polite smile, her eyes betrayed a flicker of something else that I could only describe as impatience, maybe even irritation. Lily stood stiffly beside Kimball, the CEO of Celeste Essences, just like she'd done at the diner. My gaze drifted to Kimball herself. She was at the center of it all, near the gazebo, gesturing grandly as she spoke to a group of photographers and designers. Her tailored navy suit and slicked back long hair screamed power, but it was the sharp set of her jaw and the commanding way she directed the setup that truly marked her as the one in charge. Kimball Delacroix's was another face I'd stared at on the murder board earlier, but I'd also had that closer encounter at the diner when she'd forbidden Vanessa from eating her burger. A flicker of movement drew my eye toward the white vans parked along the path. Adam Delacroix, Kimball's son, and next in line to take over the company, according to their website. He leaned casually against one of the vehicles, his phone in hand and a bored expression plastered across his face. Even in this sea of flowers, he managed to stand out, his tailored shirt unbuttoned just enough to show he wasn't quite as polished as his father, who I'd read had died 10 years ago, leaving Kimball in charge. I recognized Adam from Aunt Maxie's photo. With his swagger and less put-together body language, he appeared to be the most approachable. "Come, Pepper," I said, and clicked my tongue, pulling him near one of the floral archways to steal glances at the group and put myself in a better position to overhear any snippets of conversation. Smart move to bring Pepper, because it looked like I was just a citizen taking my dog for a walk. Wasn't a lie. If they were discussing Vanessa, they were doing a good job of hiding it. It was like her death meant nothing. It was business as usual. The photographers were busy adjusting their angles. Kimball barked out a few more commands, and Lily's frown deepened as she checked her watch.
"Cute pup,"
Adam said when I approached. I flashed Adam a polite smile, tugging Pepper's leash slightly to keep him from tangling around my legs. "Thanks," I said, giving Pepper a quick pat on the head. He loves his walks in the park. But this isn't our park. I laughed. Adam glanced down at Pepper, his lips twitching as if he were trying to decide whether to engage in polite conversation or remain aloof. Finally, he gave a half shrug.
"Yeah, that's what a big budget can do. The magic of money,"
he said, his brows lifted. "You must be with the perfume company," I said, gesturing toward the bustling scene at the gazebo. "Quite the setup y'all have here. Shame about Vanessa Hartman, though." At her name, Adam stiffened just slightly. His hand holding the phone faltered, and I caught the unmistakable bob of his Adam's apple as he swallowed hard. The reaction was fleeting, but it was there, a moment of vulnerability slipping through his otherwise detached facade. He recovered quickly, plastering on a tight smile.
"Yes, it's unfortunate,"
he said, slipping his phone into his pocket.
"But the show must go on, as they say. We've got deadlines to meet."
I narrowed my eyes slightly, not enough to be overt, but just enough to study his body language. His shoulders were tense, and the way he avoided my gaze set my instincts on edge. "Deadlines," I repeated, letting the word hang in the air. "I figured after what happened, y'all might pack it up and leave town. The ladies at the Southern Women's Club certainly thought so." His lips twitched again, this time in what might have been irritation.
"Why would we leave? Celeste Essences has made a significant investment in this campaign. Vanessa's death, while tragic, doesn't change that."
He lifted his chin.
"Now we're using a local woman who really does hit the demographic we're going for. Younger."
While his words were calculated and professional, his tone was clipped, almost defensive. Pepper tugged slightly on his leash, and I used the distraction to cover the silence as I digested his reaction. "Well," I said finally, offering a nonchalant shrug, "I suppose that makes sense. Still, it's got to be hard to move forward when someone you worked with so closely is gone." Adam's jaw tightened just enough for me to notice, and he took a small step back toward the van.
"Like I said, it's unfortunate, but we're professionals. We know how to handle setbacks."
His eyes narrowed. "Setbacks," I echoed, keeping my tone light, but letting the word linger. I guess that's one way to look at it. Before he could respond, a sharp voice called from the gazebo. Adam, over here. It was Kimball, her commanding presence impossible to ignore. Adam seized the opportunity to escape, nodding curtly in my direction.
Excuse me, Mother calls,
he said, turning on his heel and striding toward his mother. I watched him go, my mind churning with questions. His reaction to Vanessa's name hadn't been as detached as he wanted me to believe. No, there was something there, something he wasn't saying. Pepper let out a small bark, pulling me out of my thoughts. I knelt down to give him a reassuring pat, using the moment to gather myself. If Adam Delacroix was hiding something, I was going to find out what it was. And I certainly wasn't going to have to wait too long before Adam Delacroix became the first suspect on my list. Before I could follow Adam's path back to the gazebo, the squeal of tires on the nearby street snapped my attention to the road. A sleek black car came to an abrupt halt, its tires leaving faint skid marks on the asphalt. The door flew open and a woman stepped out. Her heels clacked sharply against the pavement as she stormed toward the park. Her presence was commanding, fiery even, and she carried herself with an air of controlled chaos. Charlotte Hartman. There was no mistaking it. Vanessa's sister had arrived, and she was not here to play nice. Charlotte was a striking woman with sharp, angular features and the same luminous blonde hair as Vanessa, though Charlotte's was tied back in a sleek ponytail. She wore a tailored red blazer over a black top, paired with dark jeans and tall boots, that somehow made her look both polished and ready to battle. Her stormy blue eyes darted over the park before locking onto Adam Delacroix. "You!" she screamed, her voice slicing through the calm like a thunderclap. "You were supposed to protect her!" Adam froze mid-stride, his face blanching as Charlotte closed the distance between them. His casual demeanor melted away, replaced by a nervous rigidity.
"Miss, I think there's been a misunderstanding,"
he stammered, holding his hands up in what could have been surrender or an attempt to calm her down. "A misunderstanding?" Charlotte's voice rose even higher, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Even Kimball stopped barking orders long enough to turn and watch the scene unfold. "My sister is dead, and you have the nerve to stand here pretending you didn't have a part in it?" Charlotte's words hit like a sledgehammer, and I could see Adam struggling to find a response. Pepper barked at the commotion, his leash pulling slightly in my hand. I didn't wait for more. Gripping Pepper's leash, I hurried over to the unfolding scene, my mind racing. "Charlotte!" I called, though my voice was lost in the rising tension. She shoved Adam hard, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "You were supposed to be her friend, her coworker. You should have done something." "Hey!" I said louder, stepping between them as best I could while holding Pepper. "Let's take a breath here." Charlotte turned her fiery gaze on me, her expression shifting from fury to confusion. "Who are you?" she demanded, taking a step toward me. "You have no idea what this man has done." "It's okay," I said, keeping my voice calm and steady. "I'm Roxy Bloom, Vanessa's roommate, and the lawyer you hired." She paused, her chest heaving. "You're Roxy," she repeated, her voice softer but no less sharp, her eyes assessing my outfit, which clearly didn't say lawyer. "Yes," I said, glancing quickly at Adam, who looked like he wanted to melt into the pavement. Charlotte's expression shifted again, this time to something closer to relief, though her hands were still balled into fists. "Roxy," she said finally, her voice breaking slightly, her eyes teary. I swallowed hard at the weight of her word, but before I could respond, Adam found his voice.
"This is ridiculous,"
he said, his tone defensive.
I had nothing to do with Vanessa's death. I barely knew her.
Charlotte's head snapped toward him, her fiery anger reigniting. You're lying! I've seen the photos, Adam. You are more than just a coworker, so don't you dare pretend otherwise. She pointed directly at him. She and I were tight. She gestured with her fingers crossed. Photos? My ears perked up, but I stayed silent, watching the exchange like a hawk.
I don't have to stand here and listen to this,
he said, his voice tight as he stepped away.
I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Hartman, but this conversation is over.
As he turned and hurried back toward the gazebo, I turned to Charlotte. Let's take this somewhere quieter, I suggested gently. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, before she nodded. Fine, she said, her voice trembling slightly. But I want answers, Roxy, and I'm not leaving until I get them. I gave her a reassuring nod, but as I watched Adam disappear into the crowd, a gnawing feeling settled in my gut. Whatever answers Charlotte was looking for, Adam Delacroix was definitely hiding something, which really did solidify his spot as the number one suspect. Chapter 15. The Bean Hive was alive with the soft hum of late afternoon. The gentle clinking of mugs, the low hiss of the espresso machine, and the soothing strumming of an acoustic guitar over the speakers created the kind of cozy atmosphere that made it the heart of Honey Springs. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and the lingering sweetness of Bunny's last batch of honey buns filled the air, wrapping around me like a warm blanket. Clyde perched on his stand, preening his feathers and occasionally breaking the calm with his enthusiastic squawk of, "Loretta!" I sat across from Charlotte Hartman on the overstuffed couch near the fireplace. The fire wasn't lit, the day wasn't cold enough, but Pepper snored softly in his bed by the hearth, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in our conversation. The late afternoon light filtered through the windows. Charlotte held a mug of coffee in both hands, but she hadn't taken a sip. Her fingers gripped the ceramic tightly, and her knuckles were pale. Her sharp features were so much like Vanessa's, but there was an edge to her, a hardness that hinted at the weight of grief and anger she was carrying. I leaned forward slightly, my hands resting on my knees. "Charlotte," I began gently, "I need to ask you something important. Did you know Vanessa was pregnant?" Her head snapped up, her stormy blue eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, I thought she might deny it, but then her shoulders sagged, and she let out a shaky breath. "Yes," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "She told me about 2 months ago. She was so excited. She said she'd finally found something that felt real, something worth stepping away from modeling for." "Did she tell you who the father was?" I asked, keeping my voice steady, though my pulse quickened at the prospect of a lead. Charlotte shook her head firmly. "No, she said she wanted to keep it private. She said it was complicated. I didn't push her for details." Her lips pressed into a thin line, and she looked away, guilt flashing across her face. "I should have pushed. Maybe if I had, I could have helped her." I reached out, placing a hand lightly on her arm. I wondered if I could get Spencer to get a DNA test on the baby and then take samples from Adam. "You couldn't have known, Charlotte. Vanessa kept a lot to herself. But this is important. If we can figure out who the father is, it might help us understand what happened." A faltering smile tickled my lips. Charlotte's jaw tightened, but she gave a small nod. "I'll tell you everything I know," she said, "but I can't promise it's much." I leaned back slightly, my mind already racing with possibilities. "Let's start with what you do know. Did Vanessa have any enemies? Anyone she had issues with, either personally or professionally?" She frowned, her grip on the mug loosening slightly. "Not that she ever mentioned, Vanessa was good at hiding things. She liked to pretend everything was perfect.
I nodded. That sounded like the Vanessa I knew.
What about her work? I know she was working with Celeste Essences, but I also saw she recently modeled for Luminescence. Isn't it unusual to work for two competing fragrance companies?
Charlotte's brows knitted together in confusion.
It is. Vanessa mentioned something about a new opportunity with Lumina, but she didn't give me details. If she took the job, she must have had a way around any exclusivity clauses.
She couldn't tell me for sure.
Or maybe she didn't, I said, my thoughts spinning. If breaking that contract caused problems for Celeste Essences, it could have cost someone a lot of money. Money's a powerful motive, Charlotte. Her face paled slightly and she nodded. Vanessa always said the modeling world was cutthroat, but I didn't think it could lead to this. I gave her a moment to collect herself before continuing. What about her personal life? You said she was excited about the pregnancy. Did she mention a boyfriend or someone she was seeing? Charlotte hesitated, her eyes dropping to the mug in her hands. She mentioned someone a few months ago. She described him as stable, said he wasn't like the others, but she wouldn't tell me his name. She said it was too soon, that she wanted to see where things went first. I swallowed hard, remembering the photo on Vanessa's social media, the one with the mysterious cufflink and her hand resting on a man's knee. Did she give you any other details? Anything about what he did? Where they met? No, she said softly, but she sounded happy, really happy, like this was something real. I leaned back, my thoughts swirling. If Vanessa had been keeping the father's identity a secret, it only made things murkier. Was he someone she was protecting, or someone she feared? What about Celeste Essences? Did she ever mention Kimball or Adam Delacroix? Charlotte's face darkened at the mention of their names. Vanessa didn't like Kimball. She said she was too controlling, always breathing down her neck. But Adam? She frowned. Vanessa said Adam was charming. Too charming. Like he got by on his name and good looks. She said he'd look after her while she was here because I hounded her about staying stress-free for the baby. And I know the Delacroix get onto her about her weight. I tucked that detail away for later. Did she ever mention having problems with them? Any tension or arguments? Charlotte shook her head. Not directly. But the last time we talked, she said something strange. She mentioned power plays and needing to watch her back. I thought she was just being dramatic. Power plays, I repeated, leaning forward. What kind of power plays? I don't know, she admitted, her voice heavy with regret. I didn't ask. I thought she was just venting. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Charlotte, you couldn't have known. Vanessa was complicated, and she kept a lot to herself. But we're going to figure this out. She nodded, her shoulders sagging under the weight of her grief. Thank you, Roxy. I'm glad Vanessa had you. The soft hum of the coffee shop filled the silence that followed. Clyde let out another cheerful, "Loretta!" from his perch, and I couldn't help but smile faintly. Pepper shifted in his bed, snoring contentedly. I'll start with Vanessa's work, I said finally. Celeste Essences, Luminescence. There's something there, I'm sure of it. Between Adam, Kimball, and those contracts, we'll find a thread to pull. Charlotte gave me a weak smile, her fingers tightening around her mug again. And if there's anything I can do? You've already done a lot, I assured her. Just keep thinking. If you remember anything, even the smallest detail, let me know. She nodded, her stormy blue eyes finally softening. I will, but if you don't mind, I would like to go see her now. Okay. I nodded and reached to take her coffee mug. I'm guessing you have the address? I do, and after that I'm going to check in at the Cocoon Hotel, she said and stood up. She embraced me exactly the way Vanessa always had. The familiarity brought me to tears. I'm so sorry, I told Charlotte. I really did love Vanessa. I'd not seen her in years, but yesterday we picked up right where we left off. I know you did, she said. Her hand traveled down my arm, and when her fingers found mine, she gave them a squeeze. She trusted you. She knew you'd always have her back. Once she had exited the door of the bean hive, I picked up my coffee and took a sip, watching as she disappeared past the long front windows toward the parking lot. I'll find out who did this to you, I whispered into the coffee, as if the steam would carry my words up to heaven so Vanessa could rest easy. Chapter 16. The hum of the coffee shop had quieted, the last of the afternoon regulars having headed out, and Aunt Maxie and I stood before the murder board in the back kitchen of the bean hive. The scent of freshly baked honey buns, which I'd been preparing for tomorrow morning's breakfast crowd, lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of vanilla that always seemed to cling to Aunt Maxie. "I'm sorry, we're closed," I called, after hearing footsteps in the coffee shop, stepping through the swinging door into the front of the shop. I dried my hands on the towel I'd slung over my shoulder, ready to shoo away any late-night coffee drinkers.
"Good thing I don't drink caffeine this time of night,"
came a familiar voice. Spencer stood near the counter, his sheriff's hat tilted back on his head, an easy grin on his face.
"I thought I'd stop by and share some updates on Vanessa's case."
"Spencer," I said, surprised but pleased. "Well, come on back. Aunt Maxie and I were just going over some theories." He followed me to the kitchen, the swinging door creaking faintly as he stepped through. Aunt Maxie looked up from her notes, arching a brow when she saw Spencer.
"To what do we owe the honor?"
she asked, her tone light but curious. Spencer pulled a chair out and sat down, his expression turning serious.
"The lab results came back."
I set the towel down, my pulse quickening. "And?"
"First off,"
he began, glancing at Aunt Maxie before looking back at me,
"the DNA we collected at the scene, it's all Vanessa's. The wine glass, the bathroom, there's no sign of anyone else being there at the time of her death."
Aunt Maxie frowned, her pen tapping against the murder board.
"So what does that mean? She was alone?"
Spencer nodded.
"It seems that way. The toxicology report confirms that she died from poisoning, specifically an allergic reaction to lang-lang oil."
"Lang-lang?" I repeated, trying to place the scent. "It's an essential oil, isn't it?"
"Exactly," Spencer said. "She had it in her bath water. Turns out she was highly allergic to it. Even post-death, the hives from the reaction were climbing all over her skin. Technically, she died of anaphylaxis, but brought on by what we will use as a weapon as poison."
"But who would know that?"
Aunt Maxie asked, her brow furrowing.
"And why would she use it if she knew she was allergic?"
"That's the million-dollar question,"
Spencer said, leaning forward.
"We're looking into whether the oil was planted, but that's not all we found."
"What else?" I asked, my tone growing more urgent. Spencer pulled a small notebook from his pocket and flipped it open.
"The DNA we collected from the baby matches samples we found in Adam Delacroix's hotel room. Vanessa was pregnant with his child."
My breath caught, and Aunt Maxie let out a low whistle.
"Well, that certainly complicates things," she said.
"Adam admitted during questioning that he knew about the baby,"
Spencer continued.
"But according to him, his wife Miranda didn't know. He claims they weren't planning to stay together, but they also hadn't decided on a plan for the baby."
"And his alibi?" I asked, leaning forward.
Spencer sighed. "So far, it's tight. Kami, who runs the Cocoon Hotel, confirmed that she never saw him leave the property that night. We've also reviewed the CCTV footage from the hallways and the exterior of the hotel. There's no sign of him leaving."
"That's great," I said, my tone taking an uptick in hope. "If his alibi holds, that rules him out, right?"
"Not necessarily,"
Spencer said, his expression darkening.
"It means he didn't leave the hotel, but it doesn't rule out his involvement. If Vanessa went to him at the hotel, or if someone else acted on his behalf, it's still on the table."
"What about the secretary, Lily Sterling?" I asked. "She would know if something was going on. From what I saw of her at the park earlier while they were setting up, I can tell she knows all the ins and outs of the company." Spencer shrugged.
"She's on our radar, but there's no evidence tying her to the scene. Yet."
I crossed my arms, my mind racing. Adam's alibi might be airtight, but the DNA connection to Vanessa's baby opened up a whole new line of questions. Who else knew about the pregnancy? And who would go to such lengths to ensure that Vanessa didn't live to reveal the truth? Adam's wife? I asked.
"Adam conveniently booked her an overnight spa package at the Be Happy Spa, but I've not confirmed that with Kirk yet,"
he confirmed, and struck his hat on the back of his head.
"But I can't rule out that Vanessa accidentally poisoned herself."
As Spencer turned to leave, I exchanged a glance with Aunt Maxie.
"As her lawyer, I'm sure you will relay all of this current evidence to her sister."
From the tone of Spencer's voice, I could tell that he'd already been Charlotte's target. I was pretty sure she'd stopped by the station after identifying her sister. "I will," I said, and walked him back out to the coffee shop, where I locked the door behind him. Aunt Maxie was still bent over the murder board when I returned to the kitchen. Vanessa's name was still scrawled in the middle of the whiteboard, surrounded by lines and clusters of notes and photos. Adam's and Lily's faces stared back at me from the top right corner, their mugshot-like expressions adding to the tension in the room. Aunt Maxie tapped her pen against the board, her glasses perched precariously on her nose.
"I've been thinking about Miranda Delacroix,"
she said, circling her name with a flourish.
"If Adam's up to no good, you can bet his wife isn't blind to it. And let's not forget, a scorned woman is a pretty good motive."
I nodded, leaning against the counter. "True, but Adam claims she was at the Be Happy Spa the night Vanessa was killed," I said, then corrected myself. "Died." Aunt Maxie raised a skeptical eyebrow.
"That's convenient, but claims don't mean a thing until we prove it."
"I know. I'll head over there and talk to Kirk when I get these items to the booth," I said, pulling my coat off the hook. I needed to get the booth set up for the festival that would be taking place at the bee farm. He keeps records of everything. If Miranda was really there, he'll have the timestamp to prove it. Aunt Maxie added a sticky note to the board, her handwriting looping in that unmistakable way of hers.
"And what about Adam? If Miranda was at the spa, what was he doing that night?"
"Apparently he was staying at the Cocoon Hotel," I said, grabbing my bag. "I'm going to verify that too. If he was at the hotel all night, there's no way he could have gotten to the Airbnb without some serious timeline issues."
"Good luck," Aunt Maxie said, giving me a little salute with her pen. "And keep an eye on yourself, Roxy Bloom. You've got a knack for poking bears. I'll lock up behind me."
Chapter 17. The engine hummed steadily as the ferry cut across the glistening water, the last hues of dusk bleeding into the horizon. The light lingered just a bit longer now, thanks to the coming time change. The bee farm's silhouette came into view ahead, its low hills dotted with faintly glowing lanterns, marking the festival preparations. Pepper was curled up at my feet, his tail wagging lazily every so often as he rested his head on his paws. Big Bib stood at the rail a few feet away, his large frame outlined against the fading light. He stared out at the water, his shoulders hunched, as if he were bracing himself against an invisible storm. I wasn't going to let this ride go to waste. 10 minutes alone with him was more than enough time to push for answers. "Did you know Vanessa was pregnant?" I asked, keeping my voice steady but direct. Big Bib's grip on the railing tightened. For a long moment, he didn't say anything, just kept his gaze fixed on the water. The soft hum of the ferry filled the silence between us. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and turned toward me, his face shadowed but visibly strained.
"She told me,"
he admitted, his voice low.
"Hours before she passed."
"You told me she called and asked you to come to the Airbnb." I straightened up, my curiosity sharpening. "She came to the marina?" He nodded, his expression clouded.
"Yeah, out of nowhere. Said she needed to talk, just like I told you."
"What did she say?" I pressed, crossing my arms to brace against the slight chill in the air. Big Bib leaned back against the rail, his hand running over his stubbled jaw.
"She told me she was pregnant, and that the father wasn't in the picture. Didn't say who he was, just that she wasn't planning on him sticking around. She said she had plans to raise the baby on her own."
He paused.
"Maybe here."
"In Honey Springs?" I frowned, my mind racing. Why would she come to you? Out of all the people she could have turned to. He hesitated, his gaze flicking to the horizon before meeting mine.
"Because she trusted me. Or maybe because I was someone from her past who didn't have anything to do with her life now. I don't know, Roxy. She said she needed to clear her head, and the marina felt like the right place."
"Did she ask for anything?" I asked, searching his face for any flicker of deception.
"No. Well,"
he trailed off, glancing down at the deck.
"She gave me an address. Said she was staying at an Airbnb and to come by. Exactly how I told you earlier."
"And you also told me there was a man there," I said, stepping closer.
He shook his head. "I didn't see anyone."
"But you said," I started to say before he stopped me.
"I went, peeked in the window and saw the glass of wine. I knew she was pregnant, so I assumed she had company."
His brow furrowed deeply.
"So I left, but I didn't see anyone. Then I went to the In-N-Out diner, just like I told you."
"Why would you lie to me?" I wondered. He simply shook his head. Why did men do half the things they did? I exhaled, the pieces of Vanessa's last hours swirling in my mind, still out of reach. "You need to know something," I said carefully, watching for his reaction. "Vanessa didn't die of blunt force trauma or any violence like that. She was poisoned." Big Bib stiffened, his eyes narrowing.
"Poisoned? How?"
"They found lang-lang essential oil in her system," I explained. "Apparently the oil was in her bath water, but the thing is, she was allergic to it." At that, Big Bib's expression changed completely. His eyes widened and he straightened up, a look of genuine shock crossing his face.
"Lang-lang? There's no way. She'd never touch the stuff."
"Why not?" I tilted my head, studying him closely.
"Because she knew she was allergic to it,"
he said emphatically.
"I tried to give her some once. Gene Hill over at the farm sold a whole line of essential oils. I picked up a bottle for Vanessa, thinking she'd like it. The second she smelled it, she backed away like it was a snake. Told me she couldn't use it, that it'd make her sick."
My pulse quickened. "And you're sure it was lang-lang?"
"Positive,"
he said, his voice firm.
"There's no way she'd have it in her house, much less use it in a bath. If that's what killed her, someone else put it in there."
The ferry horn sounded, signaling our approach to the dock. I glanced at the bee farm, the festival lights twinkling in the growing darkness, but my mind was a million miles away. If Vanessa had been poisoned with something she would never willingly use, then someone had gone to great lengths to make her death look like an accident, and that someone had to know about her allergy. "Thanks, Bib," I said as the ferry bumped against the dock. "You've given me a lot to think about."
"I just want the truth, Roxy."
Bib nodded, his expression grim.
"Sheriff needs to dig deeper. She didn't deserve this."
Neither did her baby, I thought grimly, as I picked up Pepper's leash and the bag of items I needed to drop off at my booth. Then I stepped off the ferry. Whoever had done this had been meticulous, but they'd also made a mistake. I didn't do anything but drop off the items I would need for the hot coffee and tea I'd be serving during tomorrow night's Honey Springs Spring Festival Parade. The Southern Women's Club thought it would be a fantastic idea to have a night parade. Who was I not to like the idea? I was just excited to have gotten a booth, even though I wasn't good enough to be a member. The walk to the Be Happy Spa was brisk, the early spring air carrying the faintest hints of blooming flowers. The path wound along the lake. Pepper trotted happily beside me. When I reached the spa, the soothing sound of a waterfall greeted me, along with the faint notes of relaxing music. Kirk was at the front desk, typing away on a computer. His sharp eyes flicked up as I entered, and a grin spread across his face.
"Roxy, what brings you here this time of night? Need a spa day?"
he asked. "Not quite," I said, leaning on the counter. "I'm here on business. I need to ask you about Miranda Delacroix." His grin faltered, and he tilted his head.
"What about her? And what kind of business is it of yours?"
"She said that she was here last night when Vanessa Hartman died. I need to confirm that." I glared at him, trying to assess if I should tell him or not. I decided I should. Vanessa's sister is in town and hired me to investigate what happened. Vanessa was pregnant, and Sheriff Shepard thinks Vanessa poisoned herself with lang-lang essential oil in her bath, I blurted. Clerk sighed, his hands moving to the keyboard.
"You know, I don't like getting involved in all of this mess, but if it's for Vanessa, I'll help. Let me pull up the records."
I waited as he navigated through his system, Pepper curled up at my feet. Finally, Kirk turned the monitor toward me, showing me a time-stamped log of Miranda's check-in and check-out. She arrived at 5:12 p.m. and hadn't checked out until the following morning at 9:03 a.m. And surely she would have received all sorts of soothing treatments to ensure a good night's sleep while she was there. "Well, that's airtight," I said, snapping a quick photo of the screen with my phone. "Thanks, Kirk. I owe you one." On my way back to the ferry, I called the owner of Vanessa's Airbnb, a chatty woman named Mrs. Geraldine Harris. She was more than willing to provide access to the property's security system once I explained the situation.
"Of course, dear. Anything to help. The system logs all door entries and exits. I can pull the timestamps for you and email them over," she said. "That would be great," I replied. "I'm looking for any entries around the time Vanessa was last seen alive." "I'll get on it right away," Mrs. Harris promised before hanging up. There was so much going through my head during the ferry ride back across the lake that I almost missed that the lights were still on inside the Bean Hive.
"Do you want me to walk you two to your car?"
Big Bib asked.
"You're my last ride, and I'm gonna head on home too."
"No, I have to go back to the coffee shop. It appears Aunt Maxie left the lights on in the shop," I told him. Imagine my surprise when I found Aunt Maxie still there. And she wasn't alone. Charlotte was with her. They were seated at 2 cafe tables they had pushed together in the center of the shop. The murder board had been pulled from the kitchen, its cluttered notes and photographs dominating the makeshift workspace. Charlotte's eyes were rimmed with red, her tea steaming and untouched in front of her. "Aunt Maxie?" I asked, letting the door click shut behind me. "What's going on?" Aunt Maxie glanced up, her lips curving into a faint, tired smile.
"We've been brainstorming."
Charlotte turned toward me, her expression both raw and determined. She looked like she had been crying, but the fire in her eyes made it clear she wasn't done fighting. "Spencer stopped by the Cocoon," she said, her voice hoarse. "He told me about the tests, And about Adam Delacroix. Charlotte gripped the teacup in front of her so tightly I thought it might shatter. The DNA tests. Spencer said the baby's DNA matched samples taken from Adam Delacroix's hotel room. That lying piece of... She broke off, taking a shaky breath. And the lang-lang. Vanessa knew she was allergic. There's no way she would have used it herself. I told Spencer not to let this go. My sister didn't kill herself. I pulled out a chair and sank into it, my thoughts racing. What else did he say?
That Adam claims he never left the cocoon that night,
Aunt Maxie interjected, crossing her arms.
Said the hotel's CCTV backs him up. If that's true, then someone else had to be at the Airbnb.
So everything Spencer had told me, he had told Charlotte. And Adam didn't tell anyone about the baby, Charlotte added bitterly. Of course he didn't. Vanessa told me she hadn't even decided what to do about him. I leaned forward, elbows on the table, my gaze darting between them. Adam has a solid alibi, but that doesn't mean he's not involved. And Vanessa's allergy, it doesn't make sense. If she knew, then someone else put that oil in her bath. Someone who knew her well enough to know it would kill her.
Someone who wanted to make it look like an accident.
Aunt Maxie tapped a finger against the edge of the murder board. I want answers, Roxy. Whatever it takes. Charlotte's lip trembled, but she steadied herself. You'll get them, I promised, reaching for the coffee pot to pour myself a cup. We keep digging. The parade's tomorrow night, and the festival will have everyone in town out and about. If there's one thing I've learned in Honey Springs, it's that someone always knows something, I told Charlotte. And you think they'll just come up to you and confess? Charlotte asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. I smiled faintly. No, but people talk, and when they do, I'll be listening. Chapter 18. The buzz of the morning coffee rush had faded, leaving behind the familiar murmur of Clyde, repeating over and over the sound of the espresso machine from his perch. Pepper was curled up under the counter, snoring softly, while I restocked the sugar packets and wiped down the tea bar. My hands moved on autopilot, but my mind was elsewhere. Vanessa. Luckily, I did get some good sleep last night that I blamed on pure exhaustion. No matter how I turned it over in my head, I just couldn't accept the idea that she had added lang-lang oil to her own bath water. She'd known she was allergic, and she was meticulous about her health, never reckless. Someone had to have known about her allergy, and they'd used it to stage her death. The thought weighed heavily on my chest, and I knew there was only one way to get answers. I had to go to the Cocoon Hotel. The shoot with Bertie was today, and if anyone at Celeste Essences knew anything about Vanessa's death, I intended to find out. After ensuring everything was in order for the afternoon crew, I grabbed my coat. "Stay with Bunny, Pepper," I said, scratching his ears. He gave a small huff, but didn't budge from his spot. "I'll be back soon." With a final check of the coffee shop, I headed out, the crisp spring air biting at my cheeks as I walked down the boardwalk toward the Cocoon Hotel. The Cocoon Hotel loomed ahead, its grand white structure framed by the budding trees of early spring. The building always seemed to exude an air of refinement, and today was no different. I stepped inside, taking a moment to think about what I was going to say once I talked Kami into letting me into one of the Celeste Essences hotel rooms. "Hi," I said to Kami. "I heard all the folks from Celeste Essences are staying here." Kami's eyes narrowed. "You do know I gave Spencer all the CCTV footage, and Adam was here all night." She was being guarded, which I totally understood since she was protecting her guests. "But I can call up to Kimball's suite, which they've apparently made into an office while they are here, and let her know that you're more than happy to sponsor the shoot today with your delicious coffee." "Yes, that's why I'm here." I grinned and nodded, going along with how Kami felt comfortable with me getting in front of her guests. I smoothed my hands over my coat, keeping my face neutral. Moments later, Lily Sterling appeared, her expression a carefully crafted mask of professionalism. But I caught the flicker of unease in her eyes when she saw me. "Mrs. Bloom," she said, her voice tight. "How can I help you?" "I thought it might be good for the shoot if I offered free coffee while y'all are here," I said, and put on my most charming smile. The Bean Hive has a seasonal spring roast that's been a hit with the locals, and I'd love to offer it for free and keep everyone caffeinated. She stammered. "Bertie is the manager of the coffee shop, and we would really like to show Celeste Essences our appreciation." I'd pulled that right out of my magic hat. "Well, we're always happy to have free coffee, but we will need to run it by Mrs. Delacroix." "Perfect," I said, following her lead up the big steps that led up to the second floor of the hotel. Lily led me to the suite where Patrick and I had our honeymoon night. We'd gotten married in the hospitality room during our annual Halloween festival, to everyone's surprise. We had let Kami in on the secret, and she gave us the room as a wedding gift. But today it looked a whole lot different. The space was sleek and professional, with desks arranged neatly and papers stacked in folders. A row of garment bags hung near the window, and a table was covered with bottles of perfume and promotional materials that looked like they were ready to be packed up into boxes to go to the location of the shoot. As Lily gestured toward the setup, I let my gaze wander, careful to appear casual. On one desk, I spotted a folder labeled Vanessa Hartman. My heart skipped a beat, but I kept my composure, nodding along as Lily talked about their local partnerships. "That's a lot of paperwork for one campaign," I said, tilting my head toward the folder. I imagine Vanessa's involvement must have been pretty extensive. Lily froze for a split second before plastering on a smile. "Vanessa was one of our key models. Her contracts were naturally detailed." I leaned in slightly, keeping my tone light. "I heard she was also working with Lumina Scents. Isn't that unusual? 2 fragrance companies?" Lily's hand tightened on the edge of the table. "It's not unheard of," she said, her voice a touch defensive. "But Vanessa's work with us was exclusive in key markets." Interesting. So there was an overlap, and Lily was clearly uncomfortable discussing it. As Lily continued her tour, I made a mental note of the tension in her body language. She was hiding something. It was written all over her face. We rounded the corner toward another makeshift office in the bedroom where we had stayed. From inside, I could hear someone arguing. Lily stiffened and gestured for me to wait. Then she entered the room and quickly closed the double doors behind her. The doors didn't close completely, leaving just enough of a gap for me to hear the conversation. "I don't care about the timeline." The sharp voice was Kimball Delacroix's. "This mess with Vanessa has already put us behind schedule. Fix it, Adam." There was a pause, followed by the sound of papers rustling. "And make sure no one else sees those contracts. The last thing we need is more questions," Kimball told whoever was on the other end of the phone. "I never should have given you the clearance to use the credit card to keep your lover happy. I need to rethink this company's future." I peeked through the gap and saw Kimball scribbling furiously on a notepad before locking a document in her briefcase. Her face was a mask of irritation, and her tone left no room for argument. The door clicked shut, and I quickly stepped back, feigning interest in a nearby flyer. Lily reappeared moments later, her face pale. "Everything okay?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. "Just logistics," she said, her smile strained. "Now, about your coffee blend. We would love to have free coffee on the set. We never get anything free. I will give you the details on when you can come." I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. Kimball's reaction, the locked document, the comments she made to Adam on the phone, and Lily's visible discomfort all pointed to one thing. There was more to Vanessa's death than anyone was letting on. "Do you know who's responsible for gifts sent to the models?" I asked, wondering if what Kimball had said on the phone was going to be covered up by the company as a gift to Vanessa, if that was where Vanessa had gotten the essential oil. "Excuse me," I said to one of the housekeepers as we slid past her down the hall. "What?" Lily twisted around, but she didn't answer my question.
"I remember where I know you from now. It's been gnawing at my gut since I brought you up here."
We stopped just shy of the top steps leading back down to the first floor.
"You were with Vanessa at the diner the other day."
Lily shook a finger as the memory started to form in her head.
"You must be the roommate."
"And I'm the family lawyer, hired to find out what happened to her. But the coffee thing in there was real. I own the Bean Hive Coffee Shop. Bertie is my manager, and let's just say the sheriff would like me to be on set with her." I put my hand on my hip and gave her a hard look. "I suggest that you answer all of my questions, because I overheard what Kimball said on the phone call, which I can only assume was to Adam, about how he was using the company credit card to keep his mistress happy, since she was pregnant." Either Lily knew about the baby, or she had a mean poker face. I went with the first one. "You knew? You knew she was pregnant?" I scoffed. "And you never came forward to tell Sheriff Shepherd what you know?"
"Listen, I can't lose my job. I am paid to do what I do and keep my mouth shut. Models aren't easy to work with."
Lily tucked her lips together. "And if you're hiding something, I will make sure we file a lawsuit against you for helping the killer." Technically, I probably shouldn't have said that, but it was enough to scare her. I could see it in her eyes. The fears seemed to travel through her body as her face paled. "Why don't we grab a coffee downstairs?" I gestured to the staircase in front of us, figuring she might talk a little more if we were in a more private area. She simply nodded before we headed down to the hospitality room, where I was so glad to get my hands on some of the coffee I'd delivered.
"Black, please,"
she said when I pointed to the various items she could add to her coffee. "Let me help Vanessa's family get closure," I said. I handed her the cup, then made myself one and guided her to the couch, where we took a seat. "You knew she was pregnant with Adam's baby, didn't you?" I took a sip of coffee while I watched her breathing become shallow, her hands fiddling nervously as her fingers circled the rim of the cup. I could see the battle raging behind her eyes. Self-preservation versus guilt. The latter was winning, if only by a hair.
I didn't know for sure,"
she finally whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum from the hotel hallway.
"I just suspected. Vanessa was always so private, but there were signs."
"What kind of signs?" I pressed, folding my arms as I gave her a hard look. "Lily, you're treading on dangerous waters here. If you know something about what happened to Vanessa and you don't tell me, you could be complicit." She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing.
"There were gifts, expensive ones. Jewelry, flowers, things I knew she couldn't have afforded on her own. Adam always handled her contracts, but she'd get packages that didn't come from Celeste Essences, like the gifts to other models. It didn't add up. One time I saw her open a box in her suite and—"
"And what?" I asked. Lily's hands trembled slightly as she continued to trace the rim of her coffee cup. Her voice was quieter this time, almost hesitant.
"I'm not sure if I should be saying this," she murmured. "I mean, with what happened to Vanessa, how she died."
Her eyes darted up to mine, her words laced with anxiety.
"It was murder, wasn't it? I heard about the Lang.
I stiffened at the mention of the oil. She'd hit closer to the truth than I'd expected. "Vanessa didn't just happen to put that oil in her bath," I said carefully. "Someone made sure of it." What do you know, Lily? What did Adam send to her? Her breath hitched.
I don't know for certain. I didn't open the box, but I overheard something. Adam had been using the company credit card. He always does for his special gifts.
She whispered the last two words like they were dirty.
One of the invoices, it was for essential oils. They were delivered to Vanessa's Airbnb.
The floor seemed to shift beneath me. I gripped my cup tighter, my thoughts racing. Essential oils, delivered directly to her Airbnb. This could prove Vanessa's death wasn't just an accident. It was premeditated murder. And you're saying Adam ordered those oils? I asked, keeping my voice steady, even as my pulse quickened.
Lily nodded. The credit card charges go through Kimball, but Adam uses it freely. She doesn't ask questions as long as everything looks clean on paper. I remember seeing it listed with other wellness gifts Adam had sent models before, but I didn't think anything of it at the time.
I swallowed hard. And Miranda? Did Adam's wife know about Vanessa? Lily shook her head vehemently.
No way. Adam is reckless, but he's not stupid. He always makes sure Miranda is well taken care of. She's off at her spa retreats or getting pampered at events Kimball sponsors. Adam might have been sneaking around, but he kept his mess out of her sight.
Her tone was sharp, bitter even, as if she had more to say about Miranda, but she stopped herself. I was about to press further when the door to the hospitality room swung open abruptly. The sharp clack of Kimball Delacroix's heels echoed around the room. She strode into view like a storm cloud rolling through, her tailored navy suit as crisp as her tone when she opened her mouth. "Lily," Kimball snapped, her cold gaze locking onto her assistant. "I don't pay you to sit and drink coffee with the help." Lily nearly spilled her drink in her rush to stand up, her face flushing red. I don't want to hear excuses." Kimball's gaze flickered to me, narrowing. "And you, I suggest you pack up your coffee samples. Our shoot won't need caffeine unless it's already on set. Now." She turned on her heel without waiting for a response, then disappeared back down the hall like a queen dismissing a peasant. Lily glanced at me apologetically. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she hesitated. "Go," I said softly, waving her off. "We'll talk again." Lily didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed her notebook and hurried after Kimball, leaving me alone with my half-finished coffee. I took a slow sip, the bitter brew doing little to settle the fire now burning in my gut. Adam's gifts, essential oils, the lang-lang that killed Vanessa wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate move, and Adam's fingerprints were all over it. And yet there was still something missing. If Adam was reckless enough to leave a paper trail, how had he covered his tracks so well? And if Miranda didn't know, what other secrets were hiding in the Delacroix family's tangled web? I set my coffee down and pushed to my feet. I wasn't leaving the Cocoon Hotel without some answers. And the way to get those was to head right back upstairs and try to find something that would show these charges. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed the Bean Hive. "Hey, Aunt Maxie." I was shocked to hear her answer the phone. "What on earth are you doing answering the phone?"
"I figured with you having to put the finishing touches on the festival today and Bertie debuting her big modeling career, you need an extra pair of hands. But I've got to give it to the staff," she said, her words touching me deeply. She was so kind to me. "They've got it all under control, and even Bunny got to go home. So I've been mulling over this here murder board, and I keep going back to Adam."
"Me too," I said, hating to admit that even though he had an alibi with the CCTV at the hotel, it seemed like he could have found a way to slip out without being seen. "That's why I'm calling. I have another lead I want to investigate, and that means I can't be in two places at once."
"What do you need, honey?"
she asked immediately.
"I can do it."
"It requires more than your bike," I said, knowing she must have ridden her bicycle to the coffee shop. I kinda said I'd provide all the coffee for the shoot. In the background, I heard Clyde squawking and screaming, "Loretta! Loretta!" "The answer just walked in the door," she snickered. "Loretta?" I asked. "Mm-hmm," Aunt Maxie hummed. "And I bet she'd love to not only represent the Southern Women's Club, but also see Bertie all dolled up." "I bet you're right," I laughed, thanking God Loretta had just walked through the door. Divine timing was what that was. "Can you get her to take coffee and some treats down there?" "I'm on it. Let me know if you need anything else. If not, I'll see you tonight at the parade." She hung up the phone. I slid my phone back into my pocket, my mind made up. Aunt Maxie and Loretta had the coffee situation under control, which meant I had time to snoop. And let's face it, sometimes snooping was exactly what the situation called for. When I got back upstairs, the hallway was quiet. Too quiet. The Celeste Essence's crew had already left for the shoot, and, hopefully, left Kimball's office suite abandoned. The door hanger was flipped to the Do Not Disturb side. "Won't be needing this," I muttered under my breath before slipping it off the handle. I straightened up and pulled the cart I'd found nearby closer to the suite. If someone walked in, I could play innocent. Didn't see the sign. It wouldn't be my first time playing dumb. I slipped the crumpled Do Not Disturb sign into the trash bin of the cleaning cart and nudged it forward. I quickly grabbed the key card from the cart that had Master printed on it and held it to the door pad. I sighed happily when I heard the mechanics within the door unlock and put the key back on the cart. The suite was eerily quiet. The faint whir of a computer filled the air, and the lingering scent of floral perfume clung to the room like a shadow. The desks were cluttered with garment bags, folders, and empty coffee cups, a far cry from the polished professionalism Kimball exuded. I spotted her leather briefcase perched on the desk near the window, and the glowing computer screen caught my eye. Too easy, I thought, glancing around. Then the door creaked open. I froze, my heart leaping to my throat. A man's voice broke the silence. "Oh, Lily?" I turned to see a young guy wearing a Celeste Essence's polo shirt, laptop tucked under one arm. He squinted at me, confused but not suspicious. "Where's Lily?" he asked. "Not here," I said quickly, clutching the cleaning rag like a lifeline. "I'm just straightening up. Lily asked me to tidy before Mrs. Delacroix gets back." He shrugged, more distracted than anything. "Whatever. I just need to check a couple of orders." He dropped into the chair, powered up the laptop, and began typing. I lingered near the cart, feigning disinterest, but my brain was buzzing. Then his phone rang. "Figures," he muttered, yanking it out of his pocket. "Yeah, I'll be right there. Yeah, hang on." He stood, still mid-call, and turned to me. "Don't mess with anything. I've got to run to the chute to pay for something. Who knows what? It's always the money man's problem." He groaned and headed out the door, leaving the laptop wide open. "Those invoices will never get paid if they don't give me some time." "I'm just here to clean the toilets," I said with a big smile on my face, but I was sure he didn't hear me. "Thank you, timing gods." The door clicked shut, and I sprang into action, slipping into the chair like I belonged there. The laptop screen glared back at me, showing a list of orders and invoices. Bingo! I scanned the file names, my pulse picking up speed. One line stood out immediately. Order number 2197 was for essential oils that had been delivered to the address of the Airbnb. Vanessa's Airbnb. I stared at the screen, my mind whirling. Adam had sent essential oils there. Why? My stomach churned. If he'd sent the Lang Lang, was it meant to look like a careless gift? Did he know about her allergy? I clicked to the next page of orders, my fingers fumbling slightly on the mouse. That was when I saw it. Order number 1983 was for custom cufflinks with engraved fleur-de-lis, paid for by A. Delacroix. My breath caught. My eyes darted back and forth on the screen, reading the details over and over to be sure. Fleur-de-lis cufflinks. That was the same distinct style I'd seen on Vanessa's social media photo. The one with her manicured hand resting on a man's knee. It wasn't an engagement post, but the photo was personal enough to mean something. Adam. It had to be Adam. I quickly snapped photos of both screens with my phone, praying it wouldn't make any noise. The evidence was stacking up fast, and now I had to wonder, was Adam careless, or was he confident no one would dig deep enough to find this? Before I could think about it further, I heard footsteps in the hallway. I jumped up from the chair, shut the laptop, and reached the cart just as the door swung open. "You still here?" The same guy walked in, still juggling his phone. He looked up from the cleaning cart to me, his brow furrowed. "Just finishing up," I said brightly, grabbing the rag and giving the desk one final swipe. Didn't want to leave a mess.
"As soon as I got to my car, they called and said they didn't need me after all. I swear," he grumbled, "I don't know why they make the entire upper management come to these shoots. It's ridiculous, but hopefully when Adam takes over, it'll all change."
Clearly not suspicious, he sat back down at the laptop, muttering something about deadlines. I slipped out of the room, pushing the cleaning cart as casually as I could manage. Once I was clear of the suite, I didn't stop moving until I reached the end of the hall. I leaned against the wall, my heart hammering as I replayed what I'd just found out. Adam had sent the essential oils to Vanessa's Airbnb. He'd also bought those custom cufflinks, the same as the one in the photo. Vanessa had been showing off a relationship, or at the very least, a connection with him. I opened my phone and stared again at the photo in question. The delicate heart emoji in the caption, her hand resting on the man's knee, and that cufflink, now tying it all together. Adam was more tangled in Vanessa's life than he'd let on. And if he'd gone to such lengths to hide it, I couldn't shake the feeling he'd do anything to protect that secret. Chapter 19. The Honey Springs Sheriff's Department was a squat, brick, single-story building with a small parking lot. It felt, for lack of a better word, homey. The glass door squeaked as I pushed it open, a dull bell overhead announcing my arrival. Inside, the smell of stale coffee, cleaning supplies, and paper was familiar. Phones rang in the background, mixing with the faint sound of a police radio crackling from behind the reception desk. Gloria Day sat perched at her desk, her curls piled high, and her phone cradled between her ear and shoulder.
"Spencer, got a call on line 2. Mrs. Tisdale's rooster's terrorizing the postman again," Gloria called, not bothering to look up as she scribbled a note. A man in uniform leaned against the counter, chatting about a sport with another deputy, but otherwise it was business as usual. Small-town police departments weren't exactly bustling, but they had their rhythms, and today was no exception. I walked through the quiet thrum of conversation, my shoes clacking against the linoleum floor. I knew the way well enough to go straight through the bullpen, past the clunky filing cabinets and scuffed desks, into Spencer's office. He'd never managed to keep the door closed, even when he needed to. "Spencer," I said, striding in without preamble. He looked up from his cluttered desk, brow furrowing when he saw me. He always had that gruff, "What now?" expression when I showed up unannounced. "What now?" he said, out loud this time, his chair creaking as he leaned back. "Please don't tell me you did something you weren't supposed to." I ignored that. Instead, I pulled my phone from my coat pocket and held it in front of his face, the photo of the invoices glowing on the screen. "I'm telling you, Spencer, something is off. Look at this." I showed him. He stared at the phone, blinking, then squinted at the image.
Do I want to know how you got these? He asked, his brow knitting in suspicion.
Probably not, so don't ask, I shot back. What matters is this. Adam Delacroix sent essential oils to Vanessa's Airbnb. That's his company credit card right there. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and planted my hands on his desk. There has to be some hole in his alibi. Spencer sighed, visibly frustrated, as he rubbed the bridge of his nose.
Roxy, I've been through that CCT footage more times than I care to count. I had Kirk confirm Miranda's alibi down to the minute, and Adam never left the Cocoon Hotel. I've checked it all.
No offense, but sometimes when we're too deep into something, we miss the obvious, I said, my voice sharp as I perched on the edge of his desk. Humor me.
You're telling me I don't know how to do my job?
Spencer shot back, his voice just shy of snapping. No, but... I paused, then softened my tone. I just want to know if there's any way he slipped out unseen. Did you cross-check everything? Spencer leaned forward, clasping his hands together, his elbows resting on his desk. He fixed me with one of those sheriff glares that made grown men fess up on the spot.
I'm telling you, Roxy, we've been thorough. Adam never left the hotel.
The hum of the department filled the silence as I searched for the right words. A phone rang down the hall, and I could hear Gloria trying to calm someone's loud complaint about a neighbor's cat. What about the wine glass? I asked suddenly, breaking the tension. The one in Vanessa's Airbnb. What did you do with that? Spencer's frown deepened.
You know this already. The lab ran it twice, and her DNA came back. Hers alone.
That doesn't make sense, I said, throwing up my hands. She wouldn't drink knowing she was pregnant. Ask Charlotte. She'll tell you the same thing. Spencer scrubbed a hand over his jaw, his patience wearing thin.
Oh, she did. Trust me. She came in here ranting and raving, demanding every detail of the investigation. But I can't show her or you my entire hand, Roxy. You know how this works.
He looked as frustrated as I felt. You've still got leads, though, right? I pushed, my voice rising. Spencer, I'm her lawyer. I've been hired to represent the family, and I have every right to know what's going on. His mouth tightened into a hard line.
You're a lawyer, but you're acting like a detective. And not just any detective. A detective who's too close to this case. If you don't back off, Roxy, I'll have no choice but to petition the judge to remove you. Then the family will have to find someone else, he threatened.
His words stung me like a slap. I stood abruptly and grabbed my coat from the chair. I'm just trying to help, I snapped, my voice cooler than I intended. And if you were listening, you'd realize I've found things that don't add up. He shook his head, his gaze steady.
Roxy, sometimes you're your own worst enemy. Don't let that be the case here.
I didn't respond. Instead, I stormed out of his office, past the half-curious glances of the deputies, and through the front doors. The door slammed behind me, the sound following me into the cool spring air. Outside, I took a deep breath, trying to collect myself. Spencer didn't understand, but I couldn't just let this go. Vanessa's death wasn't an accident, and Adam was the key to it all. I could feel it. The photo, the cufflinks, the essential oils. I got to my car, and before starting it, I called Charlotte. Hey, meet me at the Bean Hive, I told her. I've got an idea. Chapter 20. The Bean Hive was winding down from the afternoon rush, the steady hum of conversation replaced by the clinking of dishes and the faint aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The sunlight streamed through the large front windows, casting soft golden patches onto the wooden floors. I slid the last of the afternoon's pastries into a container and wiped my hands on a dish towel before grabbing a couple of the honey almond croissants for a snack. Pepper was snoring under the counter, a content little ball of fluff. Clyde, as always, was perched near the window, squawking half-hearted attempts at imitating the espresso machine. In the back kitchen, Charlotte sat at the island workstation where Aunt Maxie had set up the murder board. Her hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee she hadn't sipped from in a while. She looked exhausted, emotionally and physically, but there was a steely determination in her eyes. "Thanks for coming," I said, as I set my own cup of coffee down and pulled out the chair. "I need your help piecing some of this together." She nodded. "I'm here. What did you find?" I grabbed my phone and pulled up the photos I'd taken at the makeshift office of Celeste Essences at the Cocoon Hotel, and then Vanessa's social media post, like puzzle pieces waiting to fit together. I pointed to the photo with the cufflink first. This picture is the key. Vanessa posted it a few months ago. These cufflinks with fleur-de-lis, I traced them to Adam Delacroix. His credit card paid for them. Same with the essential oils delivered to her Airbnb. Charlotte flinched slightly at the mention of Adam. "So he's responsible?" "That's what I thought at first," I admitted. "But here's the thing. His alibi is airtight. The hotel's CCTV shows Adam never left the Cocoon the night Vanessa died." Charlotte frowned, her grip tightening around her mug. "Then who could have done it?" "That's where Lily Sterling comes in," I said, tapping her name, which I'd just scribbled on a sticky note and stuck to the murder board. "Vanessa told you Lily handled everything for Adam, right? She was the go-between?" "Yeah." Charlotte blinked, her expression shifting. "Vanessa mentioned her once or twice. She said Lily was always there taking care of the contracts, booking calls, and even sending flowers or gifts. She joked that Lily acted like she was Adam's personal shadow." "And what about Vanessa's pregnancy?" I asked, my voice steady but pointed. Charlotte hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. "I think she would have known about it. If Lily was handling Adam's affairs, she'd know about the gifts and who they were going to. Vanessa was so private, though. If Lily had suspected anything, I'm sure she wouldn't have let on." "And Lily has a big motive to keep quiet," I muttered, pacing back and forth. "If Kimball found out Adam got one of their models pregnant, it'd blow up the whole campaign. It'd be a scandal. She'd have Adam's head on a platter, and Lily would lose everything." Charlotte's brow furrowed as she followed my train of thought. "You really think Lily could have done it? To cover for Adam?" "Think about it," I said, my voice rising as the pieces started to fall into place. "She handles Adam's purchases. She probably ordered the oils. If Adam had mentioned Vanessa's allergy, even just in passing, Lily could have weaponized it." "But why? Why not just let Adam deal with the fallout?" Charlotte's face went pale as she stared at the board. "Because Lily needs Adam to stay in power. She's desperate to keep her position." I stopped pacing and pointed toward the board. "Remember that conversation I told you about?" I asked Aunt Maxie, who had just entered the room. "The one I overheard at the Cocoon? Someone on their team said things would be different when Adam took over. If it came out that Vanessa's death was connected to him, Kimball could yank his future right out from under him." Charlotte sat back in her chair, letting that sink in. "And she possibly thinks she'd lose her job if he doesn't stay in charge." Aunt Maxie followed up the theory. Then she used her teeth to pop the lid off the marker before she used it to circle Adam's name several times. "Exactly." I paused, leaning on the edge of the table. "Adam's reckless, but Lily's the one cleaning up after him. And if she thought Vanessa and the baby were threats to his future, She might have taken matters into her own hands. Before Charlotte could respond, the chime of the front door rang through the cafe, followed immediately by a sharp, authoritative voice that cut through the air like a knife.
"Lily!"
Aunt Maxie, Charlotte, and I froze mid-thought. I glanced toward the swinging door, my heart leaping in my chest. Aunt Maxie had already put her marker down and was halfway across the room, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Move over, Aunt Maxie," I whispered, hustling after her. Charlotte followed right behind me, her mug of coffee forgotten on the table. We stacked up like clumsy dominoes at the narrow porthole window in the swinging door. Aunt Maxie was first, with me craning over her shoulder, and Charlotte practically climbing up on a stool to see above us both. It wasn't our most graceful moment, but desperation outweighed dignity. From our angle, Kimball stood in the center of the bean hive like an imperious queen. Her sharp heels tapped an impatient rhythm against the floor, her arms crossed, her lips pursed in that permanent look of disapproval that could shrivel a flower. Clyde squawked in the background, likely annoyed by all the tension. "Do you think she can hear us breathing?" Charlotte whispered from above, her voice barely audible.
"Not if you stop fogging up the glass,"
Aunt Maxie grumbled, wiping the window with her elbow. "Shh, she's talking," I hissed, elbowing Maxie gently to stop her fidgeting. We all stared as Kimball scanned the empty coffee shop, her eyes narrowing like she could sense a conspiracy. "She's on a warpath," Charlotte whispered nervously. The sound of her heels clacking across the cafe floor echoed all the way back to the kitchen as she walked out of our line of sight. Then she appeared again, perfectly polished as always, clipboard in hand and an expression that could freeze the Kentucky River solid.
"Lily!"
she barked again, her voice so sharp that Clyde let out a startled, "Loretta!" Lily hurried up behind Kimball like a lost little child. We all ducked back instinctively, like kids caught peeking through a neighbor's window. Charlotte nearly toppled off the stool, and Aunt Maxie let out a quiet oof as my elbow jabbed into her side. "Get a grip," I whispered, smoothing my coat and regaining some semblance of composure. She's probably just here to make someone miserable.
"Mission accomplished,"
Aunt Maxie muttered, straightening her glasses. I gave the portal one last glance and caught Lily rushing around the cafe, visibly flustered. Kimball pointed a finger at her, the kind of gesture that screamed, "This conversation is not optional." "Whatever Kimball's up to, it's got her rattled," I murmured, stepping away from the door. "And that means we need to dig deeper." "Lily's the key," Charlotte confirmed, her voice regaining its steel. "She knows more than she's letting on."
"Then it's time to rattle her,"
Aunt Maxie added, grabbing her marker again, as if preparing for battle.
"And I think I know just how to do it."
Chapter 21. The three of us spilled out of the kitchen and into the Bean Hive's main cafe like a small parade of awkward detectives. I strode behind the counter and grabbed a clean plate, deciding to play the good hostess, though it was as much a tactic to keep the tension under control as anything else. "Can I offer you ladies a muffin?" I said sweetly, gesturing to the glass display case. "Fresh blueberry. Just made 'em this morning." Kimball's eyes narrowed like I'd offered her poison. "No, thank you," she said curtly, her posture as stiff as ever. Her tone practically sucked the warmth out of the room. But I noticed Lily's eyes dart to the muffins, lingering just a second too long. She licked her lips involuntarily, clearly tempted. "Don't even think about it," Kimball snapped, not even looking at her. Lily jumped as if she'd been caught swiping candy from a jar. Charlotte snorted softly and stepped aside, her phone buzzing in her pocket. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and sighed. "Excuse me," she muttered, walking toward the far corner of the coffee shop for some privacy. I noticed the way her shoulders hunched as she answered, her voice low and hurried. That left me with Aunt Maxie, Kimball, and Lily in a triangle of unresolved tension. Kimball's eyes flicked to Charlotte first, then landed on me like a laser sight. "Lily said you were asking questions again," she said sharply. "Let me be clear, Mrs. Bloom. My company does not tolerate harassment." "Harassment?" I shot back, unable to keep the edge out of my voice. "I'm trying to figure out why one of your models is dead." "That's for the sheriff to handle," Kimball replied, her tone steely. "Not you." Aunt Maxie, who'd been quiet long enough to make me nervous, suddenly blurted, "Did you know you were about to be a grandmother?" The air in the cafe turned so still, I swear Clyde stopped squawking mid-syllable. Kimball froze, her perfect posture wavering just a hair before she turned her head sharply toward Aunt Maxie. "Miranda?" she asked, her voice clipped with disbelief. "She can't have children." I saw the flicker of panic on Lily's face, her hands wringing the strap of her handbag so tightly I thought it might snap. She darted a glance toward Kimball, then back to the floor, clearly caught between loyalty and guilt. "Lily?" Kimball demanded, the single word cutting through the air like a knife. Lily's face paled, and after a long, miserable pause, she leaned forward slightly and whispered something into Kimball's ear. Whatever Lily said hit Kimball like a freight train. Her back straightened, her face paling beneath her foundation, and her perfectly composed mask cracked just for an instant, long enough for me to read her body language. Kimball stepped back, smoothing her coat as if gathering her composure. "Excuse me," she said stiffly, her voice tight as a drum. Without another word, she spun on her heels and walked out of the Bean Hive, her shoes tapping a hasty staccato across the wooden floor. Aunt Maxie and I stood there, frozen for a beat, eyes wide with the same unspoken thought. She didn't know. "She had no idea," I said quietly, turning back to Aunt Maxie. "You saw her face." "Clear as day," Aunt Maxie agreed, shaking her head. "Takes her right off the suspect list, doesn't it?" I nodded, though not entirely convinced, sighing as we both headed back to the kitchen. Aunt Maxie picked up the marker and made a big, satisfying line through Kimball's name on the murder board, leaving it a scribbled-out tangle of ink. "She was as shocked as anyone else would be," I muttered, staring at the board. "Adam's the one who's been hiding this mess. He's the thread, Aunt Maxie." Before we could say anything more, Charlotte walked back in, still holding her phone. She looked between the two of us and then to the board, her brows furrowing when she saw Kimball's name crossed off. "You took her off?" she asked, sounding both relieved and confused. "She didn't know," I said simply, pointing to the scratched-out name. "Whatever this is, Kimball wasn't in on it." Charlotte let out a heavy breath and sank back into her seat at the table. "Sorry about that," she said softly, brushing a hand over her face. "It was my mom. She's checking in, wanting to know when we'll be able to take Vanessa home." I swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling into my chest like a stone. "Did the sheriff say anything?" I asked. "Not yet," Charlotte replied, her voice brittle. "I'm going to head over there and ask. I need to know when we can lay her to rest." "I understand," I said quietly, squeezing her shoulder as she stood. "I'll keep working this, Charlotte. I promise." She nodded, her expression resolute but weary as she walked to the door, pausing only to glance back at the murder board before stepping outside. The bell above the door tinkled softly in her wake. Aunt Maxie let out a deep sigh and sank into one of the chairs, staring at the board. "This mess is getting murkier by the minute." "Yeah," I muttered, staring at Adam's name. "But someone's going to slip up. They always do." "Well, honey, don't be long." Aunt Maxie reached over and patted my hand.
We have to get to the island for the parade soon. Loretta will be so mad if I'm not in line for the Southern Women's Club Fancy Lights show."
Aunt Maxie gathered her big bag from the counter, and I followed her out of the kitchen. "Here," I said, and reached for her oversized coat on the coat rack, thankful she remembered to wear it. The lake can get really cold during these early spring months. "I'll help you."
"Thank you,"
she said, passing me and reaching to the jar where I kept the homemade dog treats. The sound of the lid made Pepper jump up and dance around Aunt Maxie's feet, anticipating what was in her grip.
"You are going to look so cute in your little light-up leash," Aunt Maxie said, bending down to give Pepper his treat. The bell over the door dinged. Sassy came running in, all lit up like a Christmas tree, with Patrick trailing behind her. The Bean Hive employees were busy cleaning up and refilling the industrial pots, cleaning down the glass shelves, and restocking the creamers and sugars, so when I came in bright and early in the morning, it would all be done. "I'll be on my way."
Aunt Maxie let me help her with her coat, and before she left, she got another couple of treats out for Sassy and Pepper.
"I'll see y'all soon."
Hugs were given all around, even though she was right about seeing each other soon.
"Are you ready?" Patrick asked. "We don't want to be late for the parade."
"You're such a great fur dad," I told him, walking over to give him a kiss. Patrick grinned as I stepped toward him, his dark eyes crinkling at the corners. His was the kind of smile that always managed to ease the weight on my shoulders, even after a day like this one. He held Sassy's leash in one hand, the blinking lights around her collar casting faint glimmers onto the wooden floor of the cafe. Pepper gave a happy bark, wagging his tail wildly, clearly in on the excitement.
"You think so?"
Patrick teased, tilting his head just slightly.
"I aim to impress."
I smiled back, shaking my head as I stepped close enough to loop my arms around his neck. "Well, you're doing a pretty good job of it." I winked.
"Good. You know,"
he said, as his hands found my waist, steady and warm, pulling me just a little closer.
"I was starting to think solving murders might be more fun for you than hanging out with me."
I laughed softly, the sound rising up like a bubble in my chest. "You might be right," I teased back, though the sparkle in his eyes told me he wasn't buying it. "But you're a close second." Patrick leaned down then, brushing his lips against mine in a kiss that was soft, slow, and sweet. Exactly what I needed to remind me there was more to life than crime boards and accusations. For just a moment, the Bean Hive, the parade, and the mystery swirling around Vanessa's death faded into the background. It was just the two of us, warm and steady in each other's arms. When we finally pulled apart, Pepper let out an impatient bark, as if to say, "Enough with the mushy stuff, let's go already." Patrick laughed, giving my waist a gentle squeeze before letting go.
"We better get moving. Those bees on the island aren't going to light themselves," he said.
"True," I agreed, and grabbed my coat and Pepper's light-up leash from the rack by the door. I bent down to clip it onto him, watching as his little tail wagged so hard it practically blurred. Besides, I don't want to be scolded by Loretta if we're late. Patrick raised his eyebrows, feigning mock horror.
"Loretta Beebe is not a woman to cross."
"You got that right," I said, giving Pepper a pat on the head before standing up. "Y'all got this?" I asked the closing employees and got nods all around. It felt so good to finally have a group of employees who I didn't have to worry about getting the job done.
"Loretta!
Clyde squawked as the four of us, Patrick, Sassy, Pepper, and me, headed out of the Bean Hive, the door jingling shut behind us. The early evening air hit me with a crisp chill, the kind that came right before spring decided to take a hold for good. Already, I could see the faint glow of lanterns and lights reflecting off the lake as we walked toward the marina. The ferry was waiting there, its small deck lit up. Streaks of lavender and rose stretched across the horizon, softening into deeper shades of indigo. Wisps of clouds, tinted with gold from the last lingering rays of the sun, drifted lazily overhead, while the first stars of the evening started to twinkle faintly like tiny pinpricks in the gathering darkness. The lake mirrored the colors above, a rippling reflection that shimmered with each movement of the water and made the fairies' lights appear as if they danced on the surface. Patrick slung an arm over my shoulder as we strolled, our dogs trotting happily beside us, their light-up collars blinking like miniature fireflies. For the first time in what felt like days, I let myself relax just a little.
"Promise me something,"
Patrick said suddenly, his voice low and warm in my ear. I glanced up at him. "What's that?"
"After all this, whatever it is with Vanessa, you'll take a break. A real one."
He squeezed my shoulder gently.
"I don't want you running yourself into the ground."
I smiled softly, leaning into his side as we walked. "I promise, but you'll have to keep me in line."
"Deal,"
he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head.
"I'll take that job happily."
Pepper barked excitedly, pulling ahead slightly on his leash. Sassy followed suit, her little paws clicking against the wooden dock. "Looks like we're not the only ones excited for the parade," I said, laughing as I hurried to keep up.
"Come on,"
Patrick said, holding out his hand for me.
"The bees are waiting."
With our hands clasped together and the dogs leading the way, we boarded the ferry, ready to head for the island and what promised to be a night of light, laughter, and if I was lucky, a much-needed distraction. The ferry slowed as it approached the island's dock, the hum of the engine vibrating beneath my feet as I peered out across the water. The bee farm was lit up like something out of a fairy tale. Twinkling lights wove through the trees, golden orbs dotted the pathways, and glowing bee-shaped cutouts hovered like fireflies against the dusky sky. The sight was breathtaking. Patrick stood beside me, holding Sassy's blinking leash, her little tail wagging like a metronome. The dogs sported light-up vests that blinked in rhythm with their movements as they tugged excitedly on their leashes, ready to hit the ground. The ferry bumped against the dock, and Patrick steadied me as I stepped off. Before my feet could hit the wooden planks, Big Bib was there, holding out a hand to help me down. "Thanks, Bib," I said, taking it and hopping onto solid ground. He gave a firm nod before glancing around, as if checking for prying ears.
"You hear anything about Vanessa yet?"
His tone was low, the question heavy. I sighed, meeting his gaze. "Not much I can share yet, but Charlotte, Vanessa's sister, came to town. She hired me as the family lawyer to get some answers."
"Good."
Bib rubbed his stubbled chin, his expression thoughtful.
"You keep me in the loop, Roxy. I know you'll figure it out."
"I'll do my best," I promised, giving him a small smile. Bib stepped back with a grunt of approval, leaving Patrick and me to make our way to the bee farm's entrance. The energy of the festival surrounded us, cheerful chatter, the faint jingle of bells, and the distant hum of the high school band warming up their instruments. The air smelled sweet, like honey and fresh flowers, with just a hint of spring rain. The bee farm was aglow in every possible sense of the word. Pathways crisscrossing the farm had been lined with small lanterns that cast warm pools of light along dirt trails. Fairy lights wrapped around the low wooden fences, and the glowing cutouts of oversized bees hovered above the paths. Some were mounted on poles, their outlines flickering like something magical. "Wow," Patrick said, his voice full of admiration as we stepped into the crowd. "They really went all out." "It's like Disney meets a beehive," I replied, craning my neck to take it all in. Loretta Beebe's unmistakable voice rang out above the crowd, pulling me back to reality. "People! Places! We need to line up now! Move your feet!" Sure enough, Loretta stood near the start of the parade route, clipboard in hand, her head swiveling like a hawk. The Southern Women's Club, Aunt Maxie, Beverly Tea Garden, Ida Combs, Babette Cliff and the rest of the gang were already in formation. They wore outlandishly large glowing flower hats, each one bigger than the next, and their outfits shimmered with twinkling LED vines.
"I'm not sure whether to laugh or be impressed,"
Patrick whispered, grinning as he pointed at Aunt Maxie's enormous light-up daisy hat. "I think it's both," I replied, biting back a smile as we made our way toward Loretta. "Roxy! Patrick!" Loretta called, waving her clipboard like a conductor's baton. "You're first, and hurry up! You're holding up the line." All right, I said, raising my hands in surrender. Patrick and I quickly got into position with the dogs, whose light-up leashes and vests blinked perfectly in harmony with the glowing pathways. Sassy barked excitedly, spinning in circles, her light-up vest turning her into a blur of rainbow-colored bees. Pepper let out a signature ruff of approval and trotted proudly beside me, his little blinking vest resembling a buzzing firefly. The volunteers at Pet Palace had all the dogs on their leashes and in their own light-up vests. They also had flyers about the dogs they were walking and handed those out to folks, just in case a festival goer was interested in adopting one of them. "Don't outshine the pups!" Loretta shouted, snapping her clipboard shut. "High school band, start it up! Parade walkers, let's move!" The high school marching band launched into a bright, peppy tune that sounded suspiciously like "You Are My Sunshine," their brass instruments gleaming under the light. The drumline added a steady rhythm as the entire parade began to move. The paths around the bee farm were packed with festival goers, tourists, families, and locals alike. Children clutched glowing balloon animals shaped like bees, and adults sipped hot honey tea sold by the vendors. Even the bee houses scattered throughout the farm had been outlined with soft golden lights, turning them into miniature glowing cottages. Everywhere I looked, there was something magical and a little ridiculous. Oversized glowing sunflowers taller than the fence posts, bees made out of twinkle lights, and even a few hay bales carved into honeycomb patterns. Patrick laughed as Sassy pranced along, basking in the attention of onlookers.
"I think Sassy's enjoying her moment of fame."
"Pepper's taking his job as parade grand marshal very seriously," I joked, watching as Pepper strutted forward like he owned the place. We rounded the first bend, where the path opened into a wider field. More glowing archways, made from crisscrossed strands of lights, outlined the route ahead. The archways framed the high school band perfectly as they marched through, their music carrying on the spring breeze. "Look at this," I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. The scene was breathtaking, all twinkling lights and glowing pathways, with the dark night sky stretching above us like a velvet curtain scattered with stars. The whole place felt alive, like something out of a storybook.
"This is Honey Springs at its best,"
Patrick said, slipping his hand into mine as we walked side by side. I squeezed his hand, the moment giving me just enough of a reprieve to remind me why I loved this place so much. The tension from earlier in the day melted away, at least for a little while. Pepper barked again as we passed another glowing bee cutout, and I laughed softly, ruffling his ears. "All right, Grand Marshal, don't let the lights distract you." From behind us, Loretta's voice rose again over the chatter of the crowd. "Ladies, walk in unison. This is a parade, not a family reunion." I glanced back to see Aunt Maxie and the women of the Southern Women's Club bustling along, their glowing hats bouncing slightly with every step. Despite Loretta's scolding, they looked like they were having the time of their lives, waving at the crowd like royalty. As we continued along the path, weaving through the magical lights, I couldn't help but feel the energy all around me. Honey Springs was alive tonight, and for just a moment, the mystery and the heaviness of Vanessa's death took a back seat to the joy of the festival. It was exactly what I needed. Chapter 22. "Good morning, Clyde," I said as soon as I opened the door of the Bean Hive the next morning. I ran my hand along the inside of the coffee shop door and flipped the lights on. "Good morning, good morning," he said back to me before he tucked his head back into his wing and appeared to go right back to sleep. "I don't blame you," I told him, locking the door behind me. "I'd still be in bed if I didn't own this shop." I stopped and ran a finger down his colorful back and sent a prayer he'd be adopted soon. "I'm sorry I've been a little busy, but with Pepper not here today, I think I can really talk you up, buddy," I said, and gave a sigh before I turned back to the coffee shop. Yep, I'd left Pepper at home this morning. He was worn slap out from the parade last night. He got enough pats and treats to last him until next year. Well, okay, maybe until noon. Still, he needed his rest today. The little bit of time I'd had with Patrick and the good citizens of Honey Springs seemed to be exactly what I needed to get my head on straight. All I could play in my head was Spencer telling me that I needed to act like a lawyer. As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. I had been acting more like a friend frantic to find out what happened, with an approach that was in no way, shape, or form systematic. Though the coffee shop had all my attention today, I couldn't help but think about Vanessa and her baby, about the lives cut short. I ran my hand along the tables as I walked across the floor and behind the counter, where I flipped on all the industrial coffee pots before heading toward the swinging door. I mean, sure, Adam seemed like the perfect killer. He was married, soon to take over this fancy perfume company, and he had a lot of employees counting on him. Wait! I hit the swinging door and stopped in the middle, only for the door to swing back and smack me in the head. Ouch! My hand flew to my head and tried to rub out the sting, but even a hit to the head didn't make me lose my train of thought. People counting on him. People who knew his secret. I picked up my apron lying on the kitchen workstation and glanced over the murder board as my hands worked to tie it around my waist. Like the guy at the hotel. He muttered something about when Adam takes over. The board didn't have that guy's photo on it. Aunt Maxie didn't get all the employees. I shook my head and walked over to the oven, where I turned the knob on high, then pushed it in so the gas oven would light. There was just something I loved so much about baking with gas. I stepped into the walk-in freezer, a small puff of frost escaping as the heavy door swung open. A burst of cool air hit my face, making me shiver as I scanned the racks of trays stacked high with all the sweet treats waiting to be baked. The light buzzed faintly overhead, bouncing off the shiny stainless steel shelves. I grabbed one of the large metal trays filled with delicate lemon lavender scones, their pale yellow dough flecked with purple. The scent was faint now, but once baked, they'd burst with that sweet spring aroma. Next to it, another tray held honey almond croissants, golden and flaky, waiting for the oven to turn them into buttery perfection. My stomach gave a little growl when I spotted a small collection of strawberry shortcake muffins, a springtime favorite I had started making last year that had quickly become a crowd pleaser. Their soft batter swirled with fresh strawberry chunks and a sugary crumble on top already had me imagining the warm jam smell that would fill the bean hive within an hour. "Why does everything look so good when you're hungry?" I muttered, carefully stacking the trays on a rolling cart and wheeling them out of the freezer. Back in the kitchen, the warmth wrapped around me like a blanket, a stark contrast to the chilly air of the walk-in. I set the trays down by the ovens, ready to get baking, but not before I snuck one last look at the cinnamon honey rolls I'd prepped yesterday. The dough was swirled into tight spirals, oozing with brown sugar and honey. I couldn't help but smile. Honey Springs deserved honey rolls, after all. and today they'd pair perfectly with the coffee I was about to brew. I flicked the oven dials up a bit higher and hummed softly to myself as I reached for my roasting apron, an old coffee-stained thing I'd grown attached to, and walked over to the small coffee roaster set up in the corner of the kitchen. The faint hum of the machine brought a sense of calm, like an old friend waiting to get to work. I measured out the beans from a burlap sack labeled Honduran Honey Roast, their deep, chocolatey aroma wafting up as I poured them into the roaster's hopper. The sound of the beans tumbling against the metal drum was music to my ears. "This is for you, Clyde," I said softly, feeling a pang of guilt for neglecting my colorful, feathered friend. "Maybe if I give you your own special blend, someone will come along and snatch you right up." I grabbed a sticky note and scribbled down a name, Clyde's Colorful Spring Roast. The blend would be something light and bright, with a touch of citrus to celebrate spring, and a warm caramel finish, something that paired perfectly with all the baked goods I'd prepped this morning. I could already see the chalkboard menu in my mind. Clyde's Colorful Spring Roast, alongside a sketch of a crumbly scone or a honey roll. "People are gonna love this," I muttered as I set the beans to roast. The first crack echoed in the machine, filling the air with the unmistakable scent of freshly roasted coffee, nutty, earthy, and just a little sweet. The smell always made me pause and breathe it in, like I'd never smelled it before. I poured myself a cup of the last batch I'd roasted, a dark mocha roast from yesterday. The rich, bold flavor hit my tongue, and I sighed in appreciation. Nothing beat that first sip of the day. Leaning against the counter, I glanced back toward the murder board in the corner of the kitchen, the white paper squares and red string weaving a tangled tale I still hadn't unraveled. "People counting on him," I muttered again, taking another sip. "They always slip up when they're desperate to cover their tracks." As if on cue, Clyde let out a squawk from the other room. "Loretta!" I laughed softly. "Don't worry, Clyde. If this coffee blend doesn't get you adopted, I'll start singing your praises to every customer who walks through that door." I shook my head. "Whoever adopts you is going to be entertained, for sure." The roaster let out a final hiss of steam as the beans finished, the scent deepening into something so warm and bright it felt like spring itself had moved into my kitchen. I grinned as I scooped them into the cooling tray, the gentle clatter of the beans punctuating the silence. "All right, Clyde, let's make today a good one," I said, grabbing the first tray of scones and sliding it into the waiting oven. Within moments, the soft, buttery scent of baking pastries began to fill the air, mingling with the lingering scent of roasted coffee. The smell made you want to sit in a cozy corner with a book and forget about the rest of the world. And maybe, just maybe, it would bring in a customer who needed Clyde as much as Clyde needed them. With everything set in motion, I grabbed my to-do list for the day, determined to get the shop ready for the morning rush. But even as I worked, my mind kept circling back to Adam, to the man at the Cocoon Hotel, and the words he'd muttered about things changing when Adam takes over. I stopped mid-step, my gaze locking onto Lily Sterling's name on the murder board. Her photo stared back at me from where Aunt Maxie had pinned it, next to Adam Delacroix's. There she was, all prim and polished, her frozen smile radiating professionalism. But the longer I stared at it, the more I felt my stomach twist. "Lily," I muttered to myself, stepping closer to the board. "She's been loyal to Adam. Almost too loyal." I reached for a pen and started to jot notes beneath her photo, my thoughts tumbling out like beans into a grinder. Charlotte had said Vanessa mentioned Lily often, the woman who handled everything for Adam, from contracts to flowers, the go-between for Adam and the rest of the world. Orders. That word stuck in my head like a thorn. Vanessa told Charlotte that Lily handled all of Adam's orders. Could Lily have been the one who ordered the essential oil? Did she know about Vanessa's allergy? It wouldn't be hard to put the pieces together. After all, Vanessa's reaction to Lang Lang wasn't a secret to those who knew her well. My pen hovered as I whispered aloud, trying to puzzle through it. Did Lily think she was protecting Adam? Covering up his mess? It made sense. If Adam's affair with Vanessa came to light, along with the pregnancy, it could ruin everything for him. Kimball wouldn't just fire him. She'd shred his future with Celeste's essences into tiny perfumed pieces. And Lily? Well, Lily's continued employment depended on Adam's rise to power. Her job, her whole career, was wrapped around his success. My eyes flicked back to Lily's photo. Was she cleaning up Adam's mess or making one of her own? And the cufflinks, I muttered, my pulse picking up speed. I glanced at the sticky note I'd scribbled last night when I tied them to Vanessa's social media post. Lily would have handled the purchase. If she knew about Vanessa's pregnancy and wanted to keep it quiet. I trailed off, goosebumps prickling up my arms. Did Lily kill Vanessa to silence her? To keep Adam safe and the scandal buried? I shook my head, running my fingers through my hair as my thoughts swirled. It could have been an accident. Maybe she just wanted to scare Vanessa, to make her back off. But the Lang Lang? My voice dropped. No, that's too specific. Someone had to know it would kill her. What if Lily's loyalty to Adam wasn't just professional? What if it was something deeper? Something personal? Maybe Lily wasn't just covering up Adam's affair. Maybe she'd been jealous. Adam wasn't exactly a knight in shining armor, but if Lily had feelings for him? That would be motive enough, I said, my voice shaking with the thought. The sound of Clyde shifting on his perch pulled me back to reality. I straightened up, the murder board still a chaotic swirl of red ink and sticky notes. The pieces were starting to fit together, but there were still gaps. I needed more. I needed something concrete. "All right, Lily," I whispered, staring at her photo one more time. "Time to figure out just how far your loyalty really goes." The timer on the oven dinged, breaking the tension as the warm smell of honey rolls drifted through the kitchen, a sweet contrast to the storm raging in my head. I pulled the trays from the oven, my mind still racing ahead. I had a coffee shop to open, sure, but as soon as the morning rush died down, I was going to track Lily down. If she thought she could hide behind Adam Delacroix's shadow forever, she had another thing coming. I turned and grabbed the tray of honey rolls, then set them on the cooling rack. The smell of sweet, buttery goodness filled the kitchen, the delicious smells again cutting through the heaviness in my thoughts. I smiled faintly, hoping the scent would do its magic and bring in a good crowd today. That was when Clyde's voice broke through the hum of the coffee machines.
"Lily did it."
I froze, my hand still hovering over the honey rolls. Slowly I turned my head toward Clyde, who was now perched on his swing, his bright eyes locked on me like he'd just delivered the biggest bombshell of the decade. "Excuse me?" I asked, my voice more startled than I'd like to admit. Clyde tilted his head, as if that would clarify things. Then, loud and clear, he repeated, "Lily did it!" My heart thudded in my chest as I stared at him. Clyde didn't just come up with phrases like that out of nowhere. He repeated what he'd heard. And while I didn't exactly have a parrot cam to monitor his every conversation, I knew he'd been spending time out in the coffee shop over the last few days. Had someone said that in passing? Had Clyde overheard a customer, maybe even someone involved, talking about Lily? "Clyde, buddy, what are you talking about?" I asked, stepping closer to his perch as if the big bird might somehow explain himself. Clyde squawked once, then fluffed up his feathers. "Lily did it!" he repeated one more time for emphasis, before letting out a sound that was a cross between a giggle and a chirp. I narrowed my eyes at him, my thoughts racing again. Clyde was no ordinary bird. He was observant, too good at picking up on people's voices and words. It wasn't like someone would just blurt out, "Lily did it," casually. Not in my coffee shop. "That's a little too on the nose," I murmured, leaning back against the counter. "Who said that around you?" Clyde blinked at me innocently, as if to say, "I'm just the messenger." I straightened, grabbing my phone off the counter, and paced back and forth across the kitchen. This wasn't something I could ignore, as ridiculous as it sounded. If Clyde had overheard someone say that Lily was guilty, it meant the truth, or at least some version of it, was starting to bubble to the surface. And it also meant someone knew more than they were letting on. "Okay, Clyde," I said, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the jar near his perch as a thank you. "You're smarter than half the folks in town, I swear." Clyde gave me an approving squawk as he happily picked at the seeds. I ran my hand through my hair, looking back at the murder board. "Lily's name is coming up a little too much for comfort," I muttered, my fingers tapping against the edge of the counter. "I guess I know where I'm headed next." It wasn't much of a lead, but in this case, Clyde had delivered a breadcrumb I wasn't going to ignore. "Spencer?" I'd called the sheriff on his personal number. "Care to come by for an early cup of coffee? I just might have a lead." Chapter 23. A bird? Spencer's skeptical tone filled the small cafe as he stood just inside the door, arms crossed like he wasn't entirely sure whether to laugh or roll his eyes. "You're saying the bird is your witness?" "Tell him, Clyde," I said, pointing toward the parrot perched smugly on his swing. Clyde puffed out his feathers, cocked his head, and then right on cue sang out, "Loretta! Loretta!" in the thickest southern drawl I'd heard yet. Spencer stared at Clyde like he'd just grown a second beak. "Really? This is your star lead?" He pointed at the bird. I cringed, shooting Clyde a warning look. "You'll say it. I know you will." I turned back to Spencer. "Let's just sit down, have a cup of coffee, and wait." Spencer sighed and gave me one of those long, disbelieving looks, but I wasn't letting him off the hook. "Humor me," I added, grabbing a mug and pouring him a generous serving of the dark roast I'd brewed fresh just before he came in. "You look like you could use it anyway." He took the cup begrudgingly and sniffed the coffee, his brow lifting slightly. "Is this one of your fancy blends?" "Clyde's blend," I said proudly, holding up the handwritten label I'd taped onto the jar earlier that morning. "Dark chocolate and honey undertones. Something special for a special bird. A percentage of every bag sold goes to the Animal Adoption Fund." "Clyde gets his own coffee now?" Spencer muttered, though I caught a faint smile as he took a sip. "It's good," he admitted. "Thank you. Now come sit." I gestured toward one of the tables by the front windows, where the faint glow of dawn was starting to seep in through the glass. I grabbed the platter of pastries I'd prepared, fresh honey buns, lemon poppy seed muffins, and strawberry scones, and set them in front of Spencer. "Eat. You can't solve crimes on an empty stomach." Spencer grumbled something under his breath, but took a muffin, breaking it in half and popping a piece in his mouth. "So tell me again why you think Lily Sterling is behind all of this," he asked, his voice muffled as he chewed. I sat across from him, my hands wrapped around my own mug of Clyde's blend. "Because everything circles back to her. Think about it. She handles Adam's schedule, his purchases, and his gifts. She's been with him every step of the way, cleaning up his messes. She'd know exactly what Vanessa meant to him. If Vanessa told Adam about the baby, and he was reckless enough to let it slip to Lily?" I let my words hang there, watching as Spencer's expression grew more serious. "And then there's Vanessa's allergy," I continued. "The lang-lang. If Lily was in charge of ordering things and had access to deliveries, she could have easily sent it to Vanessa's Airbnb under the guise of a gift. Who else would have known that much about her? And who else would have had a reason to cover up a scandal that could have ruined Adam's future with the company? Spencer leaned back in his chair, his coffee mug in one hand as he mulled it over. The soft hum of the coffee machines behind the counter filled the quiet, and the faint morning light began to spread farther across the shop floor.
"You put a lot of thought into this,"
he said finally, though his tone wasn't condescending.
"But what you've got is all speculation, Roxy. And don't think I've forgotten about how you got those computer invoices."
I gave him my most innocent look. What matters is that they're real, right? He sighed, shaking his head like he couldn't believe he was still having this conversation with me.
"Look, we're already bringing Adam back in today for questioning. Between you and me, we don't have much to hold him on yet. And you better believe Kimball isn't happy about the company sticking around town just for that when they are ready to leave,"
he said. My stomach dropped. Wait, what do you mean, ready to leave? I couldn't understand why he would let anyone leave with this murder unsolved.
"They're packing up today,"
Spencer said, setting his now empty coffee mug on the table.
"The shoot's over, and from what I hear, Kimball wants out of here before anything else goes wrong. They're leaving town."
"Leaving?" I spluttered, my mind spinning. "But—"
"Roxy, I know how much you want to solve this, but you're not a detective. You're a lawyer. And unless you've got something concrete, you need to let us do our jobs."
I opened my mouth to argue, but before I could, the bell above the door jingled. "Morning!" Bertie's cheerful voice rang out as she breezed into the bean hive, looking bright-eyed and camera-ready. She set her oversized purse down on the counter, then turned toward Clyde. "Good morning, Clyde. Aren't you the most handsome boy?" Clyde perked up, bouncing excitedly on his swing. And then, clear as day, he yelled, "Lily did it! Lily did it!" Spencer froze mid-rise, his eyes darting from Clyde to me and back again. Bertie blinked, her mouth dropping open. Did he just say Lily did it?" I couldn't help the triumphant grin that spread across my face as I shot Spencer a pointed look. "See? Witness." Spencer pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, "I can't believe I'm doing this." Then he looked at me, exasperated but resigned.
"Fine. I'll talk to Lily before they leave town. Just don't do anything else you're going to get in trouble for."
"I wouldn't dream of it," I said, my voice practically humming with satisfaction. "But I want to talk to her as the lawyer for the family." Spencer shot me one last look before heading toward the door, muttering something about needing another cup of coffee to get through the day.
"Fine. Be there in 2 hours."
He held up his 2 fingers before he walked out the door. Once it had jingled shut behind him, I turned back toward Bertie, who was still staring at Clyde with wide eyes. Did he really just say that?" she whispered. "Yep," I said, grabbing Clyde another handful of sunflower seeds. "And you know what, Bertie? I think Clyde here might be the best detective in Honey Springs."
"Loretta! Loretta!"
Clyde squawked, as if agreeing with me. I shook my head, smiling as I moved back toward the kitchen. For all of Spencer's doubt, Clyde's accidental clue was the exact push I needed. Chapter 24.
"Why do you keep looking at the clock?"
Bunny asked as I glanced at it over top of the espresso machine for the umpteenth time. I looked at her, debating whether or not to tell her, since I'd not yet gotten in touch with Charlotte. As the lawyer for the family, I felt I needed to let her know before I told Bunny why I was about to leave. I was saved by the buzz of the phone in my apron pocket. I pulled it out and saw Charlotte's number on the screen. "Give me a sec." I held up my finger to Bunny and disappeared into the kitchen. "Hey, Charlotte, thank you for calling me back." "I'm sorry. I was at the department trying to get some answers about Vanessa's body." She sighed. "Oh, good. Did Gloria tell you they are bringing Adam and Lily in today?" I asked. "Lily?" she asked, but quickly followed up. "It doesn't matter. Vanessa needs justice, and as long as they solve her murder, Her voice cracked. "Listen, don't worry. I'm going to question her, and I will call you when I'm done. I have a feeling she's got a lot more knowledge, if not involvement, than she's saying." I didn't want to get into the particulars with her. "I've got to go so I can get down there, but I wanted to tell you." "Thank you, Roxy." Her voice sounded nasally, like she was crying on the other end of the phone. "I can see why Vanessa loved you so much." "I loved her too," I said, and then hit the red button to end the call. I quickly untied the apron and threw it into the laundry bag next to the swinging door as I pushed through to the coffee shop. "Bunny, you good for now?" I asked. "I mean, Bertie is here, but I want to make sure you're okay if I run down to the sheriff's department and check on a few things with the investigation." "Of course I'm good," she scoffed. "When am I not?" "I'm just trying to make sure and be respectful." I'd never lost what Aunt Maxie had taught me about respecting my elders. I grabbed my coat off the hook by the door, along with my bag and keys. The sound of the Bean Hive's door jingling shut behind me was met with a crisp gust of spring air as I rushed onto the boardwalk. The morning had turned bright and brisk, sunlight glinting off the lake and casting little sparks of gold onto the water's surface. But I barely noticed as my sneakers pounded against the weathered wooden planks.
"Roxy!"
The deep voice stopped me mid-stride, and I turned to see Big Bib stepping out from behind his boat rental shed. His massive frame loomed in the morning sun, his flannel shirt rolled up at the sleeves, revealing arms that looked like they could anchor a boat on their own. "Big Bib, I really can't talk," I said, already fumbling with my car keys. "I'm in a rush. Need to get down to the sheriff's department. Big day. Suspects. Questioning for Vanessa." Big Bib squinted, his eyes shaded by the brim of his old cap.
"Suspects?"
I froze just long enough to shoot him a look. "I told you, Charlotte hired me as the family's lawyer. It's what I do." His expression softened, but his voice remained gruff.
"That's the thing, Roxy. You mentioned Charlotte was in town. I thought you should know. Vanessa and Charlotte hadn't spoken in years."
Well, that got my attention. I paused, then shifted my bag to the other shoulder. "What do you mean? Years?" I asked him. Big Bib rubbed a hand over his stubbled chin, glancing out at the lake like he was weighing his words.
"Vanessa mentioned it to me the other day when she came by here, and I asked her how life was going. Small talk, you know. She got quiet and said something about family being complicated, that she hadn't spoken to her sister in years, which was no different from when we were secretly dating."
There was regret in his eyes. My stomach tightened, and I gripped my keys a little harder. "Are you sure? Charlotte said they were close." Big Bib's gaze met mine, steady and sure.
"I'm sure. She said it like it stung her, too. Like she wished it was different."
He shrugged. The realization was like a bucket of cold water. Why would Charlotte lie? Or had Vanessa kept something from both of us? Either way, Charlotte loved her sister. Her feelings were apparent, and she'd asked me to make sure the investigation went smoothly. "Big Bib, I've got to go," I said, as I pulled away and started jogging toward my car, which was parked just around the bend in the parking lot. "But I'm not going to let this drop," I said over my shoulder. "If you remember anything else, call me."
"Will do,"
he called after me, his voice muffled as I slid into the driver's seat and turned the ignition. The drive to the sheriff's department felt longer than usual, the weight of what Big Bib had said pressing against me like a stone. If Vanessa and Charlotte really hadn't spoken in years, then Charlotte had some explaining to do. Why come back now? And why claim their bond was so strong? I shook my head, pushing the questions aside as I pulled into the small lot outside the Honey Springs Sheriff's Department. I had enough on my plate with Lily and Adam. and Big Bib's revelation about Charlotte would just have to wait. The station was already bustling when I walked inside. The steady murmur of phone calls mixed with the occasional radio squawk, creating a hum of activity that buzzed through the small space. Gloria Day, ever the gatekeeper, sat perched at her desk near the entrance, headset on as she tapped at her keyboard. She shot me a knowing look over her glasses and mouthed, "He's in the interrogation room." "Thanks, Gloria," I said quietly, offering her a quick smile as I passed. The clatter of her typing followed me down the hall as I made my way to where Spencer was. I knocked twice before pushing it open, and there was Lily, sitting at the long table. Lily looked up when I walked into the room, her red-rimmed eyes snapping to mine. She sat slouched at the long metal table, a crumpled tissue clenched in her hand. The box of tissues sat untouched in front of her, like the last bit of comfort someone had tossed her way. The interrogation room was bare, its sterile walls making Lily look smaller and more fragile than I'd ever seen her. I wasn't buying it. "Lily," I said, letting the door click shut behind me as I approached the table. My heels tapped softly against the linoleum floor, the sound almost ominous in the quiet. "We need to talk." She didn't respond right away. Her gaze darted to the far wall before landing on her hands in her lap. "I already told the sheriff everything I know," she muttered. "Well, I'm not the sheriff." I pulled out the chair across from her and sank into it, folding my hands neatly on the table. "I'm the lawyer hired by Vanessa's family. And let me tell you something, Lily. Vanessa deserves the truth." Lily shifted uncomfortably, her fingers twisting the tissue tighter. "I don't know what you're talking about." I leaned forward, lowering my voice. "Oh, I think you do. You're Adam Delacroix's right hand, aren't you? You handle his schedule, his purchases, his gifts. You clean up his messes. And now you're trying to tell me you don't know anything about Vanessa? About the essential oil that killed her?" Her face paled. You didn't what? You didn't know Vanessa was pregnant with his baby? You didn't know about her allergy to lang-lang? Or maybe you're trying to tell me that you didn't order the oil that was sent to her Airbnb?" I snapped, not letting her off the hook. "I didn't kill her," she blurted out, her voice cracking as she finally looked at me, wide-eyed and frantic. "I didn't send any oil. I wouldn't do that." "But you knew, didn't you?" I pushed, my voice sharp. "You knew about her and Adam. You knew she was a threat to his future. If Kimball found out about Vanessa, Adam would have been out, and your job would have gone with him." Lily's chest rose and fell, her breathing uneven. "I didn't send her anything," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "I swear I didn't." I opened my mouth to press harder when the door suddenly flew open with a loud bang. Both of us jumped, my head snapping toward the noise. I thought it was Spencer coming back to check on us, but it wasn't. It was Charlotte. She stormed into the room like a hurricane, her black heels beating across the floor as she made a beeline for Lily. She wore a fitted black suit, the crisp lines of her tailored jacket making her look more intimidating than I'd ever seen her. Her blonde hair was pulled back tightly, and the fire in her eyes was unmistakable. "You!" Charlotte spat, her voice trembling with rage. She didn't slow as she reached the table, planting her palms on its surface so forcefully that the tissues bounced. "You killed my sister!" "Charlotte!" I stood quickly, stepping around the table to try and intercept her. "What are you doing here? You can't be in here. This is an investigation." "She did it!" Charlotte shouted, her face inches from Lily's as Lily cowered back in her chair. "I know it was you. You'll pay for what you did to Vanessa. You hear me? You'll pay!" Lily's face had gone white as a sheet, her trembling hands gripping the edge of the table like it was the only thing keeping her upright. "I didn't do anything," she wailed. "I swear I didn't kill her." "Charlotte, stop!" I grabbed her arm, trying to pull her back, but she shrugged me off. "You're scaring her. Let's go outside." "Why?" Charlotte snapped, her voice shaking as much as her hands. "She needs to see what she's done. She needs to know." "Charlotte," I said more firmly, stepping in front of her and forcing her to back up. "You're not helping anything. You need to calm down." But then something caught my eye as Charlotte moved to pull herself upright. Her tailored jacket sleeves had ridden up slightly, revealing the cuffs of the pristine white dress shirt she wore underneath. And there, gleaming against the fabric, were the cufflinks, the fleur-de-lis cufflinks. Time slowed. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stared at them, the tiny polished symbols gleaming under the stark overhead light. "Charlotte," I said carefully, my voice dropping to a whisper, "I need you to step outside." What had I just uncovered? "Fine, but I'm not done with her yet." Charlotte jutted her finger at Lily from over my shoulder as I tried to maneuver her out of the room. I wasn't sure what on earth was going on, but I knew I needed Charlotte out of the room. "I was about to get her to confess before you barged in," I said, lying straight to her face just as Big Bib's words popped into my head about how Vanessa hadn't been talking to her sister. "Fine, I'll sit right here." Charlotte teared up and sat down in the wooden chair in the hallway. "I'm not moving until someone catches my sister's killer." "I'll be back," I assured her, in the hope she wouldn't leave, and headed back into the interrogation room. "What was that all about?" Lily's eyes were still wide as she focused on the closed door. I picked up the phone on the wall, the phone that I knew was connected to the room behind the mirror. Someone had to be in there.
"Yep."
Spencer's familiar voice came through the line.
"I thought I was going to have to come in there."
"Listen to me carefully." I turned away from Lily. "I have good reason to believe Charlotte killed her sister." Just as those words left my mouth, I recalled Charlotte telling me how long it would take her to get to Honey Springs. I realized there was no way she could have gotten here just a few hours later. "Is it possible the DNA you collected was from a sibling?" I asked, since I didn't know much about genetics.
"Sure, they could share some of the same DNA."
He stopped talking as though he, too, was thinking what I was thinking. "And yesterday at the coffee shop, she stood next to Clyde to take a personal phone call, which would mean Clyde could have heard her say Lily did it." "Lily did it," I repeated, and it all started to come together. She and Vanessa weren't talking. Charlotte is sitting outside of this room, and she has on those cufflinks I saw in the photo. I gulped as the tears built up in my eyes. It was her sister's hand in the photo. I sniffed, knowing I had assumed it was a man's, especially with the simple heart emoji. I bet they tried to talk out their differences. Then Vanessa told her she was pregnant. But I also bet Adam was having affairs with both of them.
"Both of them,"
Spencer said, as if he were trying to figure out the dynamic. "Yep, I bet he gave Charlotte the cufflinks, and when she met up with Vanessa, she found out Vanessa was pregnant. I'm not sure what led her to killing Vanessa, but..." There was a bit of a shuffle behind me. "Do you have the speaker on in there?"
"Yep,"
he said. I hung up the phone and looked back into the mirror. I straightened my shoulders before I turned back to face Lily. "Lily, I'm going to need you to tell me who Adam was having an affair with." My voice held no sort of room for her to balk at me. "Or you will have some sort of charges handed down to you." Lily's lip trembled as she tried to steady herself. "I really need this job," she whispered again, her voice tight with fear. She squeezed her hands into fists on the table, her knuckles white against the surface. "But," she gulped audibly, "you're right. Adam was having an affair with both sisters." The words hung in the air like a punch to the gut. My stomach dropped, but I forced myself to keep my face neutral. "Both of them?" I asked slowly, needing her to spell it out. "You're sure?" Lily nodded, her shoulders sagging. It started with Charlotte. She'd come to town under the radar, met Adam through one of the company's events. He told me it was casual, but it wasn't. I could see it wasn't. Then Vanessa started working with us, and I think Adam saw her as something new, something more. And when Vanessa told him she was pregnant, I pressed, watching Lily carefully. Her eyes welled with tears. That's when everything changed. He told me he was going to try and break it off with Charlotte, that it was too messy, and Vanessa was carrying his baby. He said he couldn't let Miranda find out about any of it. He wanted it all gone. I froze. Did you know he was going to order oils that were going to harm Vanessa? She looked at me, wide-eyed, shaking her head. No, he said it was a gift, something soothing, since Vanessa was so stressed out. And I just order what he writes down for me to get. She took a shaky breath. I ordered 2 bottles. He asked for ylang-ylang and lavender. He was specific about what to get. I delivered them to his hotel room. He didn't say anything else. I didn't know what he was planning. Wait. My pulse raced as I connected the dots. You're telling me Charlotte was there that night? At the Cocoon Hotel? My mind curled back to the CCTV. There were people coming and going, but I never once thought to see if Charlotte was on there, since I'd not expected her until the night of the murder. Plus, I'd only seen photos of her, which were from years ago. Lily nodded, wiping her face with the back of her hand. Yes, Adam sent Miranda to the Be Happy spa to get her out of the way. Charlotte spent the night with him, and she left for a little while. It was after I dropped off the oils. I didn't think anything of it. I swear. My chest tightened as I processed everything. The oils, lavender and ylang-ylang. Charlotte knew about Vanessa's allergy, and she used that against her. And Adam? He wasn't innocent either. He'd set the whole chain of events in motion by stringing both sisters along and buying the murder weapon. Even the scene Charlotte made when she first came to town and saw Adam. That was just too convenient for her and him not to use that opportunity to pretend in front of everyone they didn't have anything to do with Vanessa's murder. For a split second, my mind reeled back to the look on Adam's face and how Charlotte really threw on the theatrics, which had honestly made me think she was devastated when she was only trying to keep the spotlight off of her. Adam didn't want Miranda to know about the baby, Lily whispered, her voice raw. If she found out, it would ruin everything, like his future with the company, his marriage, all of it. But Charlotte, she was so jealous. I think he was trying to end things, but Charlotte couldn't handle it. I barely had time to respond when the sound of shouting echoed from the hallway. Chairs scraped, doors slammed, and voices rose over one another in a chaotic blur. "What on earth?" I muttered, spinning toward the door. Lily flinched as the commotion grew louder, but I was already moving. I pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway, just as Spencer came into view, gripping Charlotte firmly by the arm as she thrashed and screamed. "You'll regret this!" Charlotte shrieked, tears streaming down her face. Her hair had fallen from its tidy bun, and her suit coat was askew as Spencer led her in cuffs toward the exit. "I loved her! I didn't mean to! Adam promised me!"
"Charlotte Hartman, you have the right to remain silent," Spencer said firmly. Unfazed by her outburst, his calm demeanor only seemed to rile her more. I froze in place, my breath catching as I watched. Charlotte's cufflinks glittered under the harsh hallway lights as Spencer guided her out of view. My head was spinning. It really was her. And then, just as I turned to catch my breath, another door opened down the hall. The door to the second interrogation room. I whipped around just in time to see 2 deputies leading Adam Delacroix out in handcuffs. His face was a blank mask, his eyes cold and unreadable as they walked toward the same exit.
"Adam?" I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at anyone. But for the first time since Vanessa's death, I saw everything clearly. Adam and Charlotte had both played a part, one through cruelty, the other through desperation. And now the truth had finally caught up with them. Spencer emerged from the hallway he had led Charlotte down, his gaze locking onto mine.
"Looks like you were on to something after all,"
he said, his voice even but tired.
"Charlotte just confessed enough to tie Adam in, too. They're both going down for this."
I nodded, my mind still racing, but there was a strange sense of relief settling in my chest. Vanessa was finally going to get justice. Spencer sighed and ran a hand through his hair.
"You've got more guts than sense, Roxy, but you did good."
"Thanks, Spencer," I murmured, feeling the weight of it all settle in. As I turned to head for the exit, I caught one last glimpse of Clyde's blend sitting on Spencer's desk and the Bean Hive Coffee to-go cup from earlier. "I swear, Clyde deserves a detective badge," I muttered with a grin, stepping into the crisp morning air. "He's got the ears of the town and a better memory than half of us." Chapter 25. The Bean Hive was buzzing more than usual this afternoon. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I knew it would get around town soon enough. Besides, most of Honey Springs was still across the lake, enjoying the Honey Springs Spring Festival. The soft hum of conversation swelled into a lively roar as locals leaned over tables and huddled in front of the small TV mounted above the counter. Sheriff Spencer Shepard stood at a podium during a press conference, his face serious and professional as the Honey Springs logo loomed behind him.
"After a thorough investigation,"
Spencer said, his voice steady,
"it was determined that Charlotte Hartman and Adam Delacroix conspired in the events that led to Vanessa Hartman's death. While Adam played a role in setting things in motion, Charlotte carried out the final act. Justice will be served for Vanessa and her family."
The room fell silent as Spencer continued, his gaze on the cameras.
"I'd also like to acknowledge local business owner Roxy Bloom, whose dedication to seeking the truth helped us uncover key pieces of evidence. Without her, well, let's just say she's got an eye for detail."
The entire coffee shop erupted into a mix of cheers and applause as Spencer's image froze on the screen. I grabbed the remote and turned the TV off, spinning around to face the packed cafe. That was when I noticed every single eye was now on me. "Well?" Bunny hollered from behind the counter as she poured a fresh cup of coffee. "You gonna give us your side of the story, or do we have to all keep guessing?" "Yeah, Roxy," Bertie chimed in, leaning over the pastry case. "Spencer gave you all the credit. You might as well tell us what happened." All right, I said, holding up my hands to quiet everyone down. I grabbed a stool from behind the counter and set it near the center of the room, my stage for the late afternoon. "So here's how it went down," I began, my voice carrying across the cafe. It all started with Vanessa's allergy to lang-lang oil and how it mysteriously ended up in her bath. Turns out, Adam Delacroix was playing both sides by having an affair with both Vanessa and Charlotte. Gasps echoed around the room. "Knew that Adam feller was trouble." Bunny fanned herself dramatically with a napkin. The bell over the door chimed as Aunt Maxie hurried in, nearly out of breath. She rushed over to my side. "And Charlotte," I continued, "found out Vanessa was pregnant. She and Adam were both so desperate to keep the secret hidden that it spiraled into this awful mess. Adam got the oils, but it was Charlotte who carried out the plan." I paused, letting the weight of it sink in before adding, "They would have gotten away with it, too, if it weren't for Clyde here." Clyde squawked loudly from his perch behind the counter, as if on cue. Lily did it! Charlotte did it! Adam did it!"
Laughter broke through the tension, and the whole shop erupted in clapping and cheers. "Well, Clyde might have been a little off on the timeline," I said with a grin, "but his instincts were good." Before I could say more, the bell above the door jingled again. This time, Sheriff Spencer Shepherd walked in, looking all business as usual, though there was a telltale twinkle in his eye. The room quieted again as Spencer walked over to the front corner, looking directly at Clyde. The parrot cocked his head, puffed out his feathers, and seemed to be waiting for whatever came next. "I think the station could use a new detective." Spencer crossed his arms and shook his head. Everyone blinked, stunned into silence.
"What now?" Bunny asked, eyebrows raised.
"How about it, Detective Clyde?"
Spencer said with a straight face. Clyde bounced excitedly in his perch, squawking,
"Charlotte did it! Adam did it!"
The cafe burst into laughter as Spencer turned to me, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
"You might want to get those adoption papers ready, Roxy, before I change my mind."
"You don't have to tell me twice," I said, dashing to the counter to grab the folder I'd stashed. Clyde was still bouncing as I rushed back and waved the papers in Spencer's face. I even had a pen in the pocket of my apron.
"Signed, sealed, and delivered. Clyde is officially mine."
Spencer grinned after he scribbled his name on the adoption line. The whole shop cheered again as Bunny wiped at her eyes with the corner of her apron.
"I swear, this town has more twists and turns than a mystery novel."
"We wouldn't have it any other way,"
Aunt Maxie teased, offering her a wink as I gave Clyde a treat. Spencer decided to come back at closing time to pick up Clyde. The cafe settled back into its regular rhythm, customers chatting animatedly about the case, Vanessa's justice, and the gossip that would keep Honey Springs buzzing for weeks to come. I poured myself a cup of Clyde's blend, stepping to the window to watch the sunlight sparkle across Lake Honey Springs. The air outside felt lighter, fresher, like a new start. Kinda like the season, spring. The Bean Hive was alive with energy, the smell of coffee and fresh pastries mingling in the air. Clyde whistled contentedly. This little coffee shop, this town, these people, this was where I belonged. I didn't miss the lawyer lifestyle anymore. Honey Springs had its way of keeping things interesting, but it also had a way of feeling like home. I took a deep sip of my coffee, letting the warmth settle into my chest, and smiled. "Detective Clyde," I muttered with a chuckle. Who would have thought? Recipes from the Bean Hive: lemon lavender scones, honey almond croissants, Clyde's colorful spring roast. Lemon lavender scones. Ingredients: for the scones, 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1/3 cup granulated sugar, 1 tablespoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1 tablespoon dried culinary lavender, 1 tablespoon lemon zest, 6 tablespoons unsalted butter, chilled and cut into small cubes, 3/4 cup heavy cream, plus extra for brushing, 1 large egg, 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. For the glaze: 1 cup powdered sugar, 2 tablespoons fresh lemon juice, 1/2 teaspoon lemon zest, 1 to 2 teaspoons milk, optional to thin the glaze if needed. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. Preheat your oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 200 degrees Celsius. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper or a silicone mat. 2. Mix dry ingredients. In a large mixing bowl, whisk together the flour, sugar, baking powder, salt, dried lavender, and lemon zest until well combined. 3. Incorporate butter. Add the chilled butter cubes to the flour mixture. Use a pastry cutter, fork, or your fingertips to work the butter into the dry ingredients until the mixture resembles coarse crumbs. 4.
Combine wet ingredients. In a separate bowl, whisk together the heavy cream, egg, and vanilla extract until smooth. 5. Bring dough together. Slowly pour the wet ingredients into the flour mixture. Stir gently with a wooden spoon or spatula just until the dough comes together. Be careful not to overmix. If the dough feels too sticky, sprinkle in a bit more flour. 6. Shape and cut scones. Turn the dough out onto a lightly floured surface and pat it into a circle about 1 inch thick. Using a sharp knife or bench scraper, cut the dough into 8 even wedges. Place the scones on the prepared baking sheet, spacing them about 2 inches apart. Brush the tops with a bit of the heavy cream for a golden finish. 7. Bake the scones. Bake for 15 to 18 minutes or until the scones are golden brown on the edges and cooked through. Allow them to cool slightly on a wire rack while you prepare the glaze. 8. Make the glaze. In a small bowl, whisk together the powdered sugar, lemon juice, and lemon zest until smooth. If the glaze is too thick, add a teaspoon of milk at a time until the desired consistency is reached. 9. Glaze the scones. Drizzle the lemon glaze over the slightly cooled scones and allow it to set for a few minutes. Serving suggestions. Enjoy your lemon lavender scones warm or at room temperature with a cup of tea or coffee. These scones are perfect for spring brunches, afternoon snacks, or even a cozy breakfast treat. Storage. Store scones in an airtight container at room temperature for up to 2 days, or freeze for longer storage. Tip. For an extra floral touch, sprinkle a tiny pinch of dried lavender over the glaze before it sets. Honey almond croissants. Ingredients. For the croissants: 6 day-old croissants, store-bought or homemade. Half cup unsalted butter, softened. Half cup granulated sugar. 2 large eggs, room temperature. 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. Half teaspoon almond extract. 1 cup almond flour, finely ground almonds. 1/4 teaspoon salt. For the honey syrup: 1/4 cup honey. 1/4 cup water. 1 tablespoon sugar. For topping: half cup sliced almonds. 1 to 2 tablespoons powdered sugar for dusting. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees, 175 Celsius. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper or a silicone baking mat. 2. Make the honey syrup. In a small saucepan, combine the honey, water, and sugar. Heat over medium heat until the sugar dissolves completely. Remove from the heat and let it cool slightly. 3. Prepare the almond filling. In a medium bowl, cream together the softened butter and granulated sugar until light and fluffy. Add the eggs one at a time, mixing well after each addition. Stir in the vanilla and almond extracts. Then fold in the almond flour and salt until smooth. 4. Brush the croissants with syrup. Using a pastry brush, lightly brush the outsides of each croissant with the honey syrup, ensuring they're evenly coated but not soaked. 5. Fill the croissants. Slice each croissant in half horizontally, like a sandwich. Spread a generous amount of almond filling onto the bottom half of each croissant, then place the top half back on. Spread a thin layer of almond filling over the top of each croissant as well. 6. Add almonds. Sprinkle the top of the croissants with sliced almonds, pressing gently so they stick to the filling. 7. Bake the croissants. Place the croissants on the prepared baking sheet and bake for 15 to 18 minutes, or until the tops are golden brown and the filling is set. 8. Dust with powdered sugar. Remove the croissants from the oven and let them cool slightly. Dust generously with powdered sugar before serving. Serving suggestions: Serve these honey almond croissants warm with a cup of coffee or tea for the ultimate bakery-style treat. Storage. Store leftover croissants in an airtight container at room temperature for up to 2 days. Reheat in the oven for 5 minutes at 355 Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius, to restore their crispness. Tip: for extra decadence, drizzle a little warm honey over the croissants before serving. Clyde's Colorful Spring Roast. Ingredients for the coffee blend: ½ cup medium roast coffee beans, freshly ground. ½ cup light roast coffee beans, freshly ground. 1 teaspoon cocoa nibs, optional for subtle chocolate notes. 1 teaspoon dried lavender buds, food grade. ½ teaspoon ground cinnamon. Optional add-ins for serving: honey or simple syrup, splash of vanilla extract, whipped cream, fresh lavender sprigs for garnish. Instructions. 1. Prepare the coffee blend. In a large bowl, combine the freshly ground medium roast and light roast coffee beans. Stir in the cocoa nibs, dried lavender buds, and ground cinnamon until well mixed. 2. Brew the coffee. If using a drip coffee maker, use 1 to 2 tablespoons of Clyde's Colorful Spring Roast blend per 6 ounces of water. If using a French press, add 1 to 2 tablespoons of the blend per cup of hot water. Let steep for 4 to 5 minutes, then press. For an espresso machine, use 1 tablespoon of the blend for a double shot of espresso. 3. Serve with a spring twist. Pour the freshly brewed coffee into your favorite mug. Add a touch of honey or simple syrup to sweeten if desired. Stir in a splash of vanilla extract for a subtle floral sweetness. For a decadent touch, top with whipped cream and garnish with a fresh lavender sprig. Notes. Flavor profile. This spring roast combines the smooth richness of medium roast coffee with the light, floral notes of lavender and the warming hint of cinnamon. The cocoa nibs add depth without overpowering the blend. Customization. Feel free to adjust the lavender or cinnamon quantities for a more subtle or pronounced flavor. Perfect pairing. Serve this coffee alongside freshly baked lemon lavender scones or honey almond croissants for the ultimate spring treat. Books by Tanya. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminals Cozy Mystery Series. All is good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, Bungalows, and Burglaries. Deserts, Driving, and Derelicts. Forests, Fishing, and Forgery. Christmas, Criminals, and Campers. Motorhomes, Maps, and Murder. Canyons, Caravans, and Cadavers. Hitches, Hideouts, and Homicides. Assailants, Asphalt, and Alibis. Alleys, Vehicles, and Victims. Sunsets, Sabbatical, and Scandal. Tents, Trails, and Turmoil. Kickbacks, Kayaks, and Kidnapping. Gear, Grills, and Guns. Eggnog, Extortion, and Evergreen. Ropes, Riddles, and Robberies. Paddlers, Promises, and Poison. Insects, Ivy, and Investigations. Outdoors, Oars, and Oath. Wildlife, Warrants, and Weapons. Blossoms, Barbecue, and Blackmail. Lanterns, Lakes, and Larceny. Jackets, Jack-o'-lantern, and Justice. Santa, Sunrises, and Suspicions. Vistas, Vices, and Valentines. Adventure, Abduction, and Arrest. Rangers, RVs, and Revenge. Campfires, Courage, and Convicts. Trapping, Turkey, and Thanksgiving. Gifts, Glamping, and Glocks. Zoning, Zealots, and Ziplines. Hammocks, Handguns, and Hearsay. Questions, Quarrels, and Quandary. Witness, Woods, and Wedding. Elves, Evergreens, and Evidence.
moonlight, marshmallows, and manslaughter. Bonfire, backpacks, and brawls. Fireworks, freedom, and felonies. Autumns, awnings, and arson. Snowcaps, skiing, and sabotage. Cliffs, clues, and conspiracies. Haunts, hikes, and havoc. Killer Coffee Cozy Mysteries. Welcome to the Bean Hive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the grind, mocha and murder, freshly ground murder, cold-blooded brew, decaffeinated scandal, a killer latte, holiday roast mortem, dead to the last drop, a charming blend novella, crossover with magical cures mystery, frothy foul play, spoonful of murder, barista bump off, cappuccino criminal, macchiato murder, pour over predicament, iced coffee corruption, steamed secrets. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate good crimes. Four-leaf felony. Mother's Day murder. A Halloween homicide. New Year nuisance. Chocolate bunny betrayal. 4th of July forgery. Thanksgiving treachery. Santa Claus surprise. April Fool's alibi. Columbus Day conundrum. Holly homicide. Father's Day fugitive. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankering for more. Fixin' to Die. Southern Fried. Axe to Grind. 6 Feet Under. Dead as a Doornail. Tangled Up in Tinsel. Digging Up Dirt. Blowing Up a Murder. Heavens to Bribery. Grave as All Get Out. Thick as Thieves. Magical Cures Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A Charming Crime. A Charming Cure. A Charming Potion novella. A Charming Wish. A Charming Spell. A Charming Magic. A Charming Secret. A Charming Christmas novella. A Charming Fatality. A Charming Death novella. A Charming Ghost. A Charming Hex. A Charming Voodoo. A Charming Corpse. A Charming Misfortune. A Charming Blend, crossover with a Killer Coffee Cozy. A Charming Deception. A Charming Hex Assist. Mail Carrier Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than the mail is being delivered. Stamped Out. Address for Murder. All She Wrote. Return to Sender. First Class Killer. Post-Mortem. Deadly Delivery. Red Letter Slay. Maisie Doss Mystery. Sleight of Hand. Tangled Lies. Grave Deception. Southern Magical Bakery. Spellbound Scones and Secrets. Wand Waffles and Whispers. Mystic Muffins and Murder. This has been Steamed Secrets, Killer Coffee Mysteries, Book 16, written by Tanya Kappas, narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2025 by Tanya Kappas. Production copyright by Tanya Kappas.